Thank you very much. And I'm going to pass you on to Nicoyan Roberts from the Grenada Tourism Authority, who will address you briefly.
Good morning, Brian. Thank you. We are very appreciative of everyone who is here today. We know it's going to be an awesome weekend, exposing the passions of rugby to the entire Grenadian public. And you do need to give yourselves an amazing round of applause. It is now my privilege to introduce to you the new chairman of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Mr. Randall Dolland.
All right, special good morning to you all. I just made a few notes to make sure that I stay on time and we could get the tournament started promptly. Of course, as chairman of the Grenada Tourism Authority, it's my honor to welcome you to Grenada and of course to this first rugby tournament. We hope that this tournament is essentially part of our new tourism initiative, sports tourism initiative, and working along with the Ministry of Sports Culture. It's important that we sort of take this mantle now and develop the sport of rugby in Grenada. I know you have traveled far and wide to come to our beautiful shores to have this wonderful tournament, and of course I'd like to thank and recognize the organizers of the event. All right. Yeah, so again, special thank you to the organizers of the event, Brian George, special recognition to the newly formed Grenada Rugby team, a rugby association. The thing is, we all stand here today as trailblazers. We're about to do something special, and what you do here today is going to start or begin the trend for rugby in Grenada, for the youth to follow. So we're making history right now. And I look forward to a successful tournament, wishing you all the best. Again, thank you to the organizers, the sponsors, the officials, referees, and of course to you, the players, the fans who have traveled. And we're wishing you a fantastic time here in the Spice Island. We have a lot of other great activities here for you after this. But again, wishing you all the best for this tournament. We look forward to working with you, developing the sport of rugby, hosting you again next year and the following year. We're going to make this ongoing. And just again, special welcome again and have a great tournament to you all.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It is my opportunity as well to speak, and I hope that I stay within time as well. So I have jotted a few notes as well. I am Minister with responsibility of youth, sports and culture, Ron Redhead, and it is my great pleasure this morning to declare this tournament open and declare it in the name of the Most High a success. As Chairman mentioned, you are creating history, and Grenada takes another forward step in the area of sports. We are hosting for the first time an international rugby tournament at our national stadium, demonstrating in real terms a start not just for the organizers of the event, but for the young, energetic, and enthusiastic athletes that will emerge as time passes onto the advantage line. The introduction of this world-renowned sporting discipline is only possible with the great assistance of the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports, and Culture, and by extension, the Government of Grenada, express gratitude to all who made this day a reality. We encourage everyone to embrace rugby and showcase the multi-talents of our sportsmen and women. The economic benefits that can derive from this tournament, such as the Grenada World Rugby Sevens, are essential in building greater collaboration between sports and tourism. We pledge to continue the relationship as we seek to develop Grenada as an authentic sports tourism destination. Our national sports and physical activity will assist in creating the structures required to sustain rugby tournaments. We look forward to it becoming, as Chairman mentioned, an annual calendar event. In short, Grenada will score its first try in the game of rugby, and I declare once again this historic tournament opened to the world and wish all the teams their very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Nikoyan. All I can say is we're back. Welcome back. And we couldn't ask for a more beautiful setting than Grenada under the sunshine and in this fantastic facility. All the best to all of you, and let's play ball. Thank you.
Well done. Okay, so we go straight into our first game. So we've got Misfits. Misfits are from all over the world, primarily Canada, I think, but international team. And they'll be starting the tournament against the Saratoga Jockeys, obviously from the United States of America. So we're starting with a bang. Game. Good luck to everybody. Let's go.
You have time to hang around? All right, sweet.
Slacker, third game.
You ready? We're live?
And a good morning to you, rugby fans. Welcome to the Grenada National Cricket Stadium on the Spice Isle, Grenada, for this incredible international event. It is going to be a great 2 days of sevens rugby here. I am John Broker, joined by Gavin McLevy for the weekend. I haven't seen this man in a long time. Gavin, nice 80-degree morning out here. It's going to be a great weekend.
Well, thankfully we're in the AC, beautiful location here at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. Absolutely loving the views. We stuck up here in the bird box for a few hours today and tomorrow, so that's it's nice to get together with you again, mate. Loving it out here in Grenada. And well, we've got a chance. We've got a game coming up in just a few minutes, guys. It'll be the first game of the tournament. We had all the dignitaries out there doing their speeches this morning, but I'm going to take 30 seconds to speak with one of our referees here. We've got Charles Sampson. Just to, firstly, more than anything, welcome to Grenada, mate. All the way over from Scotland. Wonderful to see you again, mate. I know it was a cracking time a couple Barbados a couple of years ago. So it's great to see the squad back together. A fantastic group of referees we've got there, fashionably dressed in pink. I'm sure you're going to be loving that. But yeah, just a quick word at the beginning of this. There was a moment of silence. Just talk us through that, because a few people out this side of the world might not know Doddy Weir.
Yeah, so it was really for the kind of great man Doddy Weir, who passed away sadly a couple of weeks ago through MND. And yeah, so Doddy obviously was sadly diagnosed 5 years ago with motor neuron disease, and he set up his own foundation, the My Name is Doddy Foundation, to try and raise money and funds to try and find or help the development for a cure for MND.
And I'm hearing that the donations went pretty well over the last couple of years.
It's been amazing, honestly. The amount of money that they've raised, and in terms of research, because there's only been one drug available for the last 25 years and it didn't even obviously cure MND, but it kind of slowed the process down. So yeah, Doddie's, it's obviously been too late, sadly for Doddie, but no. So it's nice to have the recognition out on this side of the world as well. I think his legacy will live on, and a fantastic legacy that it is. So yeah, no, it's a nice, touching moment to see that. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be with Doddy a couple of weeks ago at Murrayfield. Last time he was at Murrayfield,
I saw that.
He brought the match ball out for the Argentina
with
game.
his boys as well.
With the boys, with Hamish, Angus, and Ben, and his wife Kathy as well. And I got to sit beside him for the game.
Nice, what an experience, mate.
Oh, such a nicer man you couldn't meet, honestly. And it just is such a shame to see how debilitating that disease is. And I think, the more we can do to fight and develop and try and get a cure for it, the better it will be, honestly.
Absolutely. So your referees out there today, they're all set to go?
Yeah, we're all good. We're all raring to go. Obviously been training hard. Looking...
Drink a few too many drinks, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Highly toned athletes, obviously, Gavin. Thank you very much.
High-performance referees,
love it. High-performance referees. Right.
Yeah.
Charles. We're getting the wind up here.
Thanks so much for joining us, Charles. I appreciate it, mate. Absolutely, mate.
Charles may sit on a couple of games here, a good comms man himself. As we're set to go with this first matchup, you are going to see the Saratoga jockeys from Saratoga, New York, the beautiful horse racing country. So you can guess which uniforms they're wearing in the red and white. Going from right to left on your screen, from left to right are going to be the Misfits, coached by Koma Gandhi, with assistant coach Kamani Davis. Players from all over the Caribbean on this Misfits team. Again, mentioned earlier, Canadian-born, the Misfits, but bringing a Misfits Caribbean team here. Exciting first matchup, going to be refereed by Hugh David. Excited to get underway here, Gavin. What a morning for rugby.
Yeah, no, it looks fantastic. The guys out there looking great. Be interested to see how this Misfits team puts together, because there's some nice players on there. Mikael Walcott from Barbados, the number 11. Keep an eye on Jonathan Taylor. He's a Trinidad and Tobago boy, but he's got some serious wheels. He's been traveling around the world playing for sort of different academies. He was at Rhino's Academy not too long ago, and he was out in Dubai, South Africa for that TENS tournament a couple of months ago. So he's interesting to watch, and Jareen George from Trinidad and Tobago as well. Some really talented lads out there. So I'll be interested to see how they match up against Saratoga Jockeys, which was a new team for me.
And the Grenada World Rugby Sevens is underway with a kickoff from the Saratoga Jockeys, quickly taken by the Misfits inside their own 40. Good opportunity early out wide here. Little goose step coming in. Phillips moves it out to the edge. They're across the 40-meter line, looking back across field. They've got some space out here if they can get it. A little bouncer in this early morning dew is a bit tough for him right there. But a 2-on-1, player's going to keep it inside himself. He's across the 50-meter line. That's Shaquille Dite. Shaquille Dite, a Trinidadian player on this Misfits team. Coached by Koma Gandhi, very smart, intelligent coach there. Good history. So this will be a quickly put together but pretty serious team as the jockeys turn that one over. Those beautiful red and white uniforms of theirs. Saratoga, just a beautiful part of the United States. And we have a first penalty here after a scintillating couple of minutes of play underway. Are the Misfits, across they go. That's Jareem George. Jareem George looking for a player to come back in and finds them. They're just around the 22. Nice offload there. Isolated, coming across. Good width early on this Misfits team as they bring that one back into Shaquille Dite. Shaquille Dite puts that one back up in the hands of Villalobos. Villalobos at the 5-meter line. He's dragged down. Good defense coming in from the jockeys, but going to be too little, too late as Jonathan Taylor is going to touch down for the first try of the tournament. 5-0. Kick to come to the Misfits.
Yeah, really, really great work from Mike Villalobos. He was the one that sort of was integral several times through those phases, working really well with Dite, but Jonathan Taylor manages to finish it off in the corner. Great stuff from those guys. Great start for the Misfits men.
Yeah, a lot of possession, good width on the field, good structure. Like what I see from the Misfits right now,
Yeah, they've got some danger men in several areas. I'm really excited to see Jareen George back out there. He didn't get any game time with Trinidad and Tobago recently. Kicks good from Villalobos. But Jareen George had sort of out of the game a little bit this last year or so. I know that his wife had a baby, so he's back in the game, I guess, at this point. So great to see him out there, a young talent from Trinidad and Tobago, still probably only in his early 20s, can't be even 21 at this point. But
says in his notes that everything he does is for his daughter, so
absolutely.
Out here playing for his family. Misfits to get us underway again. Restart coming here at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. Nice high hanging kick from the Misfits, well taken by one of the Jockeys players. Jockeys move that one across field. Wakwa initiated that. Nice little step to the inside from the Jockeys. Good defense swarming in from the Misfits. Able to recycle at their own 22. They've got 2 runners out wide here. They've got some space. If they can just pin this defender and move it back around. Little pass over the top. Referee on the spot there. It wasn't a forward pass. Sorry, it was a forward pass. But the Misfits are going to be able to recover on this one. Going to have to reset and get their structure back. Opportunity to go up by 2 tries here if they work well. Possession has been strong for this team in these opening minutes. Down the side, the race is on. The Misfits are going. They're going to get a second one. That is Ayumalan, excuse me. Mispronounced that name. We've got a lot of names to remember this weekend, Gav, so we got to work our way into it. Great try.
Hey, yeah, I'll have a bash at that one. Oyim Honalan. Not. Thanks very much for that last name.
Yeah.
Not a commentator's nightmare.
Ayumalan.
But a great try.
Great try. We'll get the names when we go. We have 14 teams. We got all the names last night, so you have to bear with us as we ease into it in this beautiful island.
This guy is Oyam Hanlan. All the way from Nigeria by way of California, more recently. But hey, some serious stuff from Misfits men. They're not playing around. This Jockeys team, I think, coming into this tournament feeling pretty confident. But
that's a statement by this Misfits team.
Absolutely,
unquestionably.
14-0 to the Misfits at this point. Not a bad start at all. First game of the Grenada Rugby World Sevens tournament. Welcome to the beautiful National Cricket Stadium. For those just tuning in.
After this, we're going to have Find Rugby Now versus the Butcher Sevens. English versus primarily Welsh team. Then the Lion Sevens versus Atlantis. And then we will move into the women's divisions for the first part of the day. We have 7 of each. Coming back across are the Jockeys. Jockeys looking for some space. Need to get some points on the board before the halftime. Nice little step there. That's the Belgian-born Ukwakwa. Little room opens up. Good defense coming in, but roll away to the Misfits. Ball doesn't go to hand. Gonna have to do a little bit more work here, but high tackle advantage coming. Referee David right on the spot there. Gonna whistle that one up. Players have not retreated. Or player didn't take it from the mark, it looks like.
A little bit ahead of himself there, but they'll get themselves back underway.
Ukwakwa moves that one out. Nice step around the outside for the Jockeys. That speed you cannot coach. Player coasts his way around, headed towards the try zone. The Jockeys get themselves on the board. A great try by the men from Saratoga. Nice work out to the wing there. We'll get that jersey number for you. Very beautiful jerseys, but hard to read at the moment on this Saratoga Jockeys team. As it's David Snyder from Saranac Lake, New York, plays for the Mountaineers. Puts through that conversion. Saranac Lake, home of one of the largest rugby tournaments in America, in the United States, as you know, Gav. 104 teams up there every
That's a
summer.
A logistical nightmare, but they always pull it off.
Not surprisingly, the biggest financial weekend in Saranac Lake in their year, Lake Placid, Saranac Lake. But anyway, try on the board, well converted, 7 points for the Jockeys. They have cut this lead down. We are on the move once again. Time winding down in the first half. Little chip forward. Well received, but knocked on eventually. Double knock-ons, and that's going to be halftime. 14-7. The Misfits lead the Saratoga Jockeys. Momentum moving towards the jockeys at the moment, Gav.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves in the game. Great stuff. They've got to really work hard with this team coming from mostly the Caribbean. Misfits have got wheels. There's no doubt about it. They've got some speed there. They look pretty organized. They're taking their time defensively. They're not burning themselves out early, which sometimes looks a little passive, but it seems to be working, and they've maintained control of the game so far. But don't count Saratoga jockeys out. They've got there's a few bits of armor in the cabinet there that they can pull out. I was just looking down, and a friend of mine, Claudius Turbo Pubian, South Florida boy, played against him a couple of times and coached him not too long ago. Plays for Soul Flow in one of the newer teams in South Florida. He's a handy little player. He's putting himself about, trying to make his way into the pro leagues.
SoFlo standing for South Florida, obviously.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, SoFlo. Yeah, they're a great set of kids in that sort of Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. Really trying to grow the rugby in the urban areas of Miami. Connected a lot with Haiti as well. Haiti are trying to put a national team together. There's a massive Haitian population in the Miami area, so they're building that quite nicely. Number 9 out there is with the red headband. Keep an eye on him. He actually was with Tiger Rugby, and we were doing some tryouts there, and we stuck the GPS on him, and those numbers were buzzing.
Numbers were high. We will certainly keep an eye on the man. As we're set to get underway, Misfits are going to start us off in this second half. Reserve benches ready on both teams as this warm weather weekend goes on for a lot of folks here. It's going to be important to go to that bench at the right time. Nice high kick. However, just going to find the 10 meters after a little bounce. Picked up quickly by the Misfits. They can turn around that momentum very early in this second half. They got runners out wide. They've got numbers out there if they can get it. Have done, but the defense closing down just a touch there as the ball up into the hands of Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor takes 2.5 to take him down. He is safely taking the ball back, moved across the field by Villalobos. They're going to head back in this direction. Player just shaking people off. Nice work there. That looked like Mark Phillips. The referee is going to come for an offsides penalty against the Saratoga Jockeys. Opportunity here for the Misfits. And they're going to go quick. Off they go to the right-hand side. There's some space opening up. Try line beckoning. Over the try line they go. Referee and assistant referee are going to have a little word here.
Looks good. I think they've agreed. So Shaquille Dite dotting it down. The space just opened up for him. Made it look easy, but the jockey's defense a little bit discombobulated and not stepping up together and leaving that gaping space for Dite to shoot through. You can't give him too much space. He's a dangerous player. He was in Mexico just a couple of weeks ago with Trinidad and Tobago on the international tournament over there with Rugby Americas North. Great tournament that weekend. Dite proving himself very capable once again.
That kick does not make it, so we're going to be at 19-7. The Misfits lead. And we'll have the restart here. Going to come up for Mark Phillips. Plays for the Detroit Tradesmen, Captain Sevens for Jamaica.
That's where I've seen him before. He comes down to that beach tournament that we have down in Hollywood, Florida, with the Detroit guys. There's an excellent set of guys from Detroit coming down to the beach in Hollywood, Florida every year.
Nice take from the jockeys up ahead there, but we're going to come back for a free kick.
Yeah, it didn't make 10 yards.
Is it?
Yeah, he jumped. It was outside the 10, and he jumped through and caught it on the other side of the line.
Jockeys going to go quick. They have the ball. They need some points on the board immediately. They go to the danger man out wide. A couple of good steps there. A little spin move. This is some agility on show early here in the morning.
Malik Bryant.
Malik Bryant. Already scored a try. Sorry, I was just looking for the name there. In the wrong place, getting my morning started, but a forward pass is going to stop that. We're going to come back here for a scrum to the Misfits just inside their 40-meter line. Malik Bryant, second year playing rugby, playing for the Denver Barbarians. Do you know him? He's a Port Charlotte, Florida boy.
I'm trying to look at him. I'm trying to see him now. Such a distance. He looks familiar. I'm trying to figure out if I've...
I only know players by how they run, so I don't think I've seen him play before, or I would have been pretty sure who he was. But nice opportunity here for the Misfits. Kill a little time with that. Good scrum comes in. We're going to go back, knocked on under the pressure. It will be Saratoga Jockeys' ball just inside the 40-meter line of the Misfits, just what the Jockeys needed.
Yeah, no, they've got to put a little bit of pressure on Misfits here, get that ball in play. They've got a little time to rack a couple up if they work quickly, but there's got to be a sense of urgency. But there we go. Goes the other way.
Referee has a different idea. We're going to see what the call is. May just shot out there, but referee Hugh David right on the spot for that. We're loath to criticize referees.
Especially because one's sitting behind us watching us talk.
Not supposed to give away my inside joke.
Heavy breathing behind us.
Again, that one comes out. Third time, maybe a charm here. We'll see.
We would hope so. Some possession here would be great.
Good drive comes in there, gets scooped up by the Misfits, and away they are. This could be a major moment in the game. Could absolutely seal it for them. Ball gets shipped off to Villalobos, the Mexican player, 34 years old.
Yeah, Villalobos, I came across him a couple of years ago playing for Mexico. Now he's playing his rugby up north in the USA. Great little player and part of that Mexico organization that's really growing very well throughout the whole country, youth development, and they had a fantastic tournament a couple of weeks ago. The only one they didn't win was the men's competition, but they won the under-18s boys, under-18s girls, the women's tournament, and then Mexico men were pipped by Jamaica.
Villalobos, U19 for the USA before shifting to Mexico. Played for Serpientes. Nice high kick there, but is not going to make it. So that is 24-7. Misfits to kick off here. Just about 1 quarter left in this game. Some subs coming in. First for the Misfits, Kareem Brown, Grenadian native here. Ball down to the Jockeys. Jockeys get it to one of their danger men. Oh, looking again. They come out wide. This is the speedster, the man of the moves. Can they get him in a touch? They have done. Great work to get Malik Bryant into touch. Good defensive work from the Misfits.
Yeah, they could be really dangerous together between Turbo and Malik. That's two really serious sprinters, and it's not just the straight line speed. They love the sidestep. If you can give them a half inch, they're going to go score on a regular basis.
Line out to the Misfits. Referee thought for a second about a not straight, but he's going to let the play on here. Just inside their own half, the Misfits. Got a numbers advantage out on this side if they can make it work. A little dummy switch, ball to the wing. See what they can make happen here. Oyumlin wriggles out of a few, and Oyumlin is headed towards the line. Looking at the try line, and scoring he is. The 26-year-old touches down again. More points for the Misfits.
Aye. We'll call him I because that's his first name, but fantastic stuff. It's all about power, right, with this guy. Big, strong man. Gets himself a good 40-yard try there. Dots it down nicely in the corner.
6'2", 225. Good size for a sevens player. If they make the finals, that's when I'm going to use his name perfect.
Yeah. I think I will work perfectly for us in the meantime.
And that's what he's making the defense say. I'll show myself out. Missed kick there, and that's the game as the Misfits take the first one over the Saratoga Jockeys. Coming up next, we're going to have Find Rugby Now is going to play the Butcher Sevens. We'll just lay out for a second and come back with that action in just a moment.
Find Rugby Now.
Two runners out wide. They get it one of the big units. Big fella will keep moving forward on that one. Gets that ball back across field. They come. They've got this set up. They've got the numbers advantage. They can make it work quickly enough. Little chip over the top. Looking for the kick pass. Kick pass goes to hand, and that's the man, Curtis Davies. Davies gets the ball up there. Bevan J. Little wrap around there. Just had a knock-on phoned in for us as we're going to come back for a scrum here at this beautiful cricket oval. Change coming in for Find Rugby Now right away. That's Scipio.
So referee Eamon in the middle there. And a couple of beers with him last night. He resisted the temptation to stay out late, as he is a high-performance referee.
You resisted the urge to stay out late. Fairly impressive.
Never happened.
As we get ready to come down again here, it is a Find Rugby Now, ready to put this ball in. Free kick, scrum off offense there from Butcher. Here comes a Find Rugby Now. Just going to reset this one with some power or throw a wandering offload that's not really going to go to anyone. The ball pops up to Rory Naylor, but player hits him on the ground, and Raza, British and Australian dual citizen, plays for Mothers Rugby in the MLR's Old Glory Academy. Mothers Rugby being his university. Nice step there from Find Rugby Now. Ball's gone back. Referee's fine with it. Referee Sayer says play on. Little scramble here for Find Rugby Now. Running across the field, running out of some options. Moving way too far backwards. Eventually, good collision comes. The runner takes in two people. They're going to move that one away to Naylor again. Good defense coming in from Butcher. Wide they go. Little step up the middle of the field. Can he break those tackles? He cannot, and just passes it off to one of the Butcher players. But Find Rugby Now able to hold on to this one. And this may be the break that's coming after a little scattered play. Find Rugby Now dashing towards the line. Great work from Find Rugby Now. That's Harry Spires. British citizen came down. Plays for Swanage and Wareham RFC.
Yeah, interesting set of guys they've got with Find Rugby Now. Just got a couple of Trinidadians, you've got a couple of Brits, you've got a Texan in amongst there. So it's an interesting, and even Devin Wheatman from New Zealand also out there, the number 8. Interesting mix. Looks like a solid team though, really working well together and finding their feet.
Yeah, you know,
quickly.
these guys have just been here for a couple days, really playing together, a lot of them, so you have to get there. And I do have to note, as, you know, everybody put down their country except for the man from Texas. He didn't put he's American. He said he's from Texas.
No, it's a different country. Texas is definitely an individual entity, let's call it.
Yep. As we roll on towards halftime, we're going to have a guest from Pure Grenada, the Grenada Tourism Authority, here to talk about all of the great things that are happening. Little chip forward there from Butcher. Ball comes down. Tied Zero is looking for it, but not going to happen, and that's going to bring us to halftime with.
Okay, big thank you to Ian Jeffrey and Paul Murphy, coming from Scotland and Ireland, respectively.
So while we are waiting at halftime here, we have Nicoyan. We met last night at the nice function up at the golf club here in Grenada from the Grenada Tourism Authority, Pure Grenada. What a beautiful island. I am enjoying my stay. Tell us a little about what you guys do.
Thank you. At the Grenada Tourism Authority, and a big shout out to our team, we're responsible for managing all of the travel and tourism assets in our beautiful Tri-Island state and marketing those to the world. So welcome to our listening audience all over the globe. We're so excited to be hosting the inaugural Grenada Rugby World Sevens in the Grenada National Stadium here today.
It is fantastic. I flew in yesterday from the New York area. Just a very smooth flight, very welcome when I got here. Lush green, beautiful beaches. I fell in love immediately when I landed. Tell us why people should come to Grenada.
Well, if you're into chasing waterfalls, we have 15 plus, from very easy hikes to extremely challenging hikes, and they are fantastically beautiful. We have beaches, like you said, over 45 white sand, powdery. You enter the water, you can see your toes. The water is pristine, and in 45 minutes you can drive from our beaches into the rainforest in Grenada, where you can see the Mona monkey, and in Grenada, the only Caribbean island where you can see the Mona monkey. If you go to West Africa, you may be able to see them. So we are very proud of our environment, our ecotourism treasures. Our people are focused on the fact that we're small. We're a small island developing state. So we take care of our environment. We have nesting leatherback turtles, which are endangered. In some places of the world, they are extinct. You can come to Grenada and see them every year nesting and hatching, laying their eggs so that the hatchlings can go back into the water. We have 7 beaches in Grenada, actually, where we have the nesting female leatherback turtles. In Carriacou, the Isle of Reefs, and Grenada, we have over 40 dive sites, including the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C from the Costa Lines that sank in October 1961 with her bow at 100 feet below sea level. And that's one of our amazing dives that you can do. And we do have beginner dives as well. We have the world's first underwater sculpture park, not to be missed. In all of these treasures, you have to eat, right? Absolutely. Everybody's a foodie. So you can go from seafood, lobster, shrimp, to our national dish, the oil down. We have chocolate, exotic, rich, dark chocolate made with Trinitario cocoa. So you can come to Grenada, you can visit Belmont Estate, you can visit the Juve, the Diamond Chocolate Factory, where you can get the Juve chocolates. We have about 5 or 6 chocolate producers on island. Rich, dark, exotic rums, white rums as well. Distilleries on island. Grenada Distillers, Wester Hall, River Antoine, Renegade Rums.
That's fantastic. You've hit all the notes for me. You've hit chocolate, you've hit rum, you've hit the oil down, which I have yet to have. What a beautiful country. We're just going to step for a second here. Ryan Davies has scored for Butchers. They pull a little further ahead, the Butcher Sevens. Looking great out here. But let's talk about this tournament just a little bit. This is the first international rugby game, frankly, an international tournament here in Grenada. But as you said, this isn't going to be the last.
Certainly not. We have a commitment from our Minister for Sports, Youth and Culture, the Honorable Ron Redhead. Big shout out, Minister Redhead. You declared the games open this morning, and both yourself and our chairman, Randall Darland, made a commitment that this international rugby tournament will be on our calendar annually, our sports tourism calendar, and so we look forward to seeing all the teams in December next year.
And I will be back if they'll have me because it's so enjoyable. I'll make sure and push out a little more time. I only have a few days this year, but I'll make sure to get it on my calendar for something really, really special next year. Where can people go before we let you go to find out more about travel to Grenada and what to do when you're here?
You can definitely visit our interactive website, and that is the 3Ws.puregrenada.com. All of the events, the activities, the hotels, everything. And I left the best for last. We have fantastic, warm, hospitable people waiting to greet you and show you around, so come on down.
I can vouch for that hospitality. Nikion, thanks so much. Come back anytime you want during the weekend. There are going to be a lot of people from different countries coming in. We'd love to spread the message about with this beautiful Spice Isle. Very much enjoying it so far. Let's get back to the rugby action. Underway again, we are Find Rugby now. A little bit under the cosh at the moment here, Gav. They got to get something moving pretty quick. Butcher ahead in this one, but look at the Jets are on here, and the big break comes. Running across they are. Here comes Find Rugby now. FRN under the posts, and try awarded. That is what they needed to get things going. Player looking to come from the back there. That's Connor Foster. Melton Mowbray and Loughborough RFC. Played for the Wimbledon Sevens. And touches that one down. Good work there for Find Rugby now.
Yeah, Loughborough, not a bad rugby club to be playing for. One of the top rugby academies in the UK. So there's plenty of talent on this squad.
By Elaine Gelman. Giving good rugby opportunities to everybody they can find. Restart underway here for Find Rugby now. Well taken. That's by Thomas Richards. Little tussle there at the breakdown. It's going to be a penalty. Referee Sayers. Find Rugby now. Good opportunity here. Good defense from Butcher. Player looks to the left, but there's only one Find Rugby now member out there. Another big break on this angling run. Great work and good luck they've had. That scored there. It looks like Rory Naylor.
Yeah, fantastic. He spotted the gap, pinned his ears back, and off he was to the races. Dotting another one down for Find Rugby now. British and Australian dual citizenship for the youngster. Plays his rugby at Old Glory under 23s academy.
Certainly had a good day today, a good morning so far. He's got a couple to go. Kick is just going to slide to the right of the post there, just falls short. Time winding down here in the second half.
Christopher Hudson not managing to get the kick over. Difficult angle. But great to have the tourism board in here, chatting a little bit about Grenada.
We had a nice long talk last night. I've been given a number of places to go. A number of things to see while I'm down here. I've already seen those white sandy beaches.
Michael Sapio getting himself in trouble there. Contact in the air.
Yeah, just a bit of a mistake from the Find Rugby now player. A little mistimed. Butcher ball back in hand, which is what they want. Joel Rakes, Wales U18s and Wales students player. Curtis Davies. Davies moves it across field.
Some legitimate quality players on these fields this weekend.
This tournament always brings them out in its new home, Grenada. No different. Good defensive attempt there, but a Butcher Sevens reserve coming off the bench to make a big impact.
Taylor Hart there looks like he could be a danger man as well.
Ball out from Butcher. Good quick work there. Out wide. Thomas Richards looking at the corner. Richards starting to stumble a little bit. He can just pass that ball back, but he does have a couple of runners with him. Stepping back inside there is Rakes. Rakes moves that ball away. That's Garrett Workman from Brecken. Touches down, and Butcher finds the try zone one more time. Great work there.
Yeah, no, interesting. The big Joshua Seachin from Trinidad and Tobago, the number 2 for Fine Rugby now, really laying in some big hits on those boys. If you want to score against them, you're going to have to work hard, and you're going to wake up bumped and bruised the next morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, Sevens is getting more physical all the time.
Well, you'll notice that some of the guys, they're not all that sort of tall, slender athlete. A lot of these guys are, look more like flankers nowadays. Even some of the very athletic-looking props are playing the game as well. Because you've got that, if they're shorter and stockier, sometimes that change of direction and low center of gravity is as useful as the long-rangey sprinter, right? Not everybody needs to look like Usain Bolt. Some of these guys have got some different tools that they can use that are still very useful to create gaps.
After this matchup, we just have a player getting attended to. We're going to have Atlantis, a USA-based touring side, taking on the Lion Sevens in our third men's match of the morning. Following that, we're going to switch to the women's division. All the action is going to be on this field today. Dallas RFC versus Phoenix RFC, followed by the Find Rugby Now's women's team and the Atlantis women's team. And then Rugby Quebec versus the Lioness Sevens. And it looks like the referee has just whistled for the end of the game. And that's the end of that one. And I am going to hand over the play-by-play microphone to the great Gavin McLevy and switch to adding what little bit of knowledge I can for the next one.
No, mate, great stuff. Great having you out here as well. Lovely to see you down in the Caribbean, mate. I can't keep it all to myself, I got to share the Caribbean wealth every so often with you boys up north. Feel like I hog it. I get all of the southern gigs. You can keep the snow.
Yeah, I've been in some cold weather over the last few weeks, but it's all good. But this is really good.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So this will be fun, guys. Atlantis using Roman numerals, so not only have I got to try and remember all of this, but then actually try and figure out what number they are.
I will help as best I can off the monitor here.
A couple of familiar names on the team sheets here.
Atlantis, founded by Emil Cygnus, the godfather of sevens in the United States, and an absolutely wonderful treasure of a human being.
And they're going to get us underway. That's Atlantis. Short kick. It's creeping towards the 10. And there it is. It's alive. Does he take it? No. Smart play, though. Just waiting for it to cross that line. That's Goggs, the referee. Goggs Galasham from Scotland.
Gordon Galashan.
Call him by his Christian name, not his nickname. Not his nickname that I made up at the pub.
Tough start there from Atlantis, Gavin. That's not what they wanted on an opening
kickoff,
is to knock that one down and hand over possession. But good work here
for the early start for them. But we're looking good. Lions men on the attack, breaking through to the 40 of Atlantis, getting in the territory. That's Lion in the white and light blue kit on the right-hand side of your screen. Atlantis in the multicolored turquoise and pink. But here goes Lions out on that top side. Skips past Son at the 22. And he's going to go all the way around the corner. Manages to dot one down to get Lions started.
Yeah, that's great work there from this Lion Rugby team. That's Max Trimble from Nottingham putting that one down. But team speed right there for that Lion Rugby Sevens early on was pretty impressive. They knew what they were trying to do. They got the ball moved quickly. They got it in and out of the breakdowns quickly. And ball was off to the right on that edge. Just great team speed there at the breakdown and in general passing and footwork, obviously.
Yeah, turning nothing into something's sometimes the main skill in this game, right? You've got to, if you can draw in a couple of defenders and then try and skip it out wide. There's usually a space. That's the beauty of sevens, plenty of space. And if you've got speed out there, and that kick's no good, goes across the face of the goal. So it'll stay at 5 points for the Lions men. Looks like the majority of their guys are from the UK. A couple of South Africans thrown in there. Hartbury University, Cardiff, Manly Marlin. Some great squads these players have got some history with.
It's going to be very important here for this Atlantis team to really get moving. That, you know, their first opportunity obviously didn't go 10. They really need some possession, get some points on the board quick.
Absolutely, yeah. They've been strangled a little bit with possession, but now they've got some. The step inside, looking outside. Pass was covered. Big counter ruck coming in from Lions. Atlantis feeling a bit of pressure here, squeezed inside their 22, but now it looks like there's a bit of space on this near side. Bit of goose step. Skips over one. He's broken the 40. Offload on the inside. There's a chase on. It's going to be tight. That's the number 2, Brian Keown. Manages to respond for Atlantis in a nice, favourable position for that kick.
Keown on the spot there, the Schuylkill River player, went to University of South Carolina, the Gamecocks. But the big run and the big move came from Jake Fury from Morris Rugby, high school All-American Sevens team member. Played a little bit with Rugby New York in Major League Rugby and just showed the power that he can add from the Furies, a great rugby family. His sister played in the World Cup.
Okay, Tess Fury, right?
Yes.
Yeah, found it fantastic.
Wonderful family.
Yeah. And looks like that kick's good as well, so the Atlantis will nudge themselves in front. Good response, timely. First real possession for Atlantis, and they managed to get on the board, so they'll be happy with that. Not a bad response at all.
They'll want to sort out this kick, of course. Coach Chris Pudge Ryan, working with the Atlantis women's team, calls it the coach killer when you make a good play and then nothing happens, but we have a knock on there.
That was threatening to be a bit short again. They got away with it that time. The Lions receiver just nudging it forward.
And a referee, Gordon Galoshin-Gog, is going to get him set down. Interesting fact about that man, for all you NFL fans, his cousin is the punter for the New York Giants, the Scottish Hammer.
Oh,
Jamie
that's
Gillan.
right. That's true enough. I remember that last time we were. That's very true. So this will be an Atlantis put in just on the 5, just shy of the halfway line. Manages to get away. Lions defense coming up quite quickly. Squeeze them into their own half.
Good defensive pressure here from Lion. Right from the scrum, there was pressure coming in the scrum. The scrum half put pressure on his opposite number, made it a little harder for him to get it out, making Atlantis work for this.
Nice little inside ball there. The defense came across well, though. Looking for the overlap, Atlantis. He's going forward. Looks for the looping pass, which was a mistake. That's the Lions too. Aaron Watkins running away with it. Plays his rugby at Richmond over in the UK.
And one of the key creators of Lion Rugby, actually, is Aaron Watkins.
So Atlantis come away with it now. They're all packed in on this near side. It's very much go forward rugby. They're not looking for width until now. Again, chipped through. And another one scooped up. This time Lions, number 7.
I was about to call that a silly kick to Atlantis, but I didn't realize they had advantage down there. So had a free play, open opportunity, tried to move it, but...
One of the things I noticed these last couple of weeks with the sevens, a lot of teams are beginning to kick during play, which I know is not common in sevens. Oh, that one's gone straight out the back. So it'll take them all the way back.
I was that's a bit curious. I'm sure he must have been just kicking for touch there and just skewed it pretty badly on that one, but...
Yeah, I was just saying one of the things that came up in these last couple of tournaments, last few weekends, is a lot of teams are trying to kick ahead at the minute that any fullback just sort of squeezes into the line. They're looking over the top, and I think that's sort of stemming from the South Africa team doing it a lot. They see it at the top, and it comes down, filters down through the tiers, right? And Lions working across. Lewis Dennett involved in a lot of the play there, but Lions steps in and steps out. Looks fantastic. Lovely little chink to get himself through. Biopello Gathalhanye.
Just call him Pello is what he says. And
Pello makes my life easier.
Pello. Gagathanye with a great one there. One of Pretoria, South Africa boy, Cardiff Uni. And he just saw that vision, footwork, and space with acceleration to boot. And right over the try line he goes.
Yeah, Cardiff University, one of our South Florida boys, Tommy Gallo's over there right now, so probably teammates. But nicely finished for the Lions team, getting themselves ahead at the end of that first half. Here in beautiful Grenada, the National Cricket Stadium. Make sure if you're watching these games, ladies and gentlemen, rugby fans, forward it to your friends and family around the world. Make sure that they know that there's some fantastic rugby going on this weekend. We'll be here all day today and tomorrow. Friday and Saturday competition for your entertainment.
Certainly is. This is a beautiful stadium. Will be filling up as the weekend goes along. Grenada Tourism has done a lot of work promoting this around the island.
Yeah, I think they were pretty keen when they heard that this opportunity was available to host the tournament, and the stadium was available. I think that opportunity was snapped up pretty quickly. Always good to have 100 or so thirsty rugby people.
It certainly helps.
It's a fun tournament, but a lot of these teams do take it very seriously. It's a great opportunity for them to get some exposure. A lot of these players are in teams where they're trying to make their way in the professional world of rugby, so it's that step up.
You learn how to play on the road. You learn how to play with new players. It is very beneficial for a lot of these guys as they're looking to further that rugby career.
And getting exposure to maybe different coaches. Some really good quality coaches out here as well. That come to these tournaments. Maybe if they're not quite on national team circuits with the places like Dubai Sevens, they host these kind of things, and you can get some really great exposure in front of some good coaches and more knowledge, you know. So Lions are going to get us back underway in just a moment, and the kickoff comes to Atlantis. Slightly deeper kick, lands almost at the 22, well taken. Finally brought down. Atlantis working to the top side. Going through the hands. Quick pressure from Lions. Up in their face, right again at the 22. No forward movement here.
Even though Atlantis took down that ball, Gagathanye, again, just pressure on that kickoff. Really, really showing how important he's going to be to this Lion team going forward in this tournament. Loose
pass there, so back in Lions' possession. Support arriving a little bit late. Manages to get there. Just worked out for them. Looking for the inside ball. That's Watkins again. Looping pass over the top. Manages to find Lions' hands. He slipped through the 22. Amazing drag down tackle. Great work from Atlantis.
Lewis Dennett thought he was in for all money right there, Gav.
Absolutely. He's probably a couple of broken fingernails in that tackle, though.
Yeah, that penalty had to come right there. Atlantis player just diving down on the ball.
Lions working across. Ball's dropped again. This time it's going to go the way of Atlantis. Little knock on. Just a little rusty, these guys. A little bit uncoordinated within themselves. Looking for those switch plays. Not pulling it off in the middle of the field.
Right at the beginning of the first try they scored, I was saying how they were playing so well together as a team, and just little things have crept in, you know, playing just a little less as a team.
Yeah.
From time to time is Lion. They can just move that ball and use their supporting players.
Very,
very strong.
That gelling will come throughout the weekend as they get a couple of games under their belt, and you really see it come together day two for sure. So Atlantis inside their 22, feeling a bit of pressure. Nice little pop-up pass there. Steps inside. Aggressive to the ground. Atlantis with the advantage. Looking for the inside ball. Matty Core from West Palm Beach, Florida. Supporting as well. Little pop-over basketball pass. Looking to get some support, and it's finally coming back after being shoved back a good 5-6 yards.
Nearly handed forward there, so lucky to get away with it.
Atlantis taking their time, probing, looking for an attack point. Down at the 22. Gone to the short side. He looks lonely up there, so he's coming back in. Core taking his time, the Jamaican international player. Lions doing a really great job of just shutting the door every time Atlantis turn around. Powerful player, Matty Core. If he's one-on-one with you, you're going to end up on the floor. Nudge forward there from Atlantis, and it's now in the hands of the Lions again.
Lions tried to kick that one forward off that little Atlantis mistake there. Just a bit too wide on that pass. But the kick doesn't go through. They're going to come back for the scrum.
Atlantis 7 coming on. Joseph Smith. Rest a few of the boys early. This game is it's made for athletes, so you've got to get that oxygen in and use those substitutes as often as possible. You might play 4, 5, 6 games over 2 days. Doesn't seem like a lot, 7-minute halves, but that's a big toll on the body over a period of a weekend.
And that 7 minutes can feel like the longest 7 minutes of your life.
I think I played sevens rugby for a minute and a half in my life, and it was the best minute and a half of my life, but never again. Won't do it to myself. But Lions with the ball now on their 50. Working with depth, trying to spread it across, finding gaps on this near side. There's the ball inside. You've got to start working across again, Lions. Playing smart, but they're playing backwards. Looks like there's a bit of space there. There's 3v1 at the top, but again, forced back inside. Taking their sweet time to work across, and a confusion in the middle. So Atlantis hacking ahead here. It's inside the 22. Lions defense chasing back. They've managed to get the ball back in possession.
Avery smiles. Tyson gun back on that one.
He's managed to get some good yards, looks to the outside, and again, Lions coming back in. Supports all nice and organized. Atlantis got a quick tap and go here. Pass out the back door. Lions get it back now. Real end-to-end stuff back and forth between these two teams. There's already some tired bodies out there. Hands on the head, hands on the hips.
Not 10 there against Lion. It was pretty close. They were working their way back, but cagey by the Atlantis runner to just get that guy drawn in on defense.
Atlantis stacked up here, all behind each other. There's no width to their game at this moment. Wanted to try play through the middle a little bit. Going the short side. Looking for the offload. It doesn't come. And he's found a little spot through the gap. He's jinked through. Can he dot it down? Yes, he can. Atlantis on the board. Just playing Route 1 rugby. No width to them.
That ties us up right in front of the post here.
Atlantis with the opportunity to add a couple more. Taking his time, getting some water in. It's hot out there. It doesn't look like much, but it's very, very humid in this island. Kick's good. So Atlantis will go ahead to 14-12 over the Lions. But yeah, really humid out there. I'm thankful that we're in the up in the bird box here and with the AC, because that humidity out there, even last night, came down pretty heavy. The rain. It's a jungle atmosphere here on the beautiful island of Grenada.
Absolutely beautiful. A little bit of rain yesterday, a little bit of rain this morning. It's supposed to clear up, be mostly cloudy, which would be a little bit of help for the players. Humidity and sun to be a little tough.
Absolutely. Some of the more local players, the Caribbean-based players, will enjoy it. It's their normal day, but that's the the advantage that they may have over some of the imports. Some of the American boys and the British players coming in for this. Loving the fact that each of these teams have got a bit of a mix of nationalities as well. It really makes it a very, very diverse and interesting competition.
I just love that. I've said this many times, but I heard a soccer coach actually talk one time about bringing in an international mix and just making soup. You take a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this, and you make something that's really, really good.
Yep.
And that's what these teams are trying to do.
Yeah, some really good quality flavour. That's for sure. So Watkins working up this top side. Perlo. He's a dangerous player. Lions looking. They see the numbers on the top side. There could be an advantage. They've split them. He's working really. He's only got one man to beat. He's got a lot of work to do. Support's arriving for him. Great little tackle there by the covering fullback for Atlantis, allowing his defense to come back. And they're getting back in numbers. Lions still with the ball at the 22. They've got space on this top side. He shows, he goes. Can he go all the way on his own? Yes, he can. Tom Derrick manages to get over for the Lions and brings them right back into this game.
The former England Uni-7s and England 7s player with the Worthington Raiders not only has a great haircut, but busts through there and touches down to try. Looking good.
Nothing better than a mullet, mate. Love it. Sexiest man on the park already just with that mullet.
Fantastic.
From Brighton, England. Lovely part of the country.
This may be end of game here as they pull ahead. You see the Atlantis player is not in too much of a hurry to get out of the way.
That'll do it. The kick's no good, but the game is over. So at the death, Lions take that one 17-14 over Atlantis. Atlantis looked like they were in control for a moment there, but slipped away at the last moment. Congratulations, Lions. We're going to be back in just a few seconds with the first women's game of the day. It's going to be Dallas RFC against Phoenix, the well-traveled Phoenix team. Very successful with A.L. Hakim from South Florida. Give us just 30 seconds. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, straight back into it, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Phoenix against Dallas right now. Dallas in the red and white. Phoenix in the black kit. Phoenix always very successful. Wherever they travel, they're always winning trophies. Always chasing that prize money. Dallas women's in possession right now. Good pressure from Phoenix. Some experienced players on both sets of these squads. And this found a space early. Phoenix dashing through. That's the number 2 for Phoenix. Caitlin Edwards managed to dot down the first one.
She was a collegiate national champion in 7s, was Caitlin Edwards, originally from Perth, Western Australia. Dots that one down and just spotted some space in the defense there. Dallas coach Dirk Lawrence let us know earlier this week a couple players couldn't make it, so they were just traveling a little bit light. The players, great attitude, ready for a fun day, but 7-0 to Phoenix.
Okay, Phoenix gets them underway one more time. This time a little bit deeper onto the opposite side. Dallas looking to work around the outside, isolated and pushed out. Phoenix in control. Looking strong, this Phoenix team. Again,
Dallas just needs to, play to their strengths. You can see they have some good size, some good tough players out there. So maybe just a little bit tighter.
Yeah, rather than running around the outside, let them maybe go through the middle. They'll find some more traction there. They may not have the speed. Got to use your strength, like you said. Phoenix with the ball now. The 40, working this near side. Morgan Freeman looking for the loop around. Good step inside. Manages to fend one off. Freeman takes it away now. Morgan Freeman from the UK, living in South Florida nowadays, dots one down quickly. She was on the England youth system for a while with women's before moving over to the US.
Played with Lindenwood University, won the CRCs. Very, very good program. Gotten to call a couple of their finals in the CRCs. That's the Collegiate Rugby Championship in the USA.
Oh, they're not having that one. Okay, interesting. We've got to pull it back. Maybe there was a knock on there, was there?
Yeah,
Sorry,
like
I
there
missed
was a
that.
little forward pass in there at earlier on. I thought they had just, referee John had just let it go, but it's going to be Dallas ball.
Scrappy there, but Dallas come away with it. They're crossing the 22. This is where I think they can do some damage, going through the middle. Held up for a maul there. A little bit of progress, but slowing down now. And it is, so that will go way of Phoenix.
Good work there by Phoenix to match that strength from the Dallas team. Just holding them up there, forcing the ball back to their side.
Got to look to rip to ground. If you find yourself in that position, you've got to be aggressive to get down quickly. A bit more experience in this Phoenix team, I feel. Nice little switch play. Steps one, goes past another. She's found another space. Can't catch the number on that one. What a great try. Taylor White.
Well, I thought it was Kate Davis. We'll get a number on the back of that jersey in a second.
Is it 1 or a 7?
It's a 1. Sorry, Taylor White. You're absolutely correct. From Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, great speed. Sees the gap and shoots through quickly.
Okay, great work by her right there. So here, just use that speed, get around, no problem. Under the look of the defender there.
Yeah, I think Dallas panicked a little bit when they saw that switch play on and then overshot the tackles, and then she just stepped inside to go through. Phenomenal.
14-0. Phoenix in the lead here. Looking very strong in this first game, Gavin.
Absolutely.
A couple of these teams, we've seen, obviously, it was the first women's game of the day. We've seen some teams make some pretty good statements.
Yeah. No, you never know what you've got until they're actually on the field, because, again, you're pulling teams together. Do they gel quickly? How much time have they had to work out together? I know I saw the Phoenix women, was it last night, basically, is the first time they got together. Most of them flew in yesterday morning, by the looks of it. Gelling pretty quickly here, though.
The jerseys are just throwing me by a touch. They have the wings on them. Sometimes it looks like it's a
yeah, an extension
higher number.
Yeah, an extension of the numbers a little bit, but
all good.
Good. We'll keep battling through. Dallas with the ball now. Quick defense, quick pressure from Phoenix, causing problems for the Dallas attack. So the ball forward there. As the rain begins to come in, some serious humidity out there, so clouds have gathered. It's going to come down, make for some slippery conditions. The cricket greensman will not be happy. No, you never. Cricket greensmen are never going to be happy when there's a rugby game on their cricket field, guys.
Rugby sevens,
but we enjoy it because the facility is fantastic. Phoenix coming out top side now. The defense opens up. Phoenix going around the corner for their third try of the game.
They're coming pretty quick and pretty easy for this Phoenix team right now. Looking very, very strong.
Dallas staying positive, though. You can see good communication amongst them, trying to make sure they can make the most of this game. Many of the times for these competitions, there's maybe a stronger team, and the weaker team just have to learn, use it to develop through the weekend. Caitlin Edwards knocks one over, takes them to 21. Looking comfortable right now, Phoenix.
You can see that rain starting to come down, Gav. We'll see if this works in one team's favor.
Interesting down on the sideline there. A.L. Hakeem, the coach, and a local buddy of his from Boca Raton, Trini. Oh, big contact there for Phoenix coming away with that ball. And they're going around the side one more time. Taylor White, it looks like. She'll get her second.
Great work there. That was just commitment on that kickoff. Restart goes up. They take it down. Hard into contact and just an easy try again. They move to 26.
Yeah, so as the rain comes down, it looks like it's just that time of year. It comes down pretty hard, and 20 minutes later the sun will come out. So a nice refreshing shower for the women that are out there. So we're going to go in for the half. Dominant performance for Phoenix so far over Dallas RFC here in beautiful Grenada. 21-0 right now, as you can see on the board. El Hakim steps out to speak to his squad.
It's a good time for Phoenix to just use those substitutes, get everybody on the field, get everybody a first run in. It's a 28-0 game already.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the women Atlantis team, and Rugby Quebec is a little bit of a mystery for me. So, but I'm looking at the FRN and the Phoenix teams. They're both quite strong. So we'll see where they all place throughout this first day.
Atlantis usually brings it, and we have Quebec, we have Atlantis. There's some great women's teams here.
I think Phoenix have come to the beach tournament in Hollywood, Florida. I think they've won the women's tournament every year. I think we've done it 3 out of the last 5 years, maybe something like that. And they always come and scoop up that big check. Likes to chase the money.
Can you cash those big checks?
I think they try, but I think it's just a bank transfer.
Yes, correct.
Checks just for the photographs.
Thanks. Always wondered that.
I've got those stacked up in my house actually, so I should try and cash one of them.
Yeah, see what
I've
happens.
got 5 or 6 of them at this point, they're just in the spare room, taking up space. See if the bank will take it. As Dallas get us back underway. Phoenix trying to work to this near side. Nice little step through. Morgan Freeman with urgency, working through the middle, making the things look easy. No chase on from Dallas. Freeman dotting it down. Nobody's going to come and give her any problems. Taking the kick from outside the back end of the field.
33, 35 on offer here.
And Freeman solid with the kick. Good skill set on Morgan Freeman. I remember she came into the USA maybe 16, 17 years old into South Florida, playing at Fort Miami before she went off to university up north. Surprised she hasn't sort of made her way on towards the USA stuff, whether it be 15s or 7s. She really is a talented player. And Phoenix get us underway. This time knocked forward for the Dallas team. Phoenix taking it away. That's Kate Davis, and she's gone on her own, shooting through the middle and dotting it down quickly. There's no response right now from Dallas. Every time Phoenix had managed to scoop up the ball.
Davis from the Raleigh Venom there. Just started to go to the left, looking to pass for her teammates. Space just opened up. The defensive chain just had a break in it there. Able to slide right through and touch that one down. You see come around and just that space is wide open for her. Not enough defenders there to cover.
Kate Davis got herself into some rugby league, played for the USA Rugby League team, which I know nobody enjoys me talking about rugby league when we're watching Union Sevens, but I'm a league boy, so.
We know. You can talk about it. I'll be okay.
They want see the reaction to it is much nicer on this side of the world.
Yeah.
If I was in the UK talking about rugby league, I'd have been lynched by now. But much more open-minded over here.
We have 2 full days of talk, so I'll let you go.
All right,
We'll
you
give
let
a little
me,
bit
before you lynch me and throw me out the window. Right. Love it. All right, Phoenix. Another one out there. Dallas trying to hack it ahead. It miraculously lands in a Phoenix hands. Aggressive counter ruck, but they managed to come away with it. working to this top side now. She sees a gap. She's going on her own. She'll take the point. She's happy with that. Christina Swift. Haven't seen her for a while.
I am not sure that's Christina Swift.
You'd be more familiar.
I did some broadcast work with Christina Swift.
Right. It's not her.
A little jersey mix up there. We'll get that sorted out for you, folks.
Yeah, all the information is correct, but looks like the shirt might have been switched last minute.
Happens from time to time.
That kick, I don't think went over this time.
47.
Struggling to gather this ball in. That one goes all the way out, untouched.
Something for everyone. Something for everyone. Something for everyone.
Welcome back here to the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. John Broker with Gavin McLevy as we move into the second women's tournament game of the day. Fine Rugby now is going to be running from left to right on your screen in the black with the nice bright numbers to make us happy. And Atlantis is going to be coming from right to left on your screen, and they are going to kick this one off. Kanisha Vincent, a Caribbean-based referee, will take charge of this one. Great matchup. Both these teams pride themselves on their ball handling and, just having a really, really active team. Been raining for the last 30 minutes. That may play an effect, Gav.
Absolutely, yeah. It's make things a little greasy underfoot, but both teams pretty stacked. There's some interesting names in both of these squads, so very interesting to see how this one comes out.
Early penalty for Atlantis. They're at their own 40. A little bit narrow as they were on defense, but they're going to find some room in the middle there. Barreling their way towards the 22-meter line, but they're going to bring that back. Emily Cron was the runner there. This team coached by Chris Pudge Ryan, Steve Bowe. Nice little switch back in from Atlantis on the early move here. Getting a strong start, which will make Coach Ryan very happy, as well as the players. Across they come. Big barrel through the midfield. Tracy McLean in on that one. Off to the right-hand side they go. There's some room if they can get it out there, but no support. Players digging in there from Fine Rugby now, trying to turn this one over. But Atlantis going to come back with it. A little flat to the line there. Good defensive pressure coming in, but nice break, and they are through, and that looks like Lizzie Geary. We'll have to check that in the Roman numerals, but the Chicago North Shore player from Champaign, Illinois, dots down, and Atlantis on the board right away. Looking strong in that early exchange, Gavin.
Yeah, no, very aggressive going forward. Trying to work it more through the middle. They recognize that it's raining, keeping the ball nice and tight. Not looking for those long passes that could go wayward. And that one goes over to add the two extras. Simple stuff, just dotting it down. Breaks through the line. Very direct, route one for Atlantis at the moment with the rain coming down.
You saw good work from Fine Rugby now to really come into those breakdowns and try to put a lot of pressure on from the early going. Didn't work out for them that time, but I think we'll continue to see them contest that area as the game moves on.
Yeah, the Fine Rugby now team with Phillips and you've got a few of the George sisters. They've got some big, strong women out there that they want to get over that ball because they can contest and potentially win those battles. That could be a big part of their game, but don't discount their speed. They may be big, but there's some serious speedsters out there. Keep an eye on Carlina Phillips and Mary Roberts.
Mary Roberts.
Oof, she's phenomenal. So another level of speed.
I think we called her in one of her first international sevens tournaments, and they started calling her the Lamborghini right away.
That's true.
And it's an accurate nickname.
Yeah, she's
ball up there. Fine Rugby now. Player tackled off the ball, but the referee spots it, so we have an advantage here. Fine Rugby now. Good opportunity. They're going to go quick with this one. Nobody really moving that ball downfield. Step around there. They're looking to come out to the width with some power. Short pass there.
There's George.
Big handoff there from George. Ball back in, but knocked forward. Back into the hands of Atlantis. Whistle goes, but you saw that early power from one of the players you talked about.
Annika George seriously just handling players bumping. She's no slouch either. She must be 6'3", 6'4", something like that. I remember standing next to her one time and staring up at her. And but she can really move as well. Once she's got a bit of space in front of her, it's really complicated to bring her down.
Played in the Ireland Olympic repechage. A number of sevens tournaments out there. Plays for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Rugby Football Club.
Nicknamed Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Amazing player.
Yeah.
Great personality.
Ball just goes forward there. Good attempt. Nearly a line break for Atlantis. But Fine Rugby now trailing in the early part of this game. We'll have an opportunity here in a great attacking position. The fully open right-hand side just off your screen there. And then runners out wide. We'll see where they decide to go. Opportunity for them to really take down a little bit or not up the score altogether.
Big shove from Atlantis.
Advantage here, however, for Fine Rugby now off of that. They're just going to power their way back in. That's Charlotte Madula, Ugandan-born player. Referee Vincent doesn't see the advantage. She's going to let them play. We're going to bring it back here. The player has to take it from the mark. Sometimes a little leeway with that in sevens, but not right now.
Absolutely. Madula, massive experience, 19 years playing the game, still looking very sprightly.
Ball goes out to the wing and bounces forward, so we're going to come back here. Knocked on. Fine Rugby now has been in the Atlantis half of the field for the last couple of minutes, but can't make anything out of it. This will be an Atlantis scrum.
Over on that top side, Carolina Phillip hooking for Fine Rugby now in the middle, number 7 there. Trying to get her to come to my university. It's a bit of a task, but I think got her hooked in a little bit. We're going to work on her and see if you can come and play for St. Thomas University there in Miami.
You're a convincing man, and I love the name drop.
Got to put it out there. Publicity.
No judgment. Atlantis to put this ball in.
Oh, nice.
That one knocked down, so we're going to come back here. Knock on, creeps in there. We'll come back for a scrum to Fine Rugby now. Again inside the 40-meter line of Atlantis. As this half really wears on, this is where the short nature of the sevens game can really get you. Fine Rugby now needs to score before halftime.
Yep, this is their moment. If they can get one in now, they're still in this game. Come back out at second half with something.
Coach Ryan would prefer they don't, but Fine Rugby now on the attack. Again, next game is going to be Quebec versus the Lioness Sevens. Big drive comes in. Bit of a mess there. Ball comes back to Fine Rugby now. A little chip ahead there. Who's got the gas? Off they go. Looking to chip that one just forward was Madula. Going to come back to Fine Rugby now. All their players are stationed in this quarter of the field, so they got a little work to do as the ball just goes back over the top. Let's see if the long run can work here. A couple of stutter steps. Player pretty isolated there. They're going to have to find some teammates to come to the party. I agree with the referee there. That was a high tackle that she called, but I didn't think the player had rolled away either. Here goes Fine Rugby now. Shania Myers takes that one in. Barbadian plays for Bajan Pride. Nice work back in. Another little kick there. Player held back, but a referee not spotting it. Is this going to be a kick and a touch? It is not. It is going to roll down across the 50-meter line, and then it's a touch. Referee checks her watch as we are still at 7-0. Line out coming for Fine Rugby now. A little bit of time to play in this first half.
Charlotte Madula really looking to the chip over a couple of times. Seems to be working, at least causing problems for Atlantis. I mean, when all the doors keep getting shut, looking for that chip over. Trying to unlock this Atlantis defense, which is pretty solid. Massive counter ruck coming in earlier from Emily Cran. Ruining somebody's life. Huge hits going on out there.
Oh, big tackle comes in there from Atlantis. Ball's going to come back their way on that, but penalty for a player using their hands in there. That is one that you're going to feel for a couple of days as big Annika George works her way inside her own 50. Ball stays alive here. Fine Rugby now really having some trouble. Contest to break down for Atlantis. And Atlantis on the big break. Atlantis, one player to beat. She's got the short, she's got the jersey. Taken down just before the try line. Powering their way over is the Atlantis team. We'll get that number for you. Believe that was Ronnie Hauk, but I have to do my Roman numeral conversion here from the Tempe women's rugby team.
But really physical, this Atlantis team. A couple of big tackles, couple of big counter rucks. Was one, a secondary one in the middle of the park there. Just earth shaker. Absolutely brilliant stuff to regain possession from Fine Rugby. And that, for me, that's been the difference maker right now. That's the reason Atlanta, they're just more aggressive at the counter ruck. And Fine Rugby now just getting bumped off it and losing possession a couple of times.
14-0 we go at halftime. Atlantis leads Fine Rugby now. We're going to come back in just a second with second half action here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. We are ready for the second half here in the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. Find Rugby now is going to kick off in black, running from right to left on your screen. They trail 14-0 to Atlantis, but could be interesting here in the second half. They do have a good bench for Find Rugby now. I think they just need to put some players on that can just break games.
Yep, absolutely. Mary Roberts has got to be one that's got to come on. When she's got a bit of space around the outside, she can literally ruin teams single-handedly. She's got some serious speed on her, and right now she's sitting on the bench not being used.
Atlantis takes that one safely, and across the 50 they go. Could be an opening score for the second half. There is some serious gas coming down on the chase, but Atlantis is over, and Atlantis touches down to move it to 19 early in this second half. You see Coach Bo there looking quite pleased. Great team try, Atlantis. Great individual try, really. Just one quick pass off of the restart there.
Yep, absolutely. Defensive structure from Fine Rugby now is a little bit loose. You've got plenty of space around the outside, and that's maybe their weak area defensively. They've got the size and strength through the middle, but Atlantis overpowering them out the edge.
This would take them to 21. They're at 19 right now. No good, however. We'll stay at 19. It'll be a restart from Atlantis.
Yeah, and they've got to, Fine Rugby now has really got to respond to these kickoffs and catch it on the full. There's that try one more time, dotting down from the rangy winger.
Low driving kick to Annika George. Annika George decides to take a right, headed across field for a little bit. As ball moves quickly to Medulla. Medulla has some great speed out there, but taken down quickly. Karina Phillip moves it out and has to come in and clean that one up. Atlanta's trying to come But Karina Phillip, the Trinidadian player, gets across the 40-meter line.
Young player, but really learning the game very quickly.
Taken away in contact again by Atlantis. Atlantis goes to the kick this time. Tactic happening a little bit today. A little soccer kick creeps in. And right up into the hands they go. Fortuitous it is. And headed towards the try line they are. And they look like Emily McGee. We'll get that jersey number for you. Certainly is number 9. Emily McGee, the 32-year-old from Montreal. Went to Concordia University.
She's racking up some points in this tournament already.
In her note, she said she can't dance, but she keeps trying. She can score tries, though. We'll say that.
Convert the skill set a little. Oh, but looking really strong, this Atlantis team. Just no real answer defensively from Fine Rugby now at this point. Too much power, so those
26.
2 points went up. 19 now to 26. Atlantis in control.
So that ball bounced right up there into the hands, just under the try line, no problem whatsoever.
Yep. When you get the look of the bounce, it seems to all just work out perfectly. And every bounce is going Atlantis' way at this moment.
Nice high hanging one from Atlantis this time. Ball gets knocked back. Player's got to scoop it up. Medulla on the spot there. Plays for Black Pearls RFC. Big challenge comes in, but it was a little bit high there. And they've called for a medic. It was indeed a solid shot there.
Yeah, Medulla looks a little uncomfortable on the floor there, just staying still for a moment. Looks like there was some face contact in that collision.
Hopefully she's okay. The tackle looked like it came up a little bit there.
And as I was asking about Mary Roberts, she is actually coming into the field right now, potentially as a substitute for Medulla. Medulla doesn't get up off the ground. There'll be a little break in play here just to make sure.
Yeah, Medulla just a little too close to the field. To see the Fine Rugby Now players. That we're going to play on here. Will be a line out here for Atlantis on that ball coming in a touch. Referee Vincent gets us going underway. Fine Rugby Now. Able to take that one. Good challenge in the tackle. Ball ripped back by Atlantis, but illegally so. Player not rolling away. So it's going to be ball here for Fine Rugby Now. Need to set something up, get the ball moving quickly. Alexander key in that movement there. They move the ball wide, and ball just slips forward into Atlantis' hands. As Gavin said, everything seems to be going Atlantis' way at the moment. I said that, and that pass came in, but we're going to have dueling knock-ons. So we'll come back for the scrum here for Atlantis just inside the Fine Rugby Now half.
Yeah, they almost got it out there. They had one more pass in them. There was Mary Roberts out on the top side with a bit of space, and that would have been ideal. It just couldn't get that last connection through. Blossom Stewart reorganizing her defense.
Atlantis has runners in either direction. We'll say decide to go here. Hold it in the scrum with some of that power. Nice little step through the middle. Good line there. If she can handle the ball, she does. Ball pop back there. A couple of great catches on offloads, and good work Atlantis into the try zone yet again. Just a couple of offloads up the middle of the field. Good support runners, good support lines right in for 5.
Yeah, no, makes it look easy, doesn't it? But the ball's bobbling all over. But when luck's in your way, luck is in your way, and you're going through there with literally 4 passes that could have gone to ground and wrapped up really nicely by this Atlantis team. They look smooth. So for me, Atlantis and Phoenix look like the two teams.
Of course, we'll see Quebec coming up next. Always good in the Lioness Sevens. Another couple of teams with very talented lineups. Time winding away here for Fine Rugby now to get some points on the board.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I expected a bit more from them, to be honest. But again, need some time to gel.
Yeah,
I'm sure they'll get right back into it later on today.
That ball comes down to Fine Rugby now. They take it even though it didn't go 10, which leads me to have to say Coach Chris Ryan, the inventor of the phrase Coach Killer, score a great try and then muff the restart. Very frustrating for the coaches. Coach Ryan coined that phrase, used very widely now in rugby commentary by me, at least.
I've heard it elsewhere as well, though. So
okay. I just want to give him his credit because I can't always give him credit. As the ball breaks around the outside there, and Atlanta's going to go in for another one. Mary Roberts just couldn't get out there quick enough to handle that one down, and Atlantis down again.
Yeah, it's every single time now the Atlantis team going around the outside. That's where they see the weakness for Fine Rugby now, taking advantage of it.
Kick from the corner here, a bit of a tougher angle.
No good for that one. And that's going to be the game.
And that is indeed the game. Atlantis is going to take that first victory, some learning for the Fine Rugby Now team. We'll see more of them this weekend, see if they can get some of their danger runners involved a little more. We're going to step away for just a second. Rugby Quebec and Lioness Sevens are going to be coming up. Another great matchup in the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. We'll be right back.
Something for everyone.
Which one's which?
Quebec. I think. We are back and we are underway as Quebec kicks off to Lioness Sevens. This 3-game set of women's games. This will be the last one. John Broker here with Gavin McLeavy. Nice break there. There goes Quebec on the run. That's Blankhorn. She's headed towards the line, and Blankhorn, player on top of her, but she's going to touch that one down for Quebec, and they're going to take the early 5-0 lead. Catherine Ann Maui Blankhorn, the 19-year-old, was a silver medalist at the Canada Games in 2022.
Yeah, phenomenal work. Really powerful-looking player going through the middle there at 19 years of age.
And that
Great
puts
prospect.
It to 7. Team coached by Jocelyn Barrio. Lioness Sevens set to receive this one, not the start they would have wanted. Lioness women primarily UK based.
Nice mix in amongst there, London and Edinburgh, Saracens, a couple of Saracens players in there, Cardiff University as well. So I would say a UK team for sure.
Knock on comes in against Quebec that time as they were trying to take their own restart. So Lioness has the opportunity.
Like a bit of a high tackle, some kind of a shirt collar
Graham Allen taking control of this one and does have the penalty on that. So we will see what the Lioness Sevens team decides to do here. They're in the white jerseys, going from left to right on your screen. Didn't mention that before. They move that one around. Willow Bell, a little footwork there, gets them going. They're trying to trap some players on the outside there. Good defensive work from Quebec coming across. Very strong team Quebec always brings. Well put together by Coach Barrio, as we said. But knock-on creeps in. One of a scrum here for Quebec, just inside the Lioness half.
Yeah, the Lioness team look like they've got a few set pieces up their sleeve. Seem quite well drilled from the set piece.
These would be two teams with a little more training time together before they come to a tournament like this. So it should be interesting to see. As Quebec has the room around the right-hand side, and off they go. Nice handoff, nice break, stepping back inside. They're at the 22. Offload doesn't go to hand. Referee on the spot doesn't see a knock-on, but does see a knock-on. We're going to go back there. It's going to be a couple of knock-ons. So first, pointing his arm in either direction. We'll find out whose ball is going to be.
Quebec look lively, though. With ball in hand, they look really quick. Not the tallest of teams. Short, powerful, change of direction, looks rapid.
It is Lioness ball, so Lioness at their own 22. Little set piece move here. They're looking for somebody to hit that line. Tripped up there, but illegally. Coming in to contest is Quebec. But Willow Bell from the Sale Sharks is going to move that one. They're across the 40-meter line. A nice little run, keeping that ball alive. But now going to have to lose a couple of meters. Get that one down. There's a break coming across the 40-meter line. Good pressure coming in, but it looks like the player is off their feet. But not releasing against Lioness.
Just losing the footing there, right in the middle of the cricket field, as where you would normally have all of your bowling, and you can see the field looks a little weaker there for rugby. At least it's probably great for cricket, but losing your footing would be pretty easy over the ball in that area.
Quebec on the move now. Quebec move the ball out to the left-hand side. They're pretty evenly matched there, so they may have to just take this into contact. Some good physical play there. They take that one to the ground. Lioness coming in and over it. Players working hard at the breakdown here. Big contest, physical so far in this first half. Lioness, Willow Bell gets hauled down. She tried to move the ball away.
So it may look very scrappy in these rucks, but the ladies are definitely working very hard to keep it all legal and clean in those pickups and poach attempts.
And it comes back Quebec way. Looked like it might have been knocked on there. Now it's Lioness way. This is a bit scrappy here. Very physical. It's going to take a toll on these players.
Yeah, we saw there at least 10, 12 poach attempts just in those scrappy phases in that 10-yard area.
An 83-degree humid weather for people coming from Quebec and multiple parts of England can be tough. As Lion Sevens, there's a step for you. Going across the 22. Big chase coming on. Quebec trying to get over that one. Players come back on it. Deep inside their own zone and slip that ball forward. It's going to be a scrum here for the Lioness Sevens in a great attacking position.
Holly McIntyre, phenomenal stuff working forward to get within 10 yards of the Quebec, almost on her own. But Quebec working really well to get back defensively.
Quebec leading by 7. Lioness, good opportunity to tie it up here as the first half rolls along.
Very early push on that scrum.
Nice breaker on the back. Bell comes out to take that one. Nice handoff. It was Nicole Quee with a big handoff, but eventually unloads the ball. And Lioness going to touch that one down. Not without a little effort from the try scorer there. You see just getting her footing back.
Holly McIntyre again, this time dotting it down. Great work earlier on to get them in this great position. But a nice offload from Nicole Q to release McIntyre in for that try.
McIntyre played sevens for Scotland. Certainly an experienced player. That one not going to hit the mark for Anna Davies from Cardiff Uni, captain of this team. Will be a restart here.
And they've got themselves back into the game. 7-5 it's going to be right now. Quebec with the slight advantage. Interesting change of tactic there for the kickoff.
A little footwork there, trying to deceive Quebec as to which way they were going to go. Ball goes back behind the attack for Quebec, but picked up. They have some runners out wide and a defender coming in tight here if they can move it. But the Lioness defense closes down. Now we have a player in open room, but just bobbles that ball. It slipped forward. Referee right on the spot is going to award the scrum here for Lioness inside the Quebec zone. Quebec putting themselves under a bit of pressure there, Gavin.
Yeah, interesting. Holly McIntyre both times being pulled into the tackle from the outside, really backed herself to make that tackle before the pass went away, and twice she got the results she wanted. Both times I was gasping for air, waiting for the ball to come over the top, and she closed it down well. Interesting. Confident.
Lioness late in the first half. Get the ball back there to Willow Bell. Good pressure comes in from Quebec, however. Players off on that left-hand side. Quebec has it. Do they have the gas? Across the 50, across the 40. Little weaving run. Can she get there? It looks like she can. And that's Blankhorn. She scored the first. Scores the second.
Zoe Healy just couldn't quite get close enough to wrap up the tackle. Blenkhorn
from Saint-Savour
manages to dot it down, but had a lot of work to do. She put some mileage in just now. And feeling that, still puffing and panting.
Well, she's hoping for halftime right now. They've got some reserves on the bench. Very athletic team. Is Rugby Quebec.
Yeah, really kind of Canadian women's rugby right now is doing extremely well in so many areas.
And that is halftime here. 12-0 to Rugby Quebec. Second half to come. We'll just step away for a second. Stay with us.
Something for everyone.
We're back for the second half here. Lioness Sevens is going to be kicking off in the whites, right to left on your screen in this half. Referee Graham Allen taking control of this one. Quebec to receive this restart, and they are in the lead 12-5. Nice flat ball there across the line. Across the 50 they go. The gap is extending. It doesn't look like Willow Bell is going to have it. And it may be, and it is again. Blankhorn.
Hat trick. Scored all three this morning. Really impressive, very powerful, fast player. Confident going forward.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't Blankhorn. That's actually a different player.
Oh.
See Blankhorn coming on there. See who this is?
No, I think there might be two number 10s out there.
Very well, could be. Kick is no good. Check that number when she comes off. Kick was no good, so the Quebec lead is extended. 13. So Mahalia Robinson has scored a couple of those tries. Our apologies. Representing the Canada East in the next Gen Sevens tournament. And now on the field is Blankhorn. I'm getting some credit. Maybe she wouldn't deserve our apologies here. Just getting to know these teams. Find restart there for a Lioness, but ball ripped away by Quebec. Good power. They're in the flat defensive alignment, so they're able to attack quickly on the line here. That one gets knocked forward. So we'll come here for a scrum. Quebec knock on. Lioness ball just outside of their own 22. Lioness a bit of work to do in the second half.
Quebec quite comfortable going into contact, absorbing defenders, and then looking for the offloads post-tackle, which works out really well for them because those obviously defenders are fully committed at that point, creating some space.
Ball here for Lioness. Looking to get the ball to the edge, but it just slips over. Did that ball go forward? Referee Allen on the spot, sees a knock on first. The scrum here for Quebec. We'll see what kind of a set piece they're going to put together for this one.
Yeah, Quebec, even though making some substitutions look equally dangerous. Again, two very well-drilled teams. They spent time together. Big push from Lions this time.
Yeah, good pressure from Lioness. Ball in the middle of the field. The player can't get running starts. They have to wind up and get going, but big barreled over. They've got runners coming around here to the left-hand side. Quebec looking strong. Kathleen Keller involved there. Ball coming clean. They've got runners. Ball slips to the ground off the pass. They're going to have to clean that one up. And there they go around that left-hand side. Can they make this work? Pick and go. Space opens up. Acceleration is there. And Quebec will touch down another one. Quebec looking strong with some reserves on the field here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens.
Could have been Fateau, the number 8, I believe.
I believe this try is off here. Referee is conferring with some people.
There was a massive counter ruck just prior to that. It could have been a little high, maybe.
A knock-on creep in. It looks like they're working towards a. Oh no, it's a penalty. Penalty might have been. Yeah, must have been a high tackle there.
Yeah, there was a really heavy counter ruck came in, so that may be what it was.
They eventually found their way to the try zone, but they're going to bring it back for the penalty for Quebec. So that last try is off. They are blasting right through the middle. Just a setup play. Lioness in there trying to work it. And here comes Quebec. Little pass doesn't go to hand again. To smooth that out as the tournament continues. Nice pick and go there, and they are all set. Player running right in with that one.
Belanger, I believe. Number 6, Emily Belanger.
Yeah, Emily Belanger from TMM RFC, or TMR RFC, town of Mount Royal, if you need to know.
I was going to ask. It's a lot of acronyms for me to remember.
I'm a little closer to Canada, so.
Yeah, I never go that far north. There's too much snow.
And the kick is good as Quebec continues to roll along with their lead. Great individual try there.
Yeah, this Quebec team looks very convincing. I believe the score should be 17.
As you take a look at the try again, just an easy dart over the line.
It is 24. Okay. Confirmed, 24-5. Quebec controlling this game well so far.
The Oracle himself keeping the score for us. Nice long kick there for Quebec. Lioness at their own 5-meter line. An awful lot of ground to cover. Initial break. Quebec is going to stand off defensively. Looking for the edge are the Lioness team. There's some speed. Lioness, it's a one-on-one here. Rugby Quebec player gets wrong-footed, but coming across. What a cover tackle. They are not going to let up. Is this Quebec team? Was there a knock-on in there? Referee says no. Quebec on the move. Now they have a long way to go towards the try line. As they're dragged in, offload doesn't go to hand. Just resetting their offense.
Really impressive chase back there from the Quebec player.
Ball pass to the wrong team, unfortunately, for Quebec. So Lioness, great attacking opportunity here right on the 22-meter line. That pick and go goes over. Is the player going to release it? Referee Allen on the spot. It's been turned over by Quebec. Great defensive work.
Big contact there.
Referee has whistled. Looks like we have a potential injury on the field here. Or just a knock-on. Player was getting up slow. Where there was an injury, so we have a scrum here for Lioness late in the second half. After this game, we'll return to men's action. Misfits versus Find Rugby now, followed by Saratoga Jockeys versus Butcher Sevens. And then Lion Sevens versus the Cormac Barbarians for their first run out of the day. Big scrum from Quebec. Quebec not letting down at all during this game. Offensive pressure, defensive pressure, paying off for them right now. Nice break up the middle of the field.
Really powerful going forward. Quebec very comfortable with the ball.
Just didn't have a runner quite close enough there, so driven back around the edge of that contact. The downside of Quebec has been a couple of these wayward passes, Gavin.
Yeah.
They're just not quite connecting. But that's what you were talking about earlier. These teams, you know, it's the first game of a 2-day tournament. They just have to continue to gel and find their spaces. But penalty against Quebec. So here comes Lioness. Lioness coming through. Sophie Bennett. Haul to the ground. Good work again by Quebec, but illegally this time. So Lioness will have a penalty just about 7 meters out. Ball's going to be taken again by Bennett. Bennett looks one way, but there's nobody there. Moves it in the middle of the field. They're looking for that big runner to come through and can't quite find it. Quebec pressure on their own line defensively here. Both these teams just strong to the breakdown. Nice long raking kick downfield. It's rolling towards the touchline. Over the 50, into touch it goes. The referee, Allen, right on the spot for that, looking at his watch, but we have some time to go. So it'll be a line out here for Lioness, and they're going to go quick, as they ought to. The referee says too late for that. We're going to bring it back.
A little bit of debate between the AR and the ref. Not sure if it's the time or how the ball went out.
We're discussing where to have dinner.
Could be that.
The referee is going to whistle us for the end of the game there. So that's what they were talking about.
So it does end, what, 24-5?
Quebec takes the lead on that one. I'm going to hand over the reins, play-by-play, to Gavin for this first couple of men's games. We're going to be right back with that action coming up. Find Rugby Now versus the Misfits.
473, yes, we trending. What the chant on the summer? We go to Grenada. People from all over singing. From Germany say that we go to Grenada.
We're on a mystery trip. We didn't know each other or knew where we were going. We just met in Miami airport and we ended up here.
Oh, I'm gonna be back again.
Wind up in a chop man. I love the Grenada. She here with a fast no fight. All we do play my side. Cause she never get a yet.
Where you from?
South Africa. From Bolivia.
I'm from Antigua. We're from London.
Florida.
I'm from Australia. The UK.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Representing Aruba.
Coming down to the Spice Escape. One chant of the summer.
We went to Juve this morning and it's just been amazing.
Job is the best in the world.
You can just be yourself and have a good time.
And Grenada, very, very beautiful island, very friendly.
One family on the road.
There's something for everybody. Come to Pure Grenada. Enjoy our spice mass because we're the spice of the Caribbean.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're here in the beautiful island of Grenada for the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. And what you're witnessing right now is Find Rugby Now in the black and green kit, kicking off to the Misfits in the men's competition, sort of second round of the men's games for this beautiful day. Came down a little bit wet earlier, but Misfits, one of the teams that could be very dominant. They've got a lot of speed in that team. There's a nice mix of players from all around the Caribbean and the UK and the US. And that's Misfits getting on the score sheet early for the first 5 points. And the man with the ball in hand right now there, Mike Villalobos. Played for the USA under-19s, but then skipped over to Mexico and played some international rugby for the Mexico national team up until recently. He manages to get 2 points on there as well, so quick start for Misfits. 7-0 up over Find Rugby Now. Mike Villalobos, the kicker, playing at Old Blue Rugby Football Club right now. And we're getting us restarted here. And this go-forward pack for the Misfits. Some real speedsters on the field in these two teams, but not releasing the player. So Find Rugby Now will come away with this one. Christopher Hudson, Trinidad and Tobago national team captain, with ball in hand. They're going to go for the scrum. Change of mind. So Noodles, Deontay McMurray from Dallas Reds, playing at scrum half currently for Find Rugby Now. Looks like they've met a few times before, those two number 10s or two scrum halves. Ball's in, squirts out quickly, they let it fly. Hudson working to the top side. They've got a lot of work to get out of the 22 here. It's number 8, Devin Wheatman, getting it out wide. Ollie Dillon trying to go around the edge and he escapes. Michael Walcott, he's still got a fair ways to go, but great effort and great response from Find Rugby Now. Find Rugby Now. Ollie Dillon, I believe it was, on that top side scoring. Youngster. from the UK. Swanage and Wareham Rugby Football Club plays in the first 15 there. Getting some water in. A great response there from Fine Rugby now. Do they manage to get the kick too? Yes, they do. Sees A.R. Chantel from St. Lucia. Interesting. 7-7. We've got a game on our hands, I think, ladies and gentlemen. Christopher Hudson wanting to get restarted quickly, just waiting to see where his charges are. Looks like he might be aiming for Rory Naylor, but swipes that one. Michael Walcott, danger man from Barbados, giving it back to Villalobos. Villalobos looking up the top side. Very quick Mark Phillips taking some great yards forward. Counter rock coming in and stays solid. There's Walcott. Managed to escape there. Taylor getting wrapped up handily by Fine Rugby now. Walcott stepping in at scrum half. Villalobos taking his time, working wide. Up to the top side, a step inside. Crosses the 50 with nobody to contest him. That's the number 9, I. All the way from Nigeria. Good dot down there. Acres of space and nice patient work from Villalobos to release the Nigerian. Living in California nowadays. Played some D1 AA college rugby in the USA as well. And apparently loves cinnamon rolls. So Villalobos looking to add 2 more points. And no good for Misfits, so it'll stay at 12-7, slight lead. Some end-to-end stuff. Oyemi Honyan from Nigeria scoring that one. Powerful looking man. Good finish. If you're watching this game, make sure you take that link and resend it to your friends through your Facebook, your Instagram, whatever it is you're using. Make sure that everyone knows that Grenada is hosting rugby, an international rugby tournament here for the first time. And later on, some of the local boys will be having a game out here for the first time on this kind of stage. But Misfits somehow have scooped that ball up. And Mark Phillips has managed to walk across the line for an additional 5 points. Nobody was expecting that. Fine Rugby now looking a little bit shell-shocked with that one. And Villalobos gets another attempt at a kick. He's got 5 more, takes them to 17. If Villalobos can knock this one over for 2 more. Yes, he can. That should take them to 19-7 currently.
Good quick work there from the Misfits, really moving themselves in this game pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, they've controlled it. They've just kind of strangled Fine Rugby now. They haven't had much chance with ball in hand, other than maybe a set piece or 2. So Villalobos restarts. Good height on that kick. No challenge for it, though. Fine Rugby now. In possession. Hudson. Working it out wide. There's the try scorer from earlier on. Ollie Dillon. Working back inside. Looking for space on that top end. Looping pass slows the game down a little bit. Wayward that time. Not good. Throws it back inside his 22. Misfits looking for a quick pass.
Yeah, not what you want there for Fine Rugby now. That pass not going to hand. Down 19-7. They really need to work on this as they roll on a halftime.
Yeah, it started okay, but let it run away from them a little bit, this Misfits team. Got a few playmakers in there and a couple of finishers that are working really well. Oyem Honian dotted down another one. And Mike Villalobos is really a pivotal player. And Mikkel Walcott stepping in from the former Barbados national team player. Out of favour currently, but a real speedster, great player. Haven't seen him for a while. But looks good out there. Looks fresh. Misfits 19-7 ahead of this fine Rugby Now team.
Looking strong. Won their first game over the Saratoga Jockeys, did the Misfits, 29-7. Now to a good lead in this one over Fine Rugby Now. Great work here by this Misfits team. Colin Gandhi, the coach, certainly adding a lot to this effort.
And the Saratoga team will be back right after this one, playing against the Butchers Sevens. So another good matchup.
Jockeys versus the Butchers. I just love it.
As long as they're not butchering the jockeys or butchering the horses, for that matter.
Giving away the jokes, man. Giving away the jokes.
Got to save those up, haven't we? So coming out for that second half, Misfits in your right hand side of your screen in the white jerseys, kicking towards Fine Rugby Now, FRN in the black and green. Good height again from Villalobos. She's really mastered the kicking. Both teams try to slap it back. Misfits come away with it. Villalobos looks for the little chip through. Does he find his man? Can he scoop it up? No, he can't. It just dribbles out.
Such a good idea as it just rolls into touch there. Not quite going to happen for them.
So Deontay McMurray will be putting in for this line out. Some good height on both of these teams for the line outs. A reach over from Misfits, but Fine Rugby Now take it, and there goes Malik, looking for a space. Support's there, they're inside their 22, they're going to work it out. They take their time, look composed. Just like slip there, and what happened?
Yeah, just a good opportunity there, just slipped out of the hand. You can see Harry Spires just not thrilled with that. Wonderful attacking position here for the Misfits.
So, great position for Misfits here, deep inside the 22. Working around that top side, and Villalobos going to go on his own.
So impressed with Villalobos so far today. He's just been tremendous for this team.
Really composed, and when it's time to turn the ignition, he does. Rockets off, scores that one. Breathing heavy, though. Hard work out there. Sometimes you'll feel like in the Caribbean islands, feels like you're drowning.
Yeah.
When you're trying to breathe, it's so humid. Trying to get that oxygen in is hard work sometimes.
So Misfits extending the lead. They're at 24 right now. And now they're at 26.
Pretty
7.
Pretty consistent with the peg as well. Dominant so far, this Misfits team. They brought Jareem George in. I'm really happy to see him back out on the rugby field. Took a little bit of a break with the newborn, but a real talent from Trinidad and Tobago. Could do so much with rugby. Looking for the slap back, but it was not forward. Fine Rugby Now will come away with that. Good driving forward. He's lost the ball in there. He fell a little awkward. I hope he's okay. Misfits are walking away with it. And they've crossed into the 22. Can he get there? Yes, he does. He dots it down. That's the number 8, James Phillips from Trinidad and Tobago, dotting the ball for Misfits. One more. The Fine Rugby Now player gets to his feet. Looks okay.
James Phillip from Trinidad Northerns RFC says he's silent but deadly on the rugby pitch. And just another little mistake there, unfortunately, for Harry Spires. Neither of them, majorly his fault, but going against his teams.
Dominant performance so far from this Misfits team.
That one's not going to go.
I think Villalobos hit his max on the cardio. He's running out of steam, and then once the steam goes out the window, then so does the technique. But this was just a finish here. He still had a fair amount of work to drag a player across the line with him. And another powerful player on that Misfits team. So Villalobos to get us underway one more time. A little deeper this time. But again, Misfits come away with it. Big slap back. Space on this near side, reeled in nicely. Dumped down to the ground on the 40. That's going to go the way of the Misfits team. Dite, Villalobos working to George. Steps back inside, looks for his support now, and he receives it in the form of Villalobos. Quick reaction there.
George just has that great little step, able to get through the line there and just create a little more for the team.
Michael Walcott wants him to play quickly, and he does. A step inside. Big stiff arm right to the chops. Looking to work this near side. Does he get over again? Phillips this time in the corner. A risk of a drop there, but the referee says it was good enough for him. Delayed that put down a little bit, but got away with it. Phillips for another try. Misfits.
Misfits 36 right now. What a showing for this team.
Yeah, it's such an interesting combination of players there with the Phillips brothers and Walcott playing with Jareem George. And they've got a bench as well. They really used it. Taylor's sitting over there as well. He was a phenomenon at the South Africa 10s tournament a few weeks ago. One of the highlight scores of the game of the weekend. Really like to see more of him on the field. The youngster is probably only 22 at this point.
That kick's no good, but they're at 36 here, Gavin. Impressive by this team. They brought in a few reserves now. Kerwin Dask, Haitian heritage, lives in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Plays for Old Blue. He looking to ignite the Haitian national team. A big part of the push for Haiti.
Yeah.
To join international competition.
Yes, I'm seeing them attacking that from several, obviously local in Haiti and then South Florida and up north as well. So, yeah, it's great to see that they're coming about with a massive diaspora, not just in the US but around the world. Lots of potential. So fine rugby now with the ball. Really have been stifled this game by this very aggressive defense from Misfits. Taking away many opportunities to carry the ball, but here's an opportunity for them. Found a little bit of space. They crossed into the 50, crossed the 40, finally taken down. Support's arriving quickly. They're working to this near side. Nice draw and pass. He's a little bit isolated, but he finds someone looping around and knocks it forward. He's very disappointed with himself. Harry Spears.
Just little issues creeping in for fine rugby now, and things look like they're starting to go well.
Too little, too late. Dominant performance from Misfits men. Score 36-7. Interesting. Misfits, let's keep an eye on them for the rest of this tournament. Could be one of the champs. We're going to be back in just a few seconds. Our next game up will be Saratoga Jockeys against the Butchers. The Jockeys and the Butchers stepping out on the field in just a few moments. We'll be right back. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're well into the second round of the men's section here. On the right of your screen in the white and blue jerseys, that's going to be the Butchers from Wales, primarily, and Saratoga Jockeys receiving the ball in the red and white. Butchers off and running early and dotting it round in probably the fastest try of the tournament so far. That's the Butchers. Number 8, Will Keep, getting his first try of the game.
Will Keep, just good move there, right off the kickoff, start the game. Ball just comes popping down right into his hands and open line in front of him. Saratoga just a little bit of sleep at the wheel for that first one. Happens from time to time.
Yeah, 6'2", not a bad man to have on the wing. Plays his rugby at Crawshaw's Rugby Football Club. So Butchers, they've been over here a couple of times. I don't know if it's their second or third visit, but definitely a fun team. Good squad of guys. Always come over with a professional approach, but they enjoy themselves at the same time. Saratoga Jockeys coming down with that one. Turbo looking to work out wide and looping around. The Butchers boys trying to hold him up, create that maul. Now he's to ground. Jockeys working in this narrow channel, looking at the 15. Got numbers here. Can't reel that one in. Ball bobbled forward. Says the referee. So Butchers will get the advantage here for the pudding. Jockeys look a little nervous. This Butchers team is strong.
Referee John Smith on the spot. He's another Scottish addition to this team. This is his first time at the Grenada Sevens. They welcomed him last night at the reception as the youngest referee, the newest referee to this event.
Butchers coming away with it. Scoots round the corner. Really fast. Dylan Davies taking that one forward.
Davies from Bridgend, just so smart there. The ball just comes squirting out a little bit. I thought he was going to have to take it and just release it to another player, but he spotted just the smallest gap right through.
Went to school in Cyprus before moving back home with family. Get a lot of the British will go over to Cyprus and Malta, some of those Mediterranean islands, and spend time there. And there's quite a nice rugby community in those islands as well.
Couldn't see if that kick went through.
Good. No good, the kick.
So we're at 10-0. Butcher. Clinton Roberts, the CEO, the award-winning Butcher, watching his team.
Saratoga going up for that one and letting it slide through. They managed to come away with the ball. There's a body over it, and he manages to steal it back. Butchers with the ball. There's acres of space on that top side. It's a 1v1 situation. Does he burn him on the outside? Yes, he does. Still got a few yards to go. Dots it down. Great work, number 11, Ryan Davis. Plays his rugby at Penalta. Had a lot of work to do, but he did have the space to do it. The question of who is the quickest on the day.
Butcher just looking strong in this first half.
Very comfortable. And this is no pushover squad. This Saratoga Jockeys team has got some great additions to it, but Butcher's making them look average right now. Kick's good as well.
17-0 in this first half. Butcher looking stronger than he did in the first game. And he looked pretty good there.
Yeah. Good view of the bench there. Lads are enjoying themselves. Nice little bit of cloud cover as well, so they're not getting crispy out there right now, the guys. They can enjoy the weather and the breeze. That one's deep. Jockeys going back into their 22. Turbo, can he turn it on? Yes, he can. He's split them. He's got one man to beat. Does he? Oh, great tackle. Lovely covering tackle, and manages to get himself back involved again. One-on-one situation, tries to step in. Some big hits coming in there. Great entertaining rugby, ladies and gentlemen.
Ball finally gets taken in. The Saratoga Jockeys are going to have an opportunity inside the Butcher 22, which they haven't had in a while. Referee's going to tell them they have to wait and take that. Thought the ball was out originally, but you saw Turbo Pubian there. Just that low center of gravity and the speed and acceleration. He really can just get through some tacklers. And that shoelace tackle on him.
Yep.
Just tremendous.
And they needed to, because if he was away to the races, if that last-minute tackle didn't come in, he was scoring. Long pass here. Little step inside. Oh, and the ball squirts out in contract. And looks like he's pulled it with a cramp as well in the hammy. Butchers are coming away with it now. Inside their own 22.
Up a player.
Now the speed, so he's this side stepped inside rather than out, and it's a foot race. Wow. This is what sevens is all about. Chased down well, looking for support, and there's nothing coming. Finally, some support get there. Saratoga Jockeys over the ball. And it'll go Butcher's way. He lost his footing. Now he's gone and knocked it forward. He's going to be upset with himself there.
Just sitting there for him. No players were back 10. He had a pretty clear run to the line right there. Knocks it on after all that great work and that amazing foot race.
Malik Bryant chasing him down. Phenomenal work. Persistent. Right to the 22. But the earlier try scorer chased down phenomenally well. So this would be a Saratoga Jockeys ball at their own 22. They've got a lot of work to get out of here. They go quickly though. He splits the scrum, crosses the 50. Still a lot of work. Finally the tackle comes in. Nobody wants to commit to it.
Great work by Butcher to get themselves back on side there.
Zembak going through into the 22 of the Butchers. Lots of hands in that ruck there and offside. Jockeys will get the opportunity from the 22. They're going to play quickly again. Looking for that top side, and he's bobbled it forward.
You know, we had a bit of rain. These fields are a little bit damp. And the humidity can make that ball a little bit like a bar of soap.
Now, Butchers. Really some massive tackles coming in from both teams. The effort is certainly there. Another counter-ruck effort. Butchers spinning that ball out from the back of the ruck. Tries to chip it through. Massive mistake. Jockeys managed to get themselves on the ball, on the board with that one.
That is not something he's going to want to watch in film review. Just kicked it right into the hands of a waiting Jockeys player.
Yeah, got to be frustrated with that one. And the kick looks good. 4 Jockeys players coming in. Not sure if they're all substitutes that are going to rotate in, or they were just bringing the water on. At half-time. So scores 17-7. Butchers dominant so far. Jockeys managed to get themselves on the board. And we're back in about 30 seconds after this little break. Half-time. With the Butchers in control.
Something for everyone.
we're going to get back underway in just a few seconds after some refreshments at halftime.
For everyone.
One of the beautiful things about the islands, the rules are allowed to be broken. So enjoying ourselves a quick stag beer while we have a break. But jockeys getting them underway straight into the hands of butchers. Getting it through a few passes. Nice little offload there. Ball's loose. Crossing there, claims Saratoga's player. They're at the 40. Very scrappy at the ruck, so it's going to go away of jockeys. They'll have to leave it there. He goes quickly. Turbo. Not much space to play with. He's looking for some support. His hands are tied up. And Butcher's offside. So penalised for 10 yards more.
Smart by Turbo there, just pushing the team back.
Loose ball, but it goes back. Step inside. Good tackling. Butcher's put him under pressure. Malik finds nowhere to go. Walks into a Butcher's wall. Another penalty. Silly mistakes from Butchers. Consistently offside. So Saratoga making some good yards. Jockeys. Turbo going at them. Just looking for the bump and run. Lifted there. Put down correctly. Good work from the Butchers defense. Step. They've got a bit of space. A little slap pass on, and he found a genius pass.
What a pass. Referee going to speak to the assistant to see where that was forward. Hopefully we'll get another look at that. But what work to get that ball to the outside?
It was the only option. It had to be the quick pass because the defense was coming in quickly. So jockeys are creeping themselves back into this game.
Yeah, this will be 12 if they give it to him. A yellow card against Butcher Sevens.
Yeah, there was a high tackle came in, I think, right? At the end of that.
Ooh.
Oh, and they've given it as a penalty try.
Tackle penalty try. 3 points in it. 17-14. Butcher Sevens leads.
Interesting. So John Ray didn't have to take the kick. So Saratoga jockeys crept their way back into this game. Butchers put themselves under a bit of pressure from just a series of mistakes, penalties on that top side, and then near here on the try. A couple of substitutions. Turbo's coming off for jockeys. Is that going to go 10? No, it's not. So Butchers will take it. They go through the gap. Nice offload. We'll let them play on. Butchers going around the corner very, very quickly. That's the number 7, Joel Rakis. He puts it in the corner. I think he feels like that might put the nail in the coffin.
Good short, choppy steps by Rakes. I'm not sure he knows any other, but he got that body pumping, moved himself down there. Rakes, the Pontypridd player, says he's going to be on a well-known ITV quiz show. Look out for him next year there.
For all the families over there in the UK watching, welcome to the Caribbean, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you with us. You can't see outside of the stadium, but just behind the main stand there's just these massive mountains with houses stacked up on the sides. Really beautiful scenery. Maybe we can, in one of the breaks, we can get a view of if we look up over the stand.
Just stunning out here.
It really is.
We'll talk to Grenada Tourism again. We had a nice conversation earlier in the broadcast about this lush green, beautiful white sandy beaches. I will be returning.
We'll have to get you down here a bit more often, mate.
I'd like to.
You get that, get a bit of sun on your head. It's always fun. Beaches are beautiful down here in Grenada, so I don't work for the tourist board, but I can't say enough good things about the place.
I wouldn't mind.
And look at this. Jockeys are running away with this one. I think the jockeys are really causing some problems for Butchers. Butchers are dominant early in the game. Well, that's Robert Shippers dotting down for jockeys.
From Schenectady, New York. Did he hit that kick? That brings him to 21. 3 points in it again.
Nice and tight. Not sure how much is left on the clock. I don't have a clock up here, so we don't know, but can't be much time left. But he had a lot of work. Kept the ball in 2 hands, so he had options open and couldn't quite keep a hold of him.
Sorry, we had the number wrong there. That was actually number 1. Matt Lumpkes from Lafayette, Indiana, plays with the Chicago Lions. Been playing rugby for under 1 year.
Oh, he's a newbie.
Yeah. Nice. He's finished an Ironman triathlon. How many of you finished, Gareth?
No,
Gavin?
Never, mate.
Gareth.
It's never going to happen. Ultra marathon, triathlons, none of that stuff, mate. Now.
Nice.
Butchers keeping the ball alive here inside their own half. Found a bit of a gap there. He's gone around 1. Aebi Tayedzvera.
That was a clear over-the-shoulder high tackle on there. Referee right in space. They were down a player. It was Butcher. This may even things up or not.
Tayedzvera dancing through. Got some notes here that he danced at the Royal Albert Hall in London. That time he was just dancing by the jockeys. Gets himself close to the 22 for the Butchers.
Place for Olney.
There's a little bit of space here for him. He's managed somehow to stay in field.
Great work.
Very close to the line. Butchers taking a bit of a beating in this this second half. Jockeys with their tails up. Looking at that top side. Is there some space? He's gone on his own. He's gone through. Butchers look like they're finishing this one off.
Great work by that outside defender there to really hold that defender to open up that gap for him. He was headed around the second to last defender, and the final one had to hold just in case he made that pass. Seam opens up for him. Great work, Butchers 7s.
As Will Keep scoring that one. I think he was the one that he scored the first try of the game, and maybe the last to put the nail in the coffin for this jockey's team. And he gets the extra 2. Look at that, just splits those defenders. The winger just had to wait outside to keep the opposing winger honest.
10 points in it again, 31-21. Maybe too little too late here for this jockey's team.
Taken cleanly, nicely delivered. Jockeys want to work it through the hands, then they go forward. Released quickly. On this near side now. Not much to play with. Taken down aggressively. Looping pass. Keeping it alive, jockeys. There's a bit of a space here. He looks for that one-handed pass, but it ends up in Butcher's hands. Mistake. Looking for the offload. He's got his free hand. Tackler comes in for jockeys.
Just a few too many attempts there by Butcher 7s. Would have better just to take the one on the ground, reset it a little earlier. They were looking for the fancy offload. It can be fancy, but not always effective.
Looking for the simple to go around the edge. He's chipped it ahead. There's cover coming, though. He somehow manages to snatch it up from between 3 Butchers players, and we've got a hard line coming in. Loose ball, manages to go backward. Butcher's now got it. They're running away with it. He crosses the 50. I don't know if there's a chase coming. He crosses the 22. That chase is still working very hard, but I don't think he's going to get there. That's the number 10, Tiger Taylor Hart, with the wonderful hairdo.
Does a good hair, and he has a try to his name. Finchley RFC player from London. Touches down.
And there's your game, ladies and gentlemen, rugby fans, 38-21. A valiant effort from Saratoga jockeys, but Butchers finally wrapped it up. Butchers looking good. Jockeys, interesting. Still in it. Great game of rugby. We're going to be back in just a few seconds for the next one, ladies and gentlemen. Stick right with us. Don't go anywhere.
473, yes, we trending. What the chantan is over. We go to Grenada. People from all over singing. From
rugby trip. We didn't know each other or knew where we were going. We just met in Miami airport and we ended up here.
Oh, I'm going to be back again.
Wind up in a jab man, I love in Grenada. She here with her first of fight, all we do play my that she never get a yet.
Where you from?
South Africa.
From Bolivia.
I'm from Antigua.
We're from London.
Florida.
I'm from Australia. The UK.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Representing Aruba.
Coming up to this spice I say, one stitch enter the summer.
We went to Juve this morning and it's just been...
We are underway right away here. Charles Sampson, the referee, Scottish referee, gets us going. We have Lion Rugby Sevens, their second game of the day, playing against the Cormac Barbarians in the white with the light blue sleeves. Here is Lion Rugby Sevens. The Cormac Barbarians in the lovely striped, I don't know what kind of stripes I would call them exactly. They go in a couple of different directions, but certainly nifty looking.
Yep, like them. Nice kit.
John Broker back on play-by-play with Gavin McLeavy, the rugby man himself. Lion looking strong from their own end there. Good run from Austin Beckett. Move this one back across. A little open room out there, but didn't have much go forward on it, but a nice break there. See if the pop-up comes to Aaron Watkins. Aaron Watkins, a 21-year-old, played for Zambia Sevens. Referee Sampson spots a penalty.
So this Lions team going out for their second game of the tournament. Cormac, their first of the tournament, so with an odd number in this competition for the men's side. Cormac starting a little bit later in the day. I'm sure they appreciate that.
Tom Derrick try score in the last game. It gets that one going. Derrick, experienced player on this Lions team. Ball slips forward out of the hands of Kagothanye. I'm going to ask him later how exactly to say that. But great play nonetheless. He has a ball again in his hands. Pello has scored a couple today, but that time it's knocked on. We'll come for a scrum here. Referee Sampson going to move it just off the bowling area. Green
pitch, crease.
Okay,
there's many. Square.
Should have checked that earlier today before I
started
making a fool of myself.
the cricket verbiage, right?
Crease? I like the crease.
The crease is just the one end of it, I guess, isn't it?
Don't leave me wrong.
Even if it's not square. It's a rectangle, but it's not. It's a square.
Here at the beautiful Grenada Cricket Stadium, National Cricket Stadium, the Grenada Rugby World Sevens, brought to you by Pure Grenada.
I think it works really well to use a cricket stadium for a sevens tournament, because then there's space around the edge for the teams to warm up and that kind of thing. It creates a nice atmosphere as well.
There's always good history.
Yes, especially in the Caribbean with all the West Indies historically.
Ryan Stallmeyer runs this tournament. Had a lot to do with it as Lion Rugby. I mixed them up for a second there. Lion Rugby takes advantage of some work around the breakdown, and they are going to get through and touch down. Cormac Barbarians had their first opportunity of touching the ball, but it's going to be a first try here to Lion.
Getting themselves on the board.
And that's a man, Tom Derrick, the 26-year-old from Brighton. Gets him up 7-0.
The man with the mullet getting the points. There's a few very stunning mustaches out there as well. After the end of the Movember.
Yeah, Movember's over, but they still have them. Coming up after this, we're going to move back into women's play. Dallas Rugby versus Find Rugby now. Before that, an exhibition match. Greens 7 one of the first rugby teams here on Grenada. Good contest for the ball. Referee spots it. Whip back there by Lion Rugby Sevens. George Paul looking for the corner. George Paul across the 22. He gets taken above the head. Referee Sampson spots that with no problem. Cormac Barbarians try to run away with it. Come back for a pretty blatant high tackle.
Yeah, there's a few of them going in just a little bit lazy over the top of the shoulder. Nothing malicious, but Watkins over on this near side looking for the ball, requesting it.
Teammate doesn't really want to play with him all that much. Cormac Barbarians turn it over. We're going to come back for another penalty. Players not rolling away there. Cormac Barbarians not much to do so far. Been all Lion.
Yeah, really struggling and making a lot of mistakes defensively and putting themselves under pressure inside their 22.
Derek moves it across field. Good work to get across the 22. Cormac Barbarians having to work their way back on defense. They've got Watkins wide again if they want to use him. Galfanier was a dummy runner there. Derek gets it up. Here's Watkins. Watkins finds his way around one, finds his way around a second. Human pinball at the moment. Looking at the try line, and Aaron Watkins from Surrey and Orpington is going to touch down for 5 points for the Lions.
Yeah, he's bounced around a lot of the top academies in the UK. Ealing Trailfinders being a strong one in the National 1, and then spending some time with the famous London Scottish, and even up with Wasps and Quins. So yeah, he's learning from some of the best in the UK. Sticking with his rugby.
Got a few more circuits to do, a few more teams will do the full circuit. That one goes up. Derek hits that. Restart coming from Lion Rugby.
Yep, Lions looking comfortable. McCormack really not getting any getting any love or ball for that matter. This Barbarians team looked like a bit of a mix from around the UK. Richmond, Chiswick, London Cornish, London Exiles. So some good quality teams they're coming from, but just not getting ball in hand right now.
Even that's a little messy. A referee sees a penalty in there, this time against Lion Rugby, and somebody is going to go to the naughty chair. Referee Sampson with our first yellow card of the game.
Just a little frustrated with the ball going loose.
Opportunity here, however, Gavin, for this team. Player didn't seem like he left the field there.
Number 7 down here, he's off right down there. Barbarians playing with one short, looking for some contact. Support's arrived.
Cormac Barbarians' first real opportunity of the half here. Need to get some points on the board. Nice run across. Got 2 defenders coming on him. Gonna need somebody to come in, and finds him there. A little show, a little go from Cox. Ball coming wide now. Little gap opens up at the 22. The Barbarians looking for their first one. Get the ball up to Rob Kirby. Rob Kirby pops the ball up, and it hauled down by a player on the ground, but they got it back up there. They are good to go. And that is a try for the Cormac Barbarians. Very little possession, but very useful when they have it.
Cameron Mitchell dotting it over, the number 9 for Cormac Barbarians. Middlesbrough lad playing his rugby at Richmond. It's a hell of a long way to go. Middlesbrough all the way down to Richmond. Culture change for him.
Kirby to take the kick. Kirby from London, another Richmond player. And that one is good. We're at 14-7. Lion Rugby over Cormac Barbarians at halftime. That's halftime there. We're going to step aside for just a minute, bring you second half action, and what has now turned into a very exciting game.
for everyone.
Players taking the field once again. Lion Rugby in the lead, 14-7 over the Cormac Barbarians. Cormac Barbarians a little bit stuffed up at the beginning of that first half. When they started to pour it on late, they look strong. Let's see if they can continue that run of form. John Broker with Gavin McLevy. Gavin, what does this Cormac Barbarians team need to do?
Well, they've got a very athletic-looking group of lads out there, but they're more concerned with the counter ruck and the bash rather than looking for the spaces. But they look like if they can pull it together and start organising themselves a little bit, start looking for some gaps, they can break these teams down. Could be that they've started their game late in the day. This is their first game. Just need to do that gel that we were talking about earlier, which Lions have obviously done second game in.
Referee Sampson just conferring with the other officials there that there is still a yellow card for Lion Rugby, so they're going to kick off through Derek. It'll be a one-player advantage for 30 seconds to a minute for the Cormac Barbarians to see if they can make good use of this. Players spread across the field. Derek ready to get us underway. Referee Sampson. Lion Rugby from left to right on your screen in the white and in the stripes of the Cormac Barbarians. Going high for this first one. Good contest, but down into the hands of one of the Lion Sevens players. Out they come. Only 6 in the field, so have to be a little conservative. Doesn't seem to be in their nature, but they're seeing what they can do. As Tom Derrick, the 26-year-old, puts in a little cross kick. Is this going to be the beauty we're waiting for? The stop, the start, the try, the cross kick. It's got everything, Gavin McLevy. What a try for Lion Rugby Sevens.
Beautiful work. Derek was almost all the way over on this near touchline, worked himself across the way, realised there was not much on nearby, but Watkins was sitting there in an onside position, plenty of space in front of him, little dink over, catches it, stops, starts, and really bamboozled the Barbarians' defence with that one. Phenomenal try. Fair play to the pair of them.
Bit of an angle on the kick here. This extend the lead to 21, but it will not, and we're going to stay at 19-7. Lion Rugby Sevens.
Let's take a look at this little chip through just outside the 22, dinks it inside. Beautiful take from Watkins and just stop starts at low centre of gravity. Helps out on a late tackle coming in, but Lions, great try.
Great work all around there. Short-handed Lions score that one. Ball knocked forward in the restart by the Cormac Barbarians. First knock on against Cormac, so it is going to be a scrum here for Lion Rugby Sevens just outside the 22 of the Cormac Barbarians.
Yeah, look a little shaky, Cormac Barbarians. They've arrived late in this tournament and just trying to find their way with the temperature and the
Derek working his way back, just looking for the right opportunity here. Great hands. Working in circles, goes out to Watkins. Little hole opens up and across the 50 he goes. The ankle tap slows him down just a little, so he's got a player coming on to him. But that's that man, 2 in a row, Watkins. And Lion Rugby Sevens looking strong here in the second half as they start to pour it on.
Yeah, Aaron Watkins working really well. He's been very dangerous in both games. He's been busy, and that man Derek setting him up. He keeps busy too. phenomenal work rate from the pair of them. As he tries to get some oxygen in his lungs.
That kick is good. Take a look at Watkins. Just a little ankle tap there, so had to regather. Nearly hunted down by Cameron Mitchell.
Good chase, fair play to him. Got to put the effort in. You never know where those ones can finish. Derek coming off for Lions, gets a break. He's worked hard. Barbarians.
Yeah, Barbarians trying to work it halfway through this second half. Bit of ground to cover. 26-7. Got some runners down this right-hand side if they can make it happen. Looking wide, but looking right into Aaron Watkins' hands. And he has had some early Christmas presents today.
Yeah, that was an easy one. Someone chasing him down, but they just landed in his lap, that one.
He got the kick pass over. He got that one.
Yeah, there's a few people out there making him look good, but he's asking for a substitution. Right, switch me out. I've got my 3. I'm done. I need my break. Looking for the ice bath.
And that one is good. We go to 33.
There's the easy walk in. He didn't realize that was coming to him until it was in his hands. I don't think he's got much left, so he's going to step out.
Yeah, he needs a little breather.
His coach is saying no. Stay on for a minute. He's not very happy with that.
He's the organizer of the team, so I think he gets occasionally to ask for a favor. Nice work here by Lyon, moving that one across field. Just going to straighten it up. It was Ali Beach that was out there now. Little step here. Ball out to the wing there. Max Trimble shows. Max Trimble goes around. Max Trimble plays for Rosslyn Park from Nottingham. Played with England Counties and with both Coventry and Richmond.
Good rugby teams that you're dropping names with there. Richmond, one of the oldest rugby clubs in the UK.
This should be a pretty straightforward kick here. 38, this brings to 40. That is good. Stay tuned after this game. We're going to bring you a little exhibition rugby as Greens Sevens, first rugby team really here on Grenada, is going to play an exhibition. Some players brand new to the game, some players filling in from some of the teams that have come to visit. But we will bring you that action, talk a little about rugby here in Grenada, what they're trying to build. Key part of it, the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. Another easy pickup there for Lion Rugby. Cormac Barbarians having a tough first go of it here. Try awarded. 45. Can't be much time left.
And he got himself a yellow card. Late tackle coming in with a swinging arm on that one. The Barbarians frustrated and showing signs of it there. Charles Sampson having none of it. The referee,
of course,
sending orders.
Players got to watch their discipline. You don't want to go out the field. You don't want to have a Carib beer, the sponsor, too early in the day.
Got to throw that out there. Got to keep the sponsors happy.
They're keeping me happy.
They must have heard about last year and they didn't bring the cooler box up this time. They just give us one at a time.
And that is the end of the game. Lion Rugby take the first one of theirs today. After this, we're going to step away for a second. We're going to come back with some exhibition rugby for you. John Broker here with Gavin McLevy. Grenada Rugby World Sevens, the Spice Isle, Grenada. A beautiful setting for this great tournament.
Yo! If you did not get the memo, Grenada has the best juve in the world. Hands down. See for yourself.
Yo, build the vibes, build the vibes. You see that girl over there, so? I want to talk to her. Job language. You mean? Job style. Boss, we playing. People parading. This girl, she fell in love with the job.
Caribbean captain.
Ireland.
What? Ha? Me head gone straight away. Ha? Me head gone. I do the rum and I lose. I can't remember me shoes. I end up being juve. Friend and job and he lose. When you see the job move, cause we can't remember we shoes. Only we bend and we jogging with chain and this is how we just move. Ha? Run the track.
She playing my game. With that kind of when she whining.
Disrespect me, don't take no form of disrespect. Hi, my name is Candleman. I'm an alcoholic. I drink it rum real long. I come to see if you have it. Boy, Becky, look at me. The alcoholic is not the that does it. The barman start to panic. Boy, don't panic. But when I read, boy, don't panic. Boy, just damn it. Boy, Becky, look at me.
To play job, you have to understand the true fundamentals of a real job.
What is the job uniform?
Oh, la la la, not it all.
What is the job uniform?
Functional to big on.
What is the job uniform?
Oh, la la la, not it all.
What is the job uniform?
Oh, carry na na dasa. I don't care what your mother say. Shut up.
We're going to get started here with an exhibition match. Greens, Sevens players in both of these teams, so I'm not going to know exactly who all the numbers are. We'll do the best we can here. This is Grenada Rugby, coached by Isaac Saavedra. A nice conversation with Isaac last night, building rugby here on the island of Grenada. As I said, might have just kicked in. This is Green Sevens, an exhibition match here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. Players filling in from some of these teams. So we're going to come back and have a scrum. Some of these players haven't really played before, so getting their first taste of rugby in the Grenada National Cricket Stadium here. So you hear some of the fans come out for this, or just a bit underneath us in the stands today. Friday, Saturday tournament here in beautiful Grenada as Greens get that one moving. Big hit up the middle of the field. That looked like Tony Villeneuve, originally from Toulouse, France. Nice handoff there. Kickoff to come here. Nice run there. It looks like it could be a nearly tying try. If the player can get the ball down, he's looking to go to the middle, but two defenders holding him back. He has to touch it down. Great work. We're at 7-5 here. Look at the kick to come. You can just see the dancers back there to the right-hand side. Change coming on. That kick doesn't go. Players just taking a break here in this exhibition. So let's take a look at the Grenadian dancers. Some people dressed up for their carnival. Grenada's Jouvert. A lot of discussion as to what those colors represent. Teams are going to take the pitch again in just a second. After this, going to be Dallas Rugby versus Find It Rugby now in a women's matchup, followed by Phoenix versus Atlantis. Should be a strong one there. And a Rugby Quebec versus Rugby Advantage for their first game of the day. Underway again is the exhibition match. On the run are the Greens. The line opens up. They're up by 2 points right now. They're going to be up by 5 in just a second, as long as he can get the ball to the ground. He does. Try to the Greens. Exhibition rugby here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens continues. We'll be back in a few minutes with full action. Kick to come here. That's good. It puts him up by 7. Sorry, puts him up by 9. Out there in the celebration, Caribbean Spice Island here as a kick comes down to one of the teams in the exhibition match. Team in red, part of the greens and part of the growing rugby population here in Grenada. What footwork. Little offload comes up there, ball comes back in, big tackle coming around. There are a little playing field tucked in and around this beautiful mountainous lush green island and just near the beaches where these players play across the Spice Island. Again, footwork coming around, offload comes on across the 22. The speed is there for this young man. Try awarded. Great back and forth game here from both of these teams. Quite kick that one, but they're going to give them the try nonetheless. Good work there for Greens Sevens, Greens Rugby here on this green island. Another kickoff ball back in play here. But it doesn't go 10, so we'll start again from midfield. It'll be a Greens ball. Long kick, nobody back there to field that one. It rolls towards the touchline. It just sits up out front. Players have to work their way back on it. Directing traffic, there's a player out wide. Here is the speed on, he turns the corner. Nice little offload, player gets in front of him. Going well, however. Great exhibition of rugby here on the Spice Isle as the crease trips him up. Whatever part of the cricket world that is. Big celebration going on down here.
Yeah, that's the Spice Mass that showed up for a bit of a party.
Ah,
Got some different groups coming in tomorrow, but it's the local Spice Mass from the carnivals.
Just looks so much fun down there. They got a couple of shots of it on the screen here, but a great representation of culture around here. And after this exhibition here, showing some great athletes. Gavin McLevy joining me again here for the end of this one. Pretty exciting. Gavin, we were talking about it earlier. I mean, this is a hilly, mountainous, beautiful island. And that there's got to be some of these, you have to be fairly athletic walking up and down these hills as a kid. I looked at kids walking to school this morning and I was like, oh my word.
Yep.
I probably could have used it when I was a kid, but
Yep.
This is, and it's just some natural athletes on this field right now. Just look great.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of these, sounds like a lot of these guys that are out here right now, rugby's brand new to them. They've just formed their union. I don't know if you're aware, but
yeah, I was talking about it.
Yeah. Oh, you were? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Good. Yeah, so I was just downstairs and speaking with a few of the local organisers, and these are all brand new. These guys are all brand new to the game, really enjoying it, just learning the game, forming their union very recently. So not a massive number of rugby players on the island, but the tourism board and the sports ministry have all taken rugby on board and definitely all pulling in the same direction. As you can see, they pulled out all the stops with the party here going on.
It certainly is down there. And we, again, plenty more tomorrow. Expecting some big local crowds tomorrow. We got these great dancers and entertainers out here. We were talking about that Carnaval Jouvert, it's called. A lot of representation there.
Yep, apparently very famous group of dancers out there right now. The Spice Mass is the name of the group. Also, got to give a shout out to Aquanautics, and they're one of the groups helping out one of the local teams. They are actually the people that take care of all the coral reef around here. After the hurricane, there was a lot of reef that was destroyed.
Fantastic.
And then the first underwater statues that were made, which I'm sure you've heard about.
Yes.
That was
about
actually
them earlier with the tourism people.
That was actually put there on purpose to help restore the reefs after that hurricane.
It's if you don't understand what Gavin's saying, because it can sound kind of strange, it is an underwater sculpture park that you can dive down to and take a look at these sculptures. It's pretty impressive. Another try coming in from the team in red here. As they continue to move forward, they're looking very good. This one's probably just about over. We're almost on time here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens.
Yeah, pretty well-oiled machine going on. They've got the timing right. Brian Stollimore and George Nicholson doing great work on keeping this flowing. These guys have been doing this for years. Doesn't matter which country they're doing it in, it's always a great show. Always a lot of entertainment.
Trinidadian gentlemen and Brian Stallmeyer and George Nicholson from Barbados, both very involved with rugby. Stallmeyer, a handy cricketer as well, so he'd feel at home in this stadium.
Absolutely. His father, a very famous cricketer for the West Indies.
And that is the end of our exhibition match. Coming up next, we're going to have Dallas Rugby versus Find Rugby Now. I'll be in the chair for this one. Then we'll bring back in the golden tones of Gavin McLeavy for the next two after that. Find Rugby Now field that kickoff from the Dallas RFC. Dallas RFC in white, and the black is Find Rugby Now. Mostly Caribbean team. Put a little kick in there into some open ground. Can be dangerous in sevens, but we'll see what pops up here as Catherine Pinallo goes in to take that one. Ball just pops up in the air. Dallas Rugby on a loss. Looking to pick it up in this one, but an early break across the 50-meter line comes for Find Rugby Now, and they're headed towards the try line. They're under the post. And a great try there by Jessica Durrell from the Bajan Pride women's rugby team in Barbados.
Yeah, it's good to see Charlotte Medulla out there again. She took a pretty nasty knock in the first game, but she looks healthy. She's out there. She's got a scrum hat on, maybe to hold in place a little bit of bandaging. She got hit to the face earlier.
Yeah, it seemed a little head-to-head contact there.
But yeah, I think it maybe split her forehead or something, but no concussion. So she's back out there playing and looking good.
– 7-0 we are. Find Rugby Now over Dallas. Kick to come here. Eamon Sayers taking control of this one. Irish referee here with the refereeing team at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens here, Grenada National Cricket Stadium, the St. George area of this beautiful island. Good wrestle for the ball. Dallas going to come up with that one. Well handled, taken in by Keely Coker from Houston, Texas. Space City, home of NASA. Contact coming in, Fine Rugby now. Putting in some strong hits, and a little space opens up on an advantage, and they're going to go across the line. That's Carlina Phillip from the Harvard Sports Club in Trinidad. Played in the RAN Sevens, touching down a try for Fine Rugby now.
Yeah, she's racking up her experience pretty quickly this last year or so, getting into a variety of the RAN competitions representing Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Cayman Islands, Bahamas, and Mexico. Pan Am Games in Peru last year as well. Going to be a long weekend for the Dallas team. They haven't got much on the bench.
Yeah, a couple players could make it. Head coach Dirk Lawrence said that the players that will come will play their hearts out, as they are. Ball over the head there, rolling towards the touchline. And it'll be a line out for Dallas just outside their own 22 as they're down 14-0 to Fine Rugby now.
So the coach for Dallas looking for a bit more depth from his ladies. Just two in the line out.
Aaron Beery from San Antonio, Texas puts this one in. Ball rolls back to Fine Rugby now. A nice little line break there. It's Loyana Alexander, and she's going to touchdown. The St. Lucian player, they call her Minx, gets a 5-pointer.
Yeah, another player with a lot of sevens experience with St. Lucia across the region. St. Lucia recently welcomed into World Rugby as a full member. That announcement only just a couple of weeks ago. Although they have been playing in a lot of the tournaments over the last few years, they got their official membership just now.
Tougher kick here. Going to go just to right of the post there for Medulla.
"19 years playing the game, Medulla, so great experience."
She'll kick off here as it's 19-0. Fine Rugby now over Dallas RFC in this first half. Nice little kick there, right at 10, and big break coming. Nice pass to the outside, and there may be no stopping Annika George. Sweetie Pie, that's her nickname, heads towards the line and touches down. Great work from Annika George.
You're not going to stop her from there. She's big, she's powerful, and she's fast. Don't let the size decept you. She is quick. Perfect for sevens.
Medulla just pushes another one across the face of the post there, so 24-0 in this matchup. Dallas RFC versus Fine Rugby now. Coming up next, Phoenix versus Atlantis. Should be a good one.
Yep, absolutely. That's going to be an interesting one. We've got a short break here, but we're going to be right back for the second half.
Something for everyone.
We'll see. Hopefully they put it on the board.
We are back. Fine Rugby now in the lead. They're going to be in black, running from right to left on your screen, taking on the Dallas RFC. Dallas RFC in search of their first points of the weekend Good players, they deserve some good work here.
Yeah, all credit to them, keeping themselves in the game, working hard and enthusiastically. It's easy to put your heads down in this situation.
Medulla has ball in hand. Referee Sayers will get us going shortly here at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. Grenada Rugby World Sevens, Pure Grenada, Carrot Beer among the sponsors. Glenelg Natural Spring Water. Keep it rolling through the sponsors. Very happy, along with Grenadian Tourism, to have everybody here. Ball bounces up again off a kick into the hands of one of the Fine Rugby Now players, and Carlina Phillip. They're moving that out to the right-hand side. Gonna have to come back. Annika George played field hockey before rugby. Is gonna find that line again and dot down onto the posts. And Annika George.
Just showcasing all of her talent. It's not, it's not always about size and strength. She's light-footed. Pretty happy with that try there, dancing her way back to the halfway line. She's enjoying herself out there. The kick was good, yep.
Looking strong here. Just impressive there. Just gets your way around. Gets in, no problem. Kickoff to come. Fine Rugby Now firmly in the lead. Medulla to kick off again. Fine Rugby Now doesn't make it that time. It's going to come back to halfway. Dallas, ball in hand. Hasn't been too common for them in this tournament. They'll keep working together, keep moving. Ball just outside the 22. Some powerful runners on this team. The ball squirts away. It's in the hands of Fine Rugby Now. Fine Rugby Now breaking down the right-hand side. Jessica Darrell is going to score that one. Darrell started playing rugby at 15, background in dance and theater. Loves the game. Who wants to keep playing?
And she's gotten through a fair amount of work as well today. She's dotted a few down. Plays on the wing primarily, but can find her coming inside to take up some of the workload.
Another ball on the post, another kick. Medulla ready to get us started again here.
And Fine Rugby Now have been racking up the points in this game. Just can't quite take it on the full, so it goes back to Fine Rugby Now.
Fine Rugby Now moving off to the left-hand side here. They got some runners. The ball squirts back into the hands of Catherine Pinallo. Plays for the Village Lions. Ball to Medulla. Medulla holds a good pass, finds a runner out wide. Is there space again? There seems to be. They're at the 22. Last gasp tackle comes in. Nice step. Fine Rugby Now headed across the line. And this one is pretty much in the books for Fine Rugby Now at the moment.
Yep, dominant, keeping control of it. Really being led very well by Medulla. All the traffic seems to go through her. Anything special happens, it comes from her direction. Gets the kick there as well.
Another restart to come from Fine Rugby Now. They're looking strong in this one. Phoenix, Atlantis, Quebec, Rugby Advantage coming up after this. Rugby Advantage, haven't seen them yet today. Strong players, first game of the day. Coached here by D. Nash. with Thomas T.C. Clark as the manager. Richard Chadwick back in the U.S. directing that program. I'm sure he'll be watching. And, of course, Stephen the Lizard Lewis.
He's been milling around this weekend a little bit. I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what he's doing
Just
here. But
shows up.
You know, yeah, sunning on a rock somewhere, the Lizard.
Yeah. Nobody invites him, he just shows up.
The guests that wouldn't leave. And away we go as Dallas across the 40-meter line. You'll be okay, Steve. The only thing worse than people talking about you is people not talking about you. Big tackle comes in from Fine Rugby now. Looked high there. And I think the referee going straight to the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And good fortune here for Dallas. They're going to be a player up for the remainder of this one, which may not have much time.
I'm sure they appreciate it.
Yes.
Could maybe take advantage. Spread this Fine Rugby Now team a little bit.
There's the power right through the middle from Dallas. Player trying to poach. Player not releasing.
Interesting on the counter rug there. give him the Superman sweep.
Yeah, that could have wound up pretty poor. As here comes Dallas. They have another advantage for not 10 on Fine Rugby Now. Fine Rugby Now, I think, is content with where they are in the game. Need to get that discipline up on defense. Counter ruck's coming in. We're going to come back for another penalty. Not back 10. They can't take it too quickly. Fine Rugby Now has to be careful.
Mary Roberts on this near side getting asked to step back another yard or so.
Mary Roberts called in to make the tackle there. Driving back this Dallas team. Can they get the try they deserve? Powering towards the line. They're at the 5-meter line. Little offload there. Swarming defense from Fine Rugby Now. Dallas looking at the try line. Big pick and go. A couple of players holding up there. Can they get this one to the ground? Referee is on the spot and awards the try. There it is. Dallas RFC. Try awarded. Great effort. Sticking with it the whole way through.
Yeah, they got to be pumped for that one. The number 26, Daisy Ayala, I believe, is the one that dotted down. Great work from the Texan.
Only started playing rugby in 2021. Now scoring a try at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. Seems to have left a couple of Fine Rugby Now players in her wake.
Rookie of the Year at Dallas RFC. She's got to be pumped for that. Well-deserved try for Dallas. Finally get themselves on the board. Keeps them motivated as well.
And that is the end. Fine Rugby Now will take the win. Dallas gets the try they deserve. Coming up next, Phoenix versus Atlantis. We're going to step away. Gav will take over play-by-play when we come back. Stay with us.
Something for everyone.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin McClevey here alongside John Broker. I'll take over for this one. We've got Phoenix in the changed strip of white. Early on they were playing in black. Looks like Morgan Freeman's ready to get them underway. Playing against Atlantis here, receiving the ball, taking it well. Going into a strong contact there at the 40. Working to the top side. Nice little hitch kick. not quite escaping the Phoenix defense. Got nice depth on this line, but the Phoenix defense moving up quickly, aggressively. Pushed back now almost to the 22. Atlantis, they've got an overlap there if they can use it. They come back inside. Support has arrived, but a stolen ball there, stolen illegally, says the referee. So Atlantis, Phoenix, this could be a well-matched game here. The two teams playing well so far today, coming at speed, crossing the 50, looking for the support, and it ends up with Freeman. Big stiff arm, big collision, she goes to ground.
Good intent from both of these teams right away, Gavin. Both of them are here to play. Both of them have the talent out there.
Absolutely, both have played well so far, and it goes to hand. That's a great little pass. Taylor White receives it.
Oh,
Ooh.
not so soon.
Oof. And brought back. She lands awkward, but bounces back to her feet. Phenomenal there. Interesting work from Phoenix. They thought they were away to the races, but Taylor White gets pulled back. So they'll have the scrum around about the 40 of Atlantis. So a little bit backed up, but they've got various attacking options, and they're pretty well drilled, this Atlantis team. See what they've got up their sleeve.
Yeah,
working well.
Coach Ryan is pretty creative. He has a phenomenal rugby background himself. Assistant coach with the U.S. Eagles women's sevens program for a time, and has coached with Atlantis and Schuylkill River, a lot of other teams for a while. So look for a very intelligent team is what he likes in his players as Atlantis rolls on.
Going down that short side in the 5-yard channel. Going to try and work across now. Running sideways, couple of inside runs. Steps in, steps out. She's going around the outside. It's a foot race. Taylor White chasing down, but manages to get it over. Atlantis score first.
Great work there by Atlantis. It had to give one way or the other. Phoenix just pressing back and forth with them. Both teams just stacked with very good players, putting the pressure on all around. Great try at the end by Atlantis.
A little bit against the flow of the game. Phoenix were pretty much in control until the loss of ball in the middle there. I feel like this one might be a close game. That kick flag stays down, so staying at 5 points for Atlantis.
5-0 Atlantis here early on as we see the gas around the end. Able to turn that one in, but good covering defense. Prevented an extra 2 points on the conversion there.
Yep.
So it'll stay at 5-0 to Atlantis.
That makes the difference, that's for sure. Taylor White making the effort there. So Atlantis to get them back underway. Does it reach 10? Not quite.
Now, I told you that Coach Ryan had coined a phrase for that.
Coach killer.
The coach killer.
Yeah. Every time. Nice little offload there. Great work. Good support. Bodies tumbling and rolling there. Freeman going early, quickly. Some phenomenal work. Emily McElravy keeping that wrapped up nice and tight. Maintaining possession. And no release on that tackle. Oh, and must have been multiple times. So Atlantis lose a player for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for him right there. I thought that was pretty close. I thought the player was in and over quickly. But the naughty chair it is.
Big contacts coming in from the Atlantis players. But Phoenix managed to go around the outside after that contact and scoring on the top. From Kate Davis, the number 7 for Phoenix. She's racking up the points as well. She scored earlier.
Having a good day, and that's just what they needed. Take advantage immediately of that player going to the bin for Atlantis and tie things up 5-all. Kick to come with a pretty good angle here for Phoenix.
Caitlin Edwards will be the one tasked with getting this over the bar. No good. To the right of the sticks.
Ooh.
Interesting, so it'll stay at 5-5.
Yeah, those kicks can be very important in these games.
That big hit came in, and you saw the ball bobble around the corner and just popped up nicely for the Phoenix player. But and the Atlantis player actually injured herself in that contact as well, so she's not 100% right now. Deeper kick from Freeman this time, crosses the 22. Good communication between the two Atlantis ladies. Very difficult to bring down.
Yeah, that's Molly Shamaya, former water polo player.
Big contact again on the fringe of that ruck, on the negative angle. Again, Freeman, industrious, wanting to work quickly. Finds her counterpart in number 11, Varnum.
Thought that went forward, but referee Goggs thought differently there.
McElveny,
nonetheless.
McElveny dropping on the ball, but they'll bring it back. So that'll be a Phoenix ball right on the 22. Great position to be in. 7 versus 6 right now. 5-5. It's a tight game. Looking to work to the top side, and they've got the numbers there. Ball slips through a couple of hands. Keeps it alive. Working back towards us again. Puts it under the arm. Goes for the contact. Squeeze ball there. Freeman probing, looking for some space. Atlantis are allowing it too. She comes back inside. Big contact at the 5.
Atlanta's good job to cover that edge with just 6 players out there.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot of work, but they've got extra numbers if they can release it around the corner. Ball is spilled, and Atlantis do well to slow the ball down there. Knocked on by Phoenix first, and that'll take them for the half. 5-5, it's really tight, John.
Opportunity for a scrum there, and they had Sophie Purrs coming back on, but they'll get her in the second half. The Doylestown, PA, Penn State graduate.
Something for everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second half. Really tight game so far. Atlantis with ball in hand. It looks like they're back to 7 players.
They're back to full?
Yeah. Reset that one, a little bit over eager.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, what makes the difference. It's going to be interesting to see what makes a difference in this half. Is it going to be, a team play, somebody playing a little smarter? Is it going to be somebody making a spectacular break? 5-5, very evenly matched in the moment. Back to full complement are Atlantis.
Yep. I think Atlantis seem to be the more aggressive. Phoenix a little bit more calm and probing, looking for the spaces. So slightly contrasting, but there's a bit of space on this near side, looking to go around the corner and chased down well by the Atlantis defense. Pops up off the ground. Bundled into touch, but manages to get the ball away quickly. There's a space opening up now. And Phoenix have gone through the gap. That's the number 2, Caitlin Edwards. She passes inside to Freeman. Oh, something happened a little earlier, much to the moans and groans of the crowd.
Ball went forward and some kind of penalty ensued there.
Oh, that could have been a... will that be a massive effect on the result of this game?
You just see the intelligence of this Phoenix offense. You know, player just shot out of line, just the slightest bit for Atlantis. That hole opens up right through, and were it not for that forward pass, they'd be over the line.
A nice mix of women from the south of the U.S., Memphis, Tennessee, Deerfield Beach, Florida, Clewiston, Florida, with a sprinkling of the UK and New York as well amongst there. But this is Atlantis coming away with it now, and they cross the 50. She's got a lot of work to do, and there's 2 chasers chasing her down. She does have some support, intelligently using the support, and finally dotted down by Emily McGee, a rangy sevens player, scoring another try.
Came from the break from Sophie Pers. She had that sin bin in the first half, wanted to make foot for it, and certainly did. Did Pers, a 26-year-old.
Oh, great stuff. Again, Atlantis just causing that damage against the flow of the game a little bit. Phoenix will be disappointed right now because they feel like they've probably had the edge on this game so far. Kick to the left. So 10-5. It's really, really tight, John.
It certainly is. This is anybody's game, and it will be probably all the way through, I would imagine. Atlantis would love to break another one here. But Phoenix, danger runners across the field.
And bounces unfavorably, but she somehow manages to reel it in. Aggressive go forward again from Freeman. Ball pops out there. Looking to work that top side. There's a bit of space over there. Can they release the speedster? Does she get around the corner? She looks for the inside ball. Scooped up nicely. Support is arriving. Do Atlantis get hands on the ball? They've come around the side. So that'll be a Phoenix ball.
Just a little silly there from Lindsay Mahoney. Goodyear, Arizona native. She was on the wrong side of the ruck, right in front of the referee.
Big step and a bump. Finally dragged down at the 50. Intelligent, just walking around the side. That ball was free and she's off to the races. She crosses the 22. Nobody's following. Try Atlantis. Amazing stuff. Lizzie Geary dotting that one down for Atlantis, and they've taken control of this game.
Working towards a PhD in animal nutrition off the field, working her way towards a number of tries for Atlantis on the field.
Overachiever.
Lizzie Geary looking strong.
I'm sorry, Miss Geary. That was unnecessary. Fair play to you. Just making everybody else look bad, though, isn't she?
Oh, you know.
PhD, scores all the tries. Somebody's got to do it, I guess.
I guess.
So with Atlantis now controlling this game at 17-5, I think Phoenix thought they were going to definitely make this a competition. They certainly did the first half, but Atlantis just turned the screw. Morgan Freeman still urgent. She always is. She works quickly. She doesn't play about. Former Lindenwood University grad. From that great team at Lindenwood, winning titles left and right. It's like candy for them. Contact here. Atlantis taking the Phoenix ball carrier to ground.
Good result here for Phoenix. They need the points.
They want to work down that far side. There's not much space, but she manages to cross the line. Does she dot it down? Yes, she is. Phoenix back in the game.
Just pure effort there on behalf of Phoenix. Player got the ball on the outside and was not going to be denied there. That's Kate Davis.
They're going to want to work quickly if they're going to stay in this game, though. They really need to pull out an amazing kick here to keep it close And if they do, it's just a try, innit?
Or just not kick it at all and go for the under the post after that. They really need to keep going. I'm sure they've asked the referee how much time there is, so.
Seems to be taking her time. No good on that kick. That's well short. So it'll be 17-5, trying a kick needed for Phoenix to get back in this game. Can't be much time left though, mate. Huh?
No, it's running down here. I mean, converted try ties it up for this Phoenix team. Atlanta's going to want to be very careful to keep hold of this ball.
So the chase is on. Does she scoop it up? Yes, she does. She stepped across into the 40. Varnum, great work. Just what Phoenix needed. Switching to this near side. One person on the outside. Does she step outside? No, she goes back in. The support's there. Pop up to Varnum again. Nice offload. Unorthodox. Wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. Freeman takes the hit. Varnum again being very busy. She managed to get another offload away. She's going for the chip through.
The kick pass is on. Is it going to make it? Oh, it's going to wind up in the hands of this Atlanta's player.
Phenomenal rugby. Last-ditch stuff. And that's the game. She knew it was almost over. Had to take the gamble. It didn't pay off, so Atlanta's come away with that one. What a game, ladies and gentlemen. 17-10. If you're a neutral rugby fan, you've got to be happy watching this one. Atlanta's come away with it. Great game. We're going to be back in just a few moments for our next game of the day. There's plenty of more rugby, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We're right back.
Something for everyone. Something for everyone.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the wonderful National Cricket Stadium of Grenada, the beautiful island of Grenada. I'm Gavin McLeavy alongside John Broker. First game for Rugby Advantage today. That's them on the left of your screen in black and red, receiving the ball, playing against Quebec, Rugby Quebec, French-Canadian team.
Be interested to see here. Quebec has had one good game so far, and this is the first game of the day for Rugby Advantage. So are Quebec warmed up, or is this a good moment for Rugby Advantage?
Quebec looked good earlier, powerful, aggressive at the breakdown, I remember, from that first game. Rugby Advantage. Let's see what they've got. Seems to be mostly from that sort of northeast corner, and they're breaking away here, getting towards the 22. That's Katie Stern for Rugby Advantage, carrying the ball well. Big pass from the scrum half. She's got an overload here. They've looped. Is that overload still on? Tackled handily by Quebec, just inside their 22. Rugby Advantage keeping that ball alive any way they can. Urgency from Rugby Advantage. Quebec over the ball well. And yeah, Rugby Advantage holding on that ball too long. Great steal from Quebec, and repeating what they did earlier. Really good over the ball, whether it's counter ruck or it's poach. Quebec have got the skill set.
We saw Quebec earlier, and they are a very hard-working team. They'll go and toil all day if they have to. They've a lot of work at the breakdown. You see right there, this Rugby Advantage team, we haven't seen what they're all about quite yet, but coached by D. Nash, Richard Chadwick runs the Rugby Advantage, given some opportunities, and they play from across the country. As young as 17 out here playing.
Yeah, Paola Arredondo playing up in Colorado. So an interesting mix. I think should be very competitive, and this women's division is really wide open. 3 or 4 very good teams, and I couldn't pick which one would win at this stage, at least. Nice little offload around the corner. She hasn't got much to do. Is that the number
13?
Number 13. Thank you. I thought it was about to say it was a 10.
We made a mistake last
game.
That
was the same one. So number 13, Mahalia Robinson, scoring that one, not to be confused with Blencourt.
As we did last game. Robinson from Fulford, Quebec for TMR RFC. Touches that one down. Do you remember what that stands for?
What stands for?
TMR.
No.
Town of Mount Royal.
No, I
did that in the first game. I thought I might get you.
No, sorry. I don't retain the information, mate. You know me. It's very limited space in this melon head.
I don't think that kick went, so I think it's 5.
Yeah, always fun doing these sevens tournaments, but the amount of knowledge that I have to squeeze into my head in very short periods of time.
I walk around delirious for a couple days afterwards.
Yep. Your head's spinning.
Call everybody by the wrong name.
I do enjoy it, though. It's fantastic fun. Great kick. Nice height. Just gets to the 10. Oh. Big collision there. Wasn't pretty, but they've let it play on. Quebec come away with it. They come back to this near side with numbers. Rugby Advantage takes the ground. Slowed the ball a little bit, coming again to this short side. She manages to step one. This time the number 11 for Quebec, Sabrina Poulin, dots it down in the corner. A bit of a late tackle. But another good try, Quebec. Rugby Advantage struggling at this point. Quebec strangling the life out of them and really taking control of the game.
Poulin has played with the World Rugby 7 Series with Canada and was part of their 2022 15s World Cup squad. So certainly an accomplished player, Poulin, to put that one in.
Absolutely, at 30 years of age, very experienced. Strong player.
That was no good, so we're at 10.
So you can see that the center of that field is obviously, we're in a cricket stadium here, so a well-worn patch of grass in the middle gets a little bit loose underfoot. But in general, very well taken care of field. Obviously nice and green with this tropical weather. It's watered regularly. As we already saw today, it came down pretty heavy earlier, but it's dried out now, just a little overcast. Great conditions for rugby in the Caribbean. Just taking a moment while
the field sorted out here. I think we're okay.
The officials just taking the extra ball off. Underway again. Another big contact in the air from the former Canadian Sevens player.
The commitment to those kickoffs for Quebec is just impressive.
You can see a lot of these women have really played at a high level. Very experienced.
That 17-year-old Paola Arredondo from Summit County, Colorado, plays with Summit High School Girls Rugby, one of the top high school women's programs in the country.
Interesting. Shirley had to sign some kind of a waiver to be able to play at such a young age in this adult competition. Says a lot about her confidence and her skill set.
The Rugby Advantage took some players, some high school teams, to the New York Sevens last week. So she probably got seen there and
got picked up.
Coach Chadwick, Coach Nash saw absolute potential.
A little quiet at this tournament without Chadwick. Usually the rowdiest of all the coaches. Usually not until the last day, to be fair to him. He's very professional.
Nice break here.
If that pass would have worked out over the top, it would have been phenomenal. But to ground now. And didn't roll a whale from that tackle and didn't separate. So Rugby Advantage are really making the effort, but Quebec seem to have all the answers at the moment. And kicked out just shy of the 50. Not the best of kicks, but will get the throw in for the line out. Good close-up shot there. See the action on the sideline. Great work from the cameramen and women as Rajote throws in, not straight. So this will go the way of advantage. Advantage to advantage.
Two set pieces in a row here. Opportunity for rugby advantage. Down by 2 tries. Good opportunity here for him.
Looks to go the short side, and the door is shut. Good pass. Looking for a chip through. Sees a bit of space back there. Can she get to it? Covering across. Very well, Quebec. And a nice fend. Great work. Strength. Now they're showing the speed. The passes are sublime, and it'll pop off the floor. It's an exhibition right now from Quebec. And a chip over. There's nobody at the back. There's 2 chasing. Rugby advantage. Number 7, Hannah Mackay, takes it well. Is brought down. Have they got the support that have come back? Held onto that ball too long. Great work from Quebec, and they're going quickly. They go through the 22. She beats 1. She's brought down by the 2nd. Pick and go. Quickly around the corner. She's got plenty of support with her. Keeps walking into traffic, though. Big hit at the 5-yard line. Massive tackle. Could be a try saver. Gets her hands on the ball. Was that legal? It's going to go the other way. Quebec are going to come away with this one.
That's the right call there. Player from Rugby Advantage came in from the side.
She's going to go quickly, and she dots it over. Nope, bringing her back.
Well, this point comes all the way back to that Rugby Advantage kick down the other end. That kick went, you're thinking, what's going to happen here? It's either going to work out spectacularly or it's just going to give possession back. Quebec was not only able to take the kick, get their players back safely, but look where they are now, all the way downfield with a kick of their own. Very intelligent.
And the spaces, she does finally dot it down. Quebec controlling this game right now. Rugby Advantage just don't seem to have the answers. The tries are coming. The kicks maybe not so much because the angles are never favorable to the kicker. As you'll see. Makes that one look easy though. I'll keep my mouth closed.
17.
And that looks like we're going in for the half. Quebec in a controlling situation. Rugby Advantage getting an exhibition of rugby from this Quebec team right now. 17-0, we'll be right back.
Something for everyone. Something for everyone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the party in Grenada, here in the beautiful island. The music's pumping, everyone's having a great time. Got a little bit of a crowd that came in as well. There was a little bit of carnival earlier from the Spice Mass. That was great. We had stilt walkers and all kinds of devilish-looking creatures walking around. Very, very entertaining. This game equally entertaining with Quebec in dominant form, crossing the 50, crossing the 22. Big chase from two rugby advantage players and manages to get her hands on the ball there. Great work. Worth the effort.
McKay, great effort.
Not rolling away once that tackle came in from Quebec. 6 yards out. Not the greatest of positions, but great work for Quebec to get to where they were. Couldn't hang on to that ball, though.
17 points down here is Quebec. Is rugby advantage. They really need to pour it on to get these 17 points back. Have to start early and have a line out here at the 22.
Yeah, tamed a little bit. Quebec, I feel like holding back a little bit. They were very dominant earlier in the day. Second game, though. Bodies are beginning to get beat up a little bit. But managed to steal the ball here and get a bit of go forward. Lots of rugby advantage numbers, but doesn't matter. She's going to skip through them all to score another try.
It is just that rugby IQ of this Quebec team right now.
It really is.
They look so strong. They're confident in what they're doing. They know how each other are playing.
I thought that was Mahalia Robinson.
They get a number?
She was so quick I genuinely couldn't see the number.
I didn't see.
But Quebec dominant, controlling the game, rugby advantage. Valiant effort so far, but they just don't seem to be able to get much possession.
22, didn't see if that kick was at 22 or 24. Seem to be missing a assistant referee for a second there.
Big high kick, but not going to go 10. Doesn't bounce favorably. So they'll get the rugby advantage, will get ball at the 50. Work it back across. They want to play as quick as they can. They want to start getting points on the board. There is a sense of urgency about them. Going for that top side. Driving forward, keeps the legs pumping. Switch play here, long ball, dangerous. Goes to ground, that could have been ugly. Scoops it up nicely though. Tackle coming in from Quebec, up to her feet, separation. That was good work. No, didn't like it though. So rugby advantage will get themselves rolling again. Nice step inside that time. You can see chinks in the armor, but Quebec quickly shut the door, don't they?
They just reorganized the defense so quickly, and that's going to come back. Thought it was going to come back to a penalty, but
letting them play the advantage by the looks of it. Counter ruck is there, but not budging an inch. Great work. Tying that down. Shows to the inside, goes to the outside. There's the supporting winger coming in. She steps inside. Two tacklers bring her down right on the 22, get hands on the ball, and rugby advantage holding onto that ball too long.
That was Arredondo, the 17-year-old, that got penalized there. Shamira Robles gave her a great pass. She got into contact there, just couldn't quite get over quicker than that defense from Rugby Quebec, and they earned the penalty there. But just great play from Arredondo.
Yep. Now, interesting. This rugby advantage team looks solid. The defense seems to get unlocked a little bit, but they do have some fantastic players in there. Plenty of weapons in the armory. Loose ball there. Quebec over it again. Advantage comes away.
Emily Mack with no number on her jersey there.
Chip through. Quebec scooping it up inside the 22. Big tackles coming in. A big kick over the top into the 50. Now there's a chase on. Quebec winning the foot race so far. Kicks ahead. A little bit of footy. Can she pick it up clean? Good tackle. Really short. She surely has to release that ball. It was good enough.
Try seems to be awarded.
Yep, Chantal John says yes, and Quebec are happy to accept it. So they get the 5 points. Great foot race, great try for Quebec. So the kick to come. That goes across the face of the goal. Can't be much time left in this one now.
27-0. Rugby advantage, unable to find the line this game.
It was a great reach out to stretch over and after a good kick and chase. Showing off the footballing skills from Quebec. Extra ball on the field, so it'll take a second to get rid of that. So Quebec off again, haven't give an inch of space to Rugby Advantage in this game. And I don't think Rugby Advantage have played poorly. Just haven't had chance to get ball in hand.
Quebec, as we said earlier today, another of those teams that gets to play together a little more often.
Yep, absolutely. Look very synchronized. Again, that line and these angles that they run at, it's beautiful. So Quebec dotting another one down. Marie-Laura Choquette.
From Sherbrooke. A lovely city in Canada.
All Canadian cities are lovely because there's Canadians in them.
My co-commentator sucking up to the Canadian audience. That one's no good. 32.
And that will be the game. Did we end up at 32-0 for that one? Quebec dominant, Rugby Advantage, their first taste of rugby here in Grenada. It was a bit of a sour one, to be honest. They'll be back to the drawing board. They'll come out strong. They've got a decent squad there. I'm sure they'll do very well in future games. We're going to be back in a few short seconds for this next game, which is Butchers
versus Misfits.
Misfits, thank you. Butchers and Misfits coming up in just a few short minutes.
We're back. It is the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. John Broker. I am here with Gavin McLevy and Butcher Sevens. Get us going again. Coach Wes Pooley, manager Gareth Howells, team CEO Clinton Roberts watching on as they take on the Misfits, coached by Akoma Gandhi, with Kamani Davis as her assistant coach and Eugene Aiken managing this fine squad. In the white with blue swirls with ball in hand is Butcher. In the white with blue waves is Misfits.
Just look down the team roster for Butchers. There's 4 Davies on this team. Couldn't be any more Welsh, I don't think.
Nice ball out wide there. Little step to the outside there. Curtis Davies. Gets that ball off to Bevan J. And move it back to the hands of Rakes. Just resetting here. Misfits defense just pushing up. But you're going to need to do something here. They get the ball back to Rakes, the Pontypridd player. Ball over now to Dylan Davies. Big hit comes rushing up as one of his teammates there. They've been moved from near the 22 of their opposition all the way back to their 40, but they have the patience, they have the presence, and they're going to set somebody alight here. And the first try of the game is going to go to Butcher Sevens here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. That's Ryan Davies scoring that one. The 28-year-old plays for Penalta. Kick to come. Rakes misses that one. We're going to stay at 5-0.
But just finding their feet in this competition. Our Butchers taking their time in that build-up at the halfway line, looking for the space, and the space was out wide with Ryan Davies.
Referee Kanisha Vincent taking hold of this game. To kick off will be Butcher Sevens.
Very accomplished national team player for Trinidad and Tobago, Kanisha. Now going into the refereeing world, one of the scholarship recipients from World Rugby. Spent some time at the New Zealand World Cup recently, just a couple of weeks ago. A bit of a
women in leadership development, is that the
correct? Yeah.
Well, I wrote a couple of articles for Rugby Americas North about people in the wild program, as they call it.
Yeah, great organization, doing some phenomenal work, and I know all the women got together in New Zealand from all over the world. There's regional scholarships for these women, organizing event management and organizing the growth of rugby, women's rugby in their various regions around the world.
Yeah, the articles I wrote, very inspirational people, just wonderful to talk to, wonderful to be able to share their stories with the world. But the game in hand is Misfits with the lineout at their own 22 against Butcher Sevens. Move that ball in the middle of the field. Hands up Mark Phillips. Mark Phillips looking for an outside runner. Puts it just a little above him, so he has to get his step going. They're out of the 40-meter line. It's Mikhail Walcott. Hands that ball off. Now they're at the 50. Misfits finding their footing here in this match. Ball up to Shaquille Dites, but turned over. It's in the hand of Butchers. Butchers are going to have an opportunity here. That's Thomas Richards from Brecken, Newport RFC player. We're going to go back. No advantage. Knock on scrum to Butcher Sevens here at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium.
Butchers look confident right now, playing with a certain urgency and confidence. I think they feel like they can turn over this Misfits teams, and they're going to have to work hard because this Misfit team is has been looking good so far today. Early push.
Dite comes around, gets the ball back there to I, as Gavin's been calling him. Ball is up and it rolls in a touch there. It's Oye Mulan. But ball and touch, so it's going to wind up being Butcher Rugby Sevens line out inside their own 22. We've seen the gas in the outside there from Ryan Davies. They have some players and get them moving.
Yeah, no, really good working forward. The young Nigerian got them, putting them Butchers on the back foot a little bit.
Nice break up the side there by Butcher. Little deception, a little keeping people guessing. Not going to make it the entire distance. Moving back across, a lot of individual running for one player, but they have a huge crowd on the outside here. Dylan Davies puts it wide. Richards has a hold of it. Richards is going to cut back inside. Richards is going to look for a gap. Not going to appear there for him. He's going to go back to Dylan Davies, the bridge end player. Now step and step back across the 22 they go, and it's got to be that man again. Ryan Davies touching down.
Yeah, phenomenal work. this Butcher team, just to have the wherewithal, your teams, you run away on your own, you're isolated, let's go search for your team, even running back about 5 or 10 yards to find his squad, and then you're working it one side to the other. That's got to be exhausting for Misfits. Never fun to work so hard in defense.
So that puts him at 10. Kick to come here from Rakes. He hits that one. They're at 12.
Yeah, no problem getting that one over. It was easy.
Kick to come here from Butcher in this first half. Next couple of games after this will be Fine Rugby Now versus Atlantis men's teams for both of those, and Saratoga Jockeys versus the Cormac Barbarians in their second game of the day. It'll be the third for the Jockeys.
Big knock back there from Shaquille Dite.
Handout for a penalty against Butcher. Referee Vincent right on the spot for that one. Misfits opportunity here. Need to get something working on this half. That's James Phillip from Trinidad. Big hit right at the 40-meter line. Butcher putting on a defensive clinic right there, and it pays off the pressure. It's going to be, would have been a scrum there, 2 Butcher 7s, but that's going to be the half, and we are at 12-0. Butcher over the Misfits. We're going to step away for just a second. We'll be right back with second half action.
Something for everyone. Something for everyone.
Villalobos looks like he's struggling.
Haven't seen much of him. Oop, Are we back?
Yeah.
We are back here at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. It's the Grenada Rugby World 7 second half action coming between the Butcher 7s, who lead 12-0 over Misfits. Misfits running from right to left on your screen in this half, and the white with blue on the bottom, sort of waves, and white and blue swirls running from left to right will be Butcher 7s. Butcher 7s looking strong in that first half. A little work to do here for the Misfits in this second stanza. Referee Kanisha Vincent gets us underway. Good work there from the tackler. They're on the verge of hitting too early. Nice show, nice go, nice little offload. Player in front, not quite going to get there for Curtis Davies. Nice dummy line, but ball goes to ground. Goes to the feet, so Workman can pick it up. Gets it to Rakes. He's been critical for this Butcher team today. Rakes in a foot race. Rakes taken down and into touch. Great work there from the Misfits to shut down another Butcher try.
Another highlight reel pass there on this near side at the 50, out the back door, and lands right in the hands of the winger. Took a heavy hit when he finally got tackled.
We're going to come for a high tackle there, it seems, on Shaquille Dite.
couple of little backdoor passes are going to let us see that one. This was a nice little stop with his foot and then out the back. Looks good. And going into the corner, really big chase back. Look at that try saver. Boom.
Now, where did I didn't see, didn't look like a high tackle to me there. Might have been a little dangerous. But a penalty here for Butcher Sevens, one way or the other.
Notably, the Misfits playmaker, number 10, Villalobos, coming off the field a little gingerly. Looks like he's getting hurt. That would be a big loss for them this weekend, but the tough cookie from Mexico. He'll be going to be hard work to not bring him back on the field tomorrow.
Butcher, a little show, a little go. Thought they had some kind of move worked out, but player decided just to go on their own, and Workman, so they're going to have to do a little more work, for lack of another term. Nice cut back into the middle. Good power, heading towards the line and over the line. Try awarded. Butchers move ahead to 17 in the second half here. Great work, great finish, just all power.
Very aggressive going forward there. Took a couple of bumps along the way by the sounds of it. Hobbling towards the sideline, struggling.
Bit of magic water always works.
Always works. Like holy water. Does all of the necessary nutrients to get you back to full speed.
And that kick is good, so we're at 19-0. Butcher Sevens looking strong here.
Albi Tayedzuera scoring that one. Not wanting to come off the field. Number 4 there on this near side. Industrious young man.
Certainly showed it on that one as Rakes comes back out. Rakes been in most of these games, can probably use a little breather at some point, but happy to stay on the field here in this beautiful stadium. Nice offload there, and Butcher Sevens looked like they were going to go in for all money, but a forward pass. Referee on the spot, no problem. Back here, it will be a scrum for the Misfits at their own 22.
Yeah, Butcher's dominant here. Misfits early on looked like they could be a problem, but their enthusiasm has been dampened by this strong Butcher's ball carrying.
Just a moment's break here while they get everything together, get everything sorted out with their replacements. Scrum to the Misfits. In and out quickly, but good pressure from Butcher. Attempt for a cross kick, doesn't take the angle they want, but look at that speed. That is something you don't see every day, and that is Jareem George. Jareem the Dream George under the posts. 5 points for the Misfits off a great individual effort from that kick. And he put in another 2 points. 17-7.
Yeah, great try, Jareem. Very individual. Great product out of Trinidad and Tobago.
I thought they were trying to go a little longer with that kick. I thought the kick just skewed off the boot, but Jareem George was certainly there. Ball down there into the hands of Curtis Davies. A penalty against Butcher Sevens this time. We're going to come back. It's going to be Misfits penalty. Time running down. They are down by 12. 2 converted tries we needed to win. Ball pops up in the hands of James Phillip. Back across field they come. There's the try scorer, George. Moves the ball out a little wider. Looking to get some of their powerful runners involved here. They get that ball to the outside. Do we have a late game moment coming for the Misfits? Put that one down to bring themselves to 12. This would bring them within 5 points.
He's trying to work quickly is George, but he's getting held up. A lot of traffic in the way.
And that kick is good.
Excellent.
5 points in it. Time to go. Butcher 7's going to need to dig deep here.
That's that offload from Walcott to, I think that's Taylor on that top side. Great combination of players.
Little mistake there from Butcher 7's. Advantage for the Misfits. Misfits, everything to play for right now. Get that ball up in the hands of James Phillip. They move it across. Don't want that to hit the ground like that. At the 40-meter line, Misfits still on the attack. It's a 2-on-2 here, so I'm going to have to do something fairly spectacular. Mark Phillips takes that one in. Butcher needs to be careful for any offsides or other penalties right now. Don't want to give any advantage to this team. Misfits. Another shot at it here, just slipping in the cricket green. Nice offload. This is the time you want to think about kicking that one downfield, just putting it in that corner. Players coming over, but penalty not releasing against Misfits.
And Misfits frustrated there. They were getting squeezed back into their own half, and then rather than playing patient, they looked to hack it at an inappropriate time. And it didn't work out for them. They've lost possession now and in an uncomfortable position, just as they were beginning to creep back into the game.
And that is our game, 19-14. Butcher 7's looking strong. Good comeback there from the Misfits. What great players they have. Danger all across that line. But Butcher's going to pull it out here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. We're going to step away and be right back with Find Rugby Now versus Atlantis in just a minute.
Ass is getting numb sitting in this chair.
Yeah, I know. Like Graham. Welcome back, Grenada Rugby Grenada Rugby World Sevens at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. John Broker here with Gavin McLevy. You're looking at Fine Rugby Now. Just took the kickoff and sent one of their big boys running towards Atlantis. Atlantis in a typical, very colorful aqua-based shirt, running from left to right on your screen. Here comes Find Rugby Now. That ball out to Spires. Now move it out a little wider. Looking to take it early to this Atlantis team. Atlantis mostly USA-based players, but a penalty comes in, and we may see an early card here. No, we're not. So the referee go in his pocket. Atlantis going to take this one quick. Get on the move. Players not 10, so they're going to come back and go again.
As you can hear, the Butchers boys there celebrating their win early, right next to the microphone on the field.
Atlantis, however, on the move. 0-0 at the moment of the start of this one. A lot to play for here. Potential high tackle there. The referee hasn't spotted it, so we're going to come back keep playing for Atlanta, save some runners out wide. They're staying a little tight here.
Yeah, playing it through the middle for sure.
Now they come a little wider. There it is on the edge for Fury. Fury, can he bump off one? Great tackle there from Connor Foster. Atlantis coming back in the same direction, just looking to reset or get a little offload as they have. Fury's there in the corner, can make this one work. Taken down 5 meters out, ball slips out of his hand. Knock on, Fine Rugby now, opportunity.
Interesting, got close that time. Just ran out of space.
Good opportunity to put some pressure on here for Atlantis. Right on their 5 meter line. Fine Rugby now at 95 meters to go. Ball coming in from Deontay McMurray, the Texan, plays for the Dallas Reds. Ball into the try zone. Let's see what happens here. Referee, I believe, has awarded the try to Atlantis off a bit of messy play. Didn't even see who scored it, but it came off of somebody cleanly, and it's going to be 5-0 to Atlantis early in this one.
Yeah, he just tried to. I think he just tried to pop it off the ground, and Atlantis player scooped it up and dotted it down himself.
Atlantis to kick here. Look at some players not really getting back from Fine Rugby now. Fellas should get a little move on.
Good kick.
And
Great.
that one's good. 7-0.
Fantastic kick.
Atlantis chips that one just down to the 22. Well fielded by Fine Rugby now. That's McMurray. Or sorry, Connor Foster. Just holding there, keeping some players alive. Pops one over the top. To midfield they go. Big breakdown coming. Ball popped out the back. Is this good for Spires? Spires shows a couple. He's surrounded by Atlantis players. Will it work out in the other direction? Do they have enough out there? Ball's just not quite going in front of players. They also go back on them. Just have to make a little run. Like Wayne Garrett. And Atlantis comes in and fields that one. Player able to keep himself in. Fury, all the hard work at that breakdown. Able to get that done. Gets hauled into touchdown there.
Yeah, great work. Unfortunate there, really trying to work well with the sideline, but worked against them at the last moment. Some wayward passes from Fine Rugby now, just slowing down their attack. Taking that extra second to reel the ball in every time adds up.
Spires. The hold of that one, puts it on. A nice turn around the corner. The foot race is on. The foot race is going to be won, and it's going to be Fine Rugby now. Fine Rugby now through Connor Foster. Is going to dot down. Great try. Fine Rugby now, and kick to come to tie it up.
Hey, he had a lot of work to do. Hell of a distance he had to go around that corner from pretty much 60 yards out. The kick's good, so it'll stay at 7 apiece.
7 all, a lot to play for here. Nice high one there from Fine Rugby now. They don't contest in the air. Wait for it to the ground and put a little shoulder in, forcing Atlantis on the ground. Player plays a nice wrap around there for Atlantis. Nice step back in. Another nice step. And Atlantis, it's a one-man show at the moment. He's been around a couple. He gets around another. He is headed towards that try line. And a lead to be extended here by Atlantis. The Amel Cygnus started program. Try awarded.
He's trying to get the oxygen in and a little water at the same time. Kick's good.
14-7. And that looks like halftime here. 14-7, Atlantis leads. Get ready for an exciting second half. We'll step away for just a minute and bring you that action after this.
They had a big jumbotron on as well, didn't they? Remember?
Second half action about to get underway here. Fine Rugby now to kick off. They trail 14-7 to Atlantis. Atlantis in the aqua running from right to left on your screen. Fine Rugby now looking to dig one out quick outside the 22. However, Atlantis with weapons across the field. Move it out to that wing. Nice little offload, playing the smart game. Good pop up. Well held not to put themselves in touch. Ball intercepted by Fine Rugby now. Opportunity for them. They're at the 22 of Atlantis. Cross field they come. Is the room going to open up for him there? Naylor looking for it, but he moves it on. There's a bit of trouble. Goes back to Spires. Need to get their shape together again. Spires looking for a player coming in. Big hit nearly from this Atlantis team. Atlantis able to knock that one back. I was worried there for a second. They were all going for the big hit and just not making it happen, but big run coming in here from Atlantis. And they are going to cross the try line again. 5 points bring them to 19-7 over Fine Rugby now.
I see a Radamek, I believe, the number 5 out there, scoring that one.
Atlantis extends their lead. Kick to come, pretty straightforward one here. And that one is good. 2 points on the board after this game. Remember, we're going to bring you Saratoga Jockeys versus the Cormac Barbarians in another Greens Rugby exhibition match. And 3 more women's games, 3 more men's games. That'll be it for this Friday. Exciting action tomorrow as the stadium will fill up. Atlantis kicks us off again with a fairly strong lead a couple minutes into the second half. Steps coming in from Fine Rugby now. Good work. Get in and clean that ball off. Slightly slow transition there. Spires steps around, has a runner coming hard. Out to the 50 they go. Turnover nearly for Atlantis, but players not rolling there for Fine Rugby now, so they get the penalty. Atlantis at the 22. Atlantis across the 22 now. Steps. They have runners out to the right and a huge piece of open territory if they can identify it. A player down here is going to need to be attended to. That's what's stopping up play at the moment.
A few tired bodies out there. I'm not sure if they're tired or injured or both.
Referee held it up pretty quick, so.
Seachin on the halfway line getting up gingerly as well. So 2 potential problems for Fine Rugby now.
We'll just hold off for a second while this player gets attended to. Medical team heading on the field. It's 21-7 Atlantis.
Everyone having a good time out here today. Crowds come in, the music's on. Even got players on the sideline dancing around, having a good time in their breaks.
Ball to Atlantis. A little pressure on them out there, but they're able to get through. Looking for a runner. They have one bundled up in the middle of the field. Just looking to take the direct route. Fine Rugby now slowing things down. Atlantis off to the right-hand side. Atlantis looking for that corner, looking for that offload, but it doesn't appear good obstructive movements. Not obstruction by Fine Rugby now. And that play just a little bit silly, but there's an advantage here. We have another player down who's going to get yellow carded when he gets up. 2 minutes in the bin for slowing things down. So Atlantis, a player advantage and the ball.
Indicating that there was maybe some kind of an elbow went into that tackle with dirty play.
Who's ever heard of that in rugby?
Impossible. Substitution coming in as well for Fine Rugby now. Atlantis playing football after that scrum.
Nice little pass out of the wing. Can they take advantage of the numbers? And they will. Another touchdown there. It goes to 26-7.
Yeah, and Atlantis really beginning to dominate this game now. Fine Rugby now can't really took the foot off the pedal. Haven't got any purchase whatsoever right now. Struggling to get any kind of sequence of plays together.
Kick on a bit of an angle there, but he makes it, so we're going to go up to 28-7. Atlantis looking strong here as the second half winds on. Fine Rugby now making some changes here, but having a tough go of it in this one. Jam after this, Cormac Barbarians versus the Saratoga Jockeys.
Short kick that time.
Ball sent back in. Didn't see exactly what happened there.
Just bundled into touch, and Atlantis taking that moment for make a couple of substitutions. They'll have this line out on the top side, just inside their half.
Ball down for Atlantis. They've got runners across the field. Still a player up at the 40. Can they turn the corner? The speed is there. The fend is not. Holding a touch. Fine Rugby now. Line out to them just outside their own 40-meter line.
So from one side of the field to the other, similar situation. Fine Rugby now have switched off a little bit, gone quiet.
Sure, Atlantis is happy to just eat this clock up.
Yep, that's absolutely what they've been doing.
Fine Rugby now goes to the front, tries a little trickery. Doesn't quite come out as well as they would like. Scipio takes that one in. That ball's bobbled. Knock on there. Referee checks his watch. We have time for the scrum for Atlantis.
So Atlantis will get the put in for this scrum. Little unusual error from Hudson.
Ball comes straight out the tunnel. Referee again looking at his watch. I think we may be in the final plays of this one. Here on the beautiful Spice Isle of the Caribbean, Grenada. Can't see it on the field, but Gavin and I can stare up at a beautiful mountainous landscape here around the stadium. Atlantis, however, not looking at the trees, looking at the tri-zone, but that one gets knocked forward, and that will be the end of our match here as Atlantis takes it 28-7 over Fine Rugby now. We'll step away for a second, be back with the Saratoga Jockeys versus the Cormac Barbarians.
Something for everyone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin McLeavy here for the kickoff of the next game. Saratoga Jockeys against the Cormac Barbarians. Jockeys in the red and white. Barbarians on the left-hand side of your screen, ball in hand right now in the striped kit. As the heavens begin to open, it starts to rain. I'm alongside John Broker here as the Barbarians break away into the 50. How are you feeling about the game so far this weekend, John?
It's been a lot of great matchups on both sides. There have been a couple of blowouts here and there, but there's going to be a lot to play for tomorrow as people look for the championship trophies. And some teams have really stood out.
Yeah, fun mix of teams here, even within the teams, a mix of people from different backgrounds. Keeps it really entertaining. Nice diverse group of teams and players. Barbarians here got beat earlier on, so they want to come out quickly, and it looks like they are. They've got a bit of width as well, and ball knocked forward. Just that rain. They're playing advantage. Turbo could scoop this one up. He prefers to play a bit of football. The boy from South Florida, did he get tripped there? He's definitely slowed down a little bit. He's on the ball.
See what happens here. They're definitely on the ball. Referee on the spot. He did hit a player that was on the ground, so we'll see which way the penalty goes.
Interesting. Everyone's getting drowned out there right now.
Occasional rains here in Grenada.
As it comes down, I think they've turned the outside mic
yeah,
off.
I think that mic is off.
Yeah, it caused a bit of interruption with all the rain hitting it. Hopefully you can hear us fine right now.
Penalty against Turbo for coming down on that ball. Player went down on the ground to take it. He just hit the player right there, so no yellow card, but definitely a penalty for the Cormac Barbarians to work off of.
And coming this near side with a bit of urgency, which I think is what Barbarians needed. They've been a little quiet, especially that first game earlier on, so they've come out of this one. They want to get on the board early, but they've given the ball up. Jockeys now with it. Turbo gets them underway again.
You do see the intent that the Barbarians are trying to play with here. I think they did regroup after that first game and say, boys, we didn't come all the way to Grenada.
Yep, I agree.
To not show.
You can see it in their attitude coming out in this second game, can't you? So Jockeys going forward, putting Barbarians under a bit of pressure in their own half. Barbarians drop on it that time, but no separation, so Jockeys will come again. Turbo wants to go quickly and go on his own. They were never 10 yards back, so he should be running at them. He's looking for the offload, took a big hit there. There's bodies laying all over the place, not getting out, so Jockeys again will get the ball.
Good result at the end there. Player not rolling away for the Cormac Barbarians. And that brief bit of rain has almost passed. That's how it rolls here in Grenada, the Spice Isle.
I don't think Turbo's wanting to get up off the ground. I don't know if he's tired or injured. I think that long run where he was kicking the ball ahead kind of took a bit of wind out of his sails. He needs to regroup. And now Barbarians kicking the ball ahead. Jockeys will win that race. It pops up nicely for him. He's under pressure and isolated. Can the support get there?
I'm just impressed with you saying the Jockeys are going to win that race.
Yeah, I didn't even realize. It went straight off my head. My own joke. Amazing.
I thought you planned that.
No, nothing. No, not that good, mate. All accidental.
Good work by the Jockeys there to hold that up. Cormac Barbarians started to hold that up for the Jockeys. Jockeys did win the race to get back on that one, but good work by Cormac to just shut that down. Rewarded with a scrum here.
Yeah, Cormac Barbarians got some big look there. Even if you see look at their bench, it looks like bunch of front row forwards over here. Some big, strong-looking lads. So physically, if they get themselves moving forward, they can do some damage against these smaller teams. Nice inside ball, though. Great pass to open it up. That's going to be Rob Kirby dotting it down. Terence O'Sullivan was the one that released him on the inside shoulder. Fantastic try.
Rob Kirby, the 31-year-old from London, leading all-time point scorer in the English Championship for Richmond. Or so he says in his notes.
It's a claim that is yet to be proven. We shall see. Yeah, he pulled that one off Google.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it was Matt Edison was the guy that caused that the pass on the inside, not the number one. My bad. Matt Edison looking lively though since he's been on the field.
Did that kick go? So 5-0 to the Barbarians. Not a high-scoring one, this one.
No. Great height on that one. Can they get a challenge in? Almost come away with it. It's gone backwards by a hand of Jockey. Looking at that top side, there's a bit of support there as well. Goes for the weak shoulder. Ball spills out somehow, but it'll come the way of Jockey. Do they want to keep possession, or are they looking for the line out? Get themselves a good 20 yards up. Not a bad kick, that one.
Great kick there. As we'd say in gridiron, he's moved the chains, pushed them further upfield.
All the way into the 22. It's a nice kick. Maybe a lucky bounce, but I'm sure he'll tell us that it was done on purpose. So they've had plenty of possession, Jockey, but haven't managed to get points on the board. See what they can do with this set piece.
Well, they don't throw it straight. They can't do much with it, Gav.
Yeah. Well, here we go again. Quick tap play. Coming from deep. Crash ball. Big hit. That Barbarians team got some big boys. You don't want to be crash balling against them. They'll win those battles. But at this point, Jockey's still going through, somehow managing. Oh, and he's gone for a penalty. Penalty try.
Wow.
Not sure what happened. I want to say maybe a high tackle. Oh, there's a couple of big collisions in there. But a yellow card brandished to one of the Barbarian players. Looks a little bemused by the whole thing. Wasn't sure what he did wrong. Pleading innocence.
Of course. 7-5 here now for the Jockeys with that. And a player advantage for a couple of minutes. Let's see if they can put some more points on the board. This is the time to move for them.
Yeah, Jockeys have had, like I said earlier, the majority of the possession, but haven't managed to do anything with it. It's been a bit of an uphill battle. So they tried. It looks like they were trying to create the maul there. Was this the incident? No. Maybe here. Letting it go.
That's it there.
It was a high tackle, was it?
Over the shoulder.
Okay. So 7-5 currently. Jockey going into the half slightly ahead, but we'll be back in just a few seconds for the second half. This one's going to be close, guys.
Something for everyone.
Like the first 10 minutes of landing on the island, I met one of his underlings. I'll tell you, it's actually very funny. I think it's hilarious. All weekend I was like, guys, I'm not buying it.
Too clean cut, mate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're back out there for the second half of this one. The Barbarians to be kicking off for this second half with a slightly 2 points behind the Jockeys after that penalty try late in the first half. So Jockeys are going to work quickly from that one. A poor kick.
Yeah, not a good start for the Cormac Barbarians there. You don't want your first kickoff of the half to give away possession, but they've done just that.
Jockeys giving the ball away. Awful movement there, just not paying attention. Somehow managing to reel the ball back in. An advantage to Jockeys inside the 22. Barbarians a little bit scrappy in a few of their movements as well. Was high tackle, was arm around the neck for a while in that wrestling match. So jockeys are looking for, they've gone for the faking that kick and went for the tap. Loose ball, but manages to reel it in. He manages to get him outside of his 22 on that top side. Big contact coming in again from the Barbarians. Working it to this near side. Jockeys now looking a bit more composed now. And he opens it up. The number 3, he was a danger man earlier as well. Malik Bryant turns on the accelerator and burns away.
To follow on your puns, the racehorse came out of the gate. The jockeys touchdown another try.
They must have picked this name on purpose just so we can, the commentary booth.
Just making it too easy.
Yeah. But jockeys all of a sudden in a very controlling position.
12, kick to come. 14.
So there's a lot of heavy contact from this Cormac Barbarian side, but they can't convert it into possession to finish the tries, unfortunately. So jockey managing to get a bit of a stranglehold on this game, switching sides at the last moment for the kickoff. And jockeys will come away with it. Great repossession. There's that man, the try scorer again. Bryant gets wrapped up. Referee checking for high contact. There was again. So they play the advantage and a block. Barbarians getting bodies in the way. A couple of high tackles coming in now. It's getting sloppy.
I'm surprised there wasn't a card there, to be perfectly honest. I thought it was a straight up block of that player.
Already given the advantage from earlier on. So he had that in his head, I think. So the jockeys, they do think twice about everything. Everything they do, they show one way, they play another. Do they tap the ball? Do they kick it? They always keep the defense thinking. This time they kick for the line out, just creeping into the 22 of the Barbarians' defense. So jockeys for the put in here. Line out falls the way of the Barbarians. Nice little steal. Steps inside, looks for the offload, wins the back. Goose step inside, looks for his support. There's plenty of players there, but the ball goes loose and it's fallen underneath his own sticks.
That's a bit of trouble.
That looked a bit scary. Comes out with some more urgency, and now they've spilt it forward. Barbarians having a nightmare. Category of errors.
Great opportunity here for the Saratoga jockeys. You can bet they're going to take their time about this one and let the clock wind down a little bit. But scrum right at the 5-meter line.
Yeah, interesting. Jockeys not really putting them under too much pressure. It's their own errors. They're playing themselves out of this game, Barbarians, at the moment. They come away with the ball, though, now. Running out from their own try zone. Fakes the inside pass, taken down. Not much support coming. They'll play with what they've got. Loose ball again, back in that same position, right underneath their own sticks. The space out wide if he goes out there. Sport's coming around the corner. Good communication, shows and goes. But isolated again with 3 or 4 jockeys players. But there's a support coming now.
Offload.
Nice pop-up off the ground. That's the number 9. Cameron Mitchell is off to the races against the jockeys. And dots it under. Great try for the Barbarians to get themselves in the game. Definitely against the run of play. John.
Good for them there. 14-10. Opportunity for the Barbarians. There's time for a kick here. Could make that happen. Doesn't look like that one hit the mark. They're down by 4. There's time for a kickoff here. Cormac Barbarian still in this one.
Yeah, interesting. They really put themselves under a lot of pressure and just industrious work over in this bottom right-hand corner here to loop themselves around and create some space out of really where there was no space. So just a bit of a reshuffle of the pack going on at the moment.
Definitely time for another kick here.
Trying to get the yellow-carded player back on. Which I think they're back up to 7 now. Jockeys will probably feel like they should come away from this game with the win, but Barbarians planning different things.
They need to come down with this ball if they're going to have a shot at this. Nice high hanging one for that.
Jockeys with the ball. Looking to that top side. Is there a space over there for him? He tries the out the back door pass, which didn't work out well. Barbarians come away with it. Could that have been the mistake? Barbarians need to keep possession here. He's got a bit of space there. He's got one to beat. Can he get around him? No. Good tackle. Jockeys somehow scooped up off the floor. Thrown inside. Is the ball still alive? No.
There's a knock on there by the Cormac Barbarians in the middle of that one. Unlucky. They were right on the 22.
So that's going to go the way of Jockeys. If they're smart, they'll let the clock run. Need to keep possession. Can't be much time left. They will have the put in.
Sure, they would have asked the referee the time.
That ball went back. It fumbled, but it was going back. And somehow skips. He's looking for his support. And he's going on his own. He's got a gallop on as the jockey. Great gallop. Massive strides. Swan dive to touch it down.
I was going to say he was in a canter, but I stopped. That was John Ray from Missoula, Montana. Great try.
And they're hoping that that's putting the nail in the coffin. Looks like the referee has indicated for the end of time. So the score finally 19. Do they go for the kick? Here it comes.
Ray gets to try to convert his own kick here.
That's good. 21-10 it finishes. Not a bad competition. Real end-to-end on that one. Super interesting game. Coming up in a few minutes, we've got an exhibition game. Some of the local boys new to Rugby Union 7s, just starting up the rugby in this country. They're going to be on in a little while. I'm going to send my partner in crime off to find some coffee for us so we can reignite ourselves for the last few games of this. We'll be back in just a few moments, guys.
Something for everyone.
That's right. That's right. It's. I thought I got my morning perambulation on the beach done, but that certainly doubled my steps for the day.
It's not too high up, is it? 4th floor, something like that, but enough. Yeah. Enough in this humidity, that's for sure. So I'll have you running colour commentary alongside me. I do the play-by-play, and we'll always have a good time, I'm sure.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing Atlantis. You know, one of America's most storied sevens programs. Good to see them still in rude health.
Absolutely, yeah. No, they've been great today. That's Dallas on the left-hand side of your screen in white and red, getting them underway against Atlantis in your turquoise aqua colours with the Roman numerals on the back, which is confusing the hell out of me to try and get the names right, but we shall see how it goes. So Dallas chasing back currently, back into their own half. Atlantis, can they scoop it up? And it looks like a knock on there. Dallas will have that one.
Yes, a little unfortunate there for Atlantis. A famous referee, the landed gentry, Lord Gordon of Fife. Yeah, it's just very appropriate timing I get to commentate in a game in which he is refereeing. So this will be one for the ages.
Was that coincidental, I wonder? He was up here just a few moments ago.
Excellent.
Mr. Sampson.
Yes, one of that cadre of Scottish referees that we have every year.
I heard that he owns the largest farm in Scotland. Is that true?
That's it. He's an arable. He's the broccoli king.
Broccoli king. Let's focus on the game. Focus on the game. Focus. So they're coming away with it. Dallas now getting some go forward. It's the sole try scorer for Dallas earlier on. 26. Daisy Ayala. See what they can work with here. There's Daisy looking to work wide. There's a suspicion of a knock on there.
Yeah, Dallas playing fairly narrow there. Spreading the field. I think their passing ultimately let them down. So Atlantis, who are, clearly favoured to win this game. Scrum on the halfway. Options on either side. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, Atlantis have been very comfortable so far. Been a big hitting team as well. The counter rucks from earlier on were phenomenal in a couple of the games that they've played in. Nice little show and goal there. Crosses the 40. There's a chase on. She's going to try and do it on her own. I think she can see the line. Steps it up a gear and manages to dot that one down. Katie Stanford, I believe, dotting that one.
Yeah, terrific score there. I mean, that's a move now that's become very popular in the last couple of years in the World Series circuit, where you have the scrum half running off the back of a stable scrum. Scoop play, it's called in some places. And they executed it very well there.
Certainly did. Just turned on the gas. Hit some of the turf on that one.
That would be a no.
Soccer goal rather than a rugby point.
No point, as they used to say. So yeah, a score like that obviously dependent on a stable scrum, which Atlantis certainly had. You're not trying to push the other team into the next century. It's just about getting good, clean ball that you can control and do something with.
Absolutely. So Sanford to get us underway again. Did it get the 10? Yep, it did. Very, very close. Good step inside there. One more to beat. Goes around that and crosses the 22. It's been a long day at the office for Dallas, I think.
Yes, that looks like the flame-haired Emily McGee, who is actually I coached her many moons ago in Northeast Academy, and actually this forerunner, the precursor of this tournament in Tobago. She's been around the world, spent a bit of time in New Zealand, back up in her native Canada, I believe now. It's good to see her still out here performing at a good level.
I would imagine you know a fair few of these players from Atlantis just with your gallivanting around over the years.
Indeed, and the coaches as well, and supporters. Fine men, one and all.
Yeah, Atlantis, it's been around for a long time. I'm no historian on the club, but everywhere I've been recently, they've shown up over the last 6 or 7 years, but I'd imagine they've been around for longer than that even.
Yeah, I think they were the original invitational sevens team with Emil Cygnus, and he was a great figure in American sevens, and they've managed to keep it going, and probably over 20, 25 years now, I would think. So certainly a storied, as I said before, a storied reputation, great legacy, great team, good people.
And often producing or helping produce national team players for a variety of countries. Now going around that top end there, again making it look easy. The space is open on the outside always. But another dot down try for Atlantis, running away with this one.
It's the Phoenix physiotherapist.
Is it really?
Yeah. Do you think I'm making this stuff up?
No, I'm sure. I trust 100% what you're saying. Because you haven't got a drink in your hand yet.
Yet.
No, they've been good to us up here. They haven't forgotten about us. They brought the food. They brought the waters.
I think the mellifluous Mr. Broker was looking for a cup of coffee, but
We didn't manage to find coffee.
That's not happening.
Damn. No such luck. So that's the half. I think we're about 21-0 or maybe 19-0 now for Atlantis. 19. It's a good guess.
Yep.
So tell me, while we've got the opportunity, what are you up to nowadays? I know you were helping Jamaica for a little while there. You're still getting into that?
No. I was with Jamaica for.
They fired you as well, did
they? 3 years or so. Well, they didn't pay the hotel bills and airfares. No, actually, I just got back from Brazil. Was down there for 10 days, taking a look at their sevens program. Was invited down prior to the CEC, the Central American tournament you were in Costa Rica with.
Mm-hmm.
So my primary job these days is in Major League Rugby with New York. So that's what pays the bills, and that's where I'm supposed to be.
Right.
But as you know, I'm a lover of all things sevens, an aficionado of sevens and Caribbean sevens, and just happy to be here.
And Brazil, that was they were quite interesting. Last week, was it last weekend? Yeah, last weekend I was in Costa Rica. Brazil were pretty much top of the Pan American group, if you will.
Yes.
There was two groups, international, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, and then on the other side, Brazil. It pretty much came top of that, along with Paraguay, Venezuela, and Costa Rica. An interesting tournament, some handy-looking players in Brazil. It's my first experience down there.
Yeah, likewise. And so obviously the women's team is a regular competitor in the World Series. So in terms of resources and performances, the women's side of the game there has been stronger.
Okay.
Which is one of the reasons I was invited. The men's side, it's the converse. The 15s are stronger with the men, the 7s are weaker. So the opportunity, though, is for the men's 7s to improve. Big country, 200 million people, loads of great athletes. So that's what excites me, that's what interests me.
I wonder what kind of numbers they've got playing rugby, registered rugby players. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but I attended a couple of tournaments while I was there, regional sevens tournaments, and they have a very good thing whereby if you enter a team in the men's tournament, you have to enter an under-18 team. So there's like a shadow age group tournament, which is absolutely what you need to do, right?
Right. Development is always the way to go in these scenarios. Some countries get it right, some countries don't, but that's great to hear. And is it primarily in sort of Sao Paulo, I imagine?
Yeah, so the Brazilian Rugby Federation is based in Sao Paulo. The actual sevens is based about an hour and a half north in a place, Sao Jose, slightly different place. But what I found interesting in Brazil was, lots of conversations. Obviously, South American rugby is dominated by the Argentinians, and all the other countries are Spanish-speaking. Brazilians obviously speak Portuguese. But it's interesting where they get their players from. They don't have sort of classic European, Commonwealth, South American club structures.
Right.
People growing up with the game. So they tend to attract players later. So they've got to find the athlete at 16, 17, 18, turn them into rugby.
Right.
We just missed a fantastic line there on that break. We've scored another score for Atlantis under the post.
Nice little tight line.
Yeah. Yep, good stuff. But anyway, yeah, exciting times, particularly with the reorganization of World Series 7s.
Yeah, that news coming out just recently.
That's right. They're going to 7 tournaments. There'll always be men and women, always 3 days. And below that, the World Rugby Challenger Series is for those, I hate to use the phrase Tier 2, but that's what comes to mind, but all these other countries who are trying to get up there. And so there's definite intent from World Rugby to provide more opportunity to some of these nations.
Right, rather than it being ring fenced, which is what the accusations are quite often, that it gets ring fenced by the tier 1 nations, and so it's nice that they've started to do that. I kind of saw it, I was like, okay, that makes sense. And then the nice thing is as well aiming for equal pay.
Yep, and not to interrupt, but that was almost the play of the day there. A fantastic round-the-back pass, which unfortunately did not go to hand. But well played, Atlantis. Yep.
Scuppered, yeah. No, it's interesting to see how the new Sevens setup will pan out. I think that gives some good opportunities for the likes of Brazil, who are really ambitious, and even the Uruguay, Chile's, which they're very competitive. It was interesting to see that competition at that.
Also in where we are now in RAN, it's either Jamaica or Mexico, or potentially you're looking for Trinidad to come back or someone else pop up. But there will be more opportunities for these teams now.
Yep, absolutely. Going down the short side here, excellent run. Shrugs a couple of them off, bundled out finally, but great yards, great work. That's the number 24 for Dallas Rugby Football Club, causing a few problems for Atlantis. Interesting to see how this team is developing. They're not giving up, that's for sure. Long throw over the top this time. Lands to Atlantis. She breaks into the 22. Ruck protected well. Overlap on this top side. If you can see it, recognize it, ball goes loose. Got to chase that one back. There's space down the side still for her, though, so she's still got that overlap. She manages to go around the corner and finally dots it down. Nice try, Atlantis. Keeping that score ticking along.
Yes, it was always on there. Just needed an accurate final pass. Didn't happen, but they still had enough space and enough wherewithal to get back on track and score.
So tell me, were you helping out down there with the local boys that were getting a run around, the two Grenada teams?
I was not.
No?
I was not. My services were not required.
Oh, there you go. They'd heard about your reputation, and so I said, well, we'll do it ourselves.
Exactly.
No, it looked like they had a lot of fun down there. It's great to see Grenada, beautiful country. They're getting into their rugby, obviously, happily accepting this tournament to host, and they're putting on a great show so far.
Yeah, and then it's always great to welcome someone new right into sort of Caribbean family of rugby nations. But they had great numbers, So normally when you're starting a program, you're a sport that people are not familiar with. You struggle to get people out, particularly one that can be occasionally considered physically intimidating, right? But they had 25 guys out there.
Yeah, no, they had a blast.
Yeah.
And some of them actually looked quite handy considering they've only been playing rugby for a short period of time. But I think this was the first experience on a real field with a referee and the whole shebang. So I think up until this point, all they've done is learn how to pass and tackle. Maybe
exactly.
That's about
it. They're out there having fun post-COVID. Tournaments back on. Got a lot to be grateful for.
And the National Stadium looks great as well. Pitch is holding up quite nicely. Dallas with the short ball here in the 5-yard channel, bundled out this near side. Pretty physical with the front row players on both of these teams. Atlantis in for the attack, looking to release the ball.
Yeah, numbers out left here, but it's been stolen. Well played by Dallas.
Massive counter ruck coming in, so Atlantis will take it back and use that overlap around the outside again. Atlantis squeezing the pressure on this Dallas team. KB Slaughter out there on the field as well. I noticed that she'd come in.
Yeah, she's a well-known player in American rugby circles. Been around a while. Life University was where I first saw her. But a mainstay of various teams. Scrappy player, talented player.
Yeah, I think I'd seen her at she was out with USA South not too long ago somewhere. I think I'd seen her. She'd represented USA South and was definitely on the USA track for a while. I keep expecting her to pop up in maybe the English Premiership. I know a lot of the women have gone over there and get themselves a salary to play over there, some professional rugby. Jen Solomon, a Mexico player that came through the USA system. She's been over.
Right. There's I think 12 or 13 US players last year playing in that pre the World Cup.
Yeah.
Quite a few of them going back, and that's a terrific thing. Women getting played to play rugby. Talk in the US right now, some chatter about the WPL, the Women's Premier League. May have found a backer, so they're looking potentially to launch this spring and summer.
Nice.
But until the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, no announcement. But I hear it's quite promising, and that would be terrific, because to a certain extent, when from an American perspective solely, if you lose players to go to play England, yes, it's good for them. Yes, they're playing at a higher level, getting paid, but it dilutes what's happening in the States. So
True enough.
Women's club rugby in the States was certainly quite a bit weaker this last year, understandably. And,
Interesting. So I'm getting the inside scoop from the masterful Steve Lewis, the Lizard, always on top of all the news, especially coming from the USA region, Americas in general. Now, Atlantis got this one in the bag. Comfortable win over Dallas. We're going to take a short break now. There's more games to come, so don't go anywhere. And I'm going to take my coffee break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Something for everyone.
Welcome back to the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. It is the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. I am John Broker, joined by Steve the Lizard Lewis for this one. He just took all my questions away, did Gavin McLeavy, so I don't know what Steve and I are going to talk about. We'll talk a little bit of rugby here, but two good teams out here after Atlanta's put up a big win, Steve.
Yes, more competitive game looming, I feel. Lionesses from the UK, predominantly English, and Find Rugby now, who are an amalgam of various Caribbean countries and Caribbean talent. So this is an interesting international fixture.
It certainly is. Lionesses in the white with the light blue on the shoulders, running from right to left on your screen, from left to right in the black, and neon is Find Rugby Now. The Caribbean version of Find Rugby Now originally started in England. Elaine Gelman here has both men's and women's teams in. Find Rugby Now, we will see if they can get their footing. Had a couple of tough ones early, but it is their line out. Ball doesn't quite go to hand, but they're going to turn the corner and go back around. Looking strong here, going down that left-hand side. Here is Find Rugby Now, keeping the ball alive. Lioness Sevens trying to hold them up. We have a knock-on creeps in. Referee there to spot it, so we're going to have an early scrum here to the Lioness Women's Sevens.
Yeah, decent breakdown left-hand side there by Blossom Stewart, who's a Trinidadian. But not quite the support, not quite the composure in terms of recycling possession there. So as you say, Lionesses scrum, first one of the game, right-hand side.
Didn't go down well enough. They've got some strength. Annika George, the number one for Find Rugby Now, has found the try zone several times. Also a physical presence there. She can put some pressure in. Does spin that one right around. We'll see where this mess is going to come out to. Gone.
Yeah, that was a dog's breakfast of a scrum, and it's now resulted in a penalty to the Lionesses. They've taken it quickly, off up the right-hand side.
Great move. Nice work back inside with that ball. Lionesses continue on the move, hit the 50-meter line. And away they come to get runners out to this left-hand side. If they can work it out there, have done in the midfield. Room opens up. Down that left-hand side they come. Is the foot race on? Medulla, back to try to stop it, but not going to happen as Lioness touches down through Lucy Peters from Bath. The 19-year-old has played England U20s.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll see the replay there, but there was a really intelligent support line run by number 12, Holly McIntyre, who just legally was able to obstruct the nearest defender. Nothing wrong with it. Just ran a straight line, but ran a straight line interference. And credit to her for that.
Holly McIntyre, a very smart player, played for Scotland Sevens.
Ah, that explains it then.
Yeah, I thought we'd got that one out there. The sardonic Scot, Steve Lewis, in the booth.
My fellow countrywoman.
And we are at 5-0. Kick was no good.
But if you are looking at the replay here, just watch it again. Good crisp passing from the Lionesses, leading the player on. Players are moving at pace. And if you see here, the line there just taking out that final defender. Couldn't get closer.
Ready to get underway are the Lioness Sevens team. Ball hits the ground. The coach and Steve Lewis wouldn't be happy with that. Somebody should take him out of the air when they can. Ball down to Blossom Stewart. Annika George can't quite get to that one, but we're going to have a penalty for playing the player without the ball, I believe. Fine Rugby now is going to go quick with this one. Just taking it towards the line. Stewart gets it on to Annika George.
Yes.
Making the hard yards, not releasing, however. Great work by the defense there for the Lioness Sevens team. And now the corner is open up again. And here comes the Lioness team. Lioness going to score, no problem. That is Jessica Darrell from Bajan Women's Pride Rugby. And Barbadian born.
I don't think so.
No.
No, I think it was a Lioness that scored.
Oh, sorry, I was looking the wrong one there. God, thank God you're in the booth with me. I've done too many games today. Looked the wrong way. Bobby Hayward from the Lioness played 3 years with the Harlequins. Thank you, Steve Lewis.
But all came from the breakdown, right? Fine Rugby and I took a quick tap, but the second player lost the race to the breakdown, and there were two Lionesses there ready to swoop. Got the penalty, moved the ball fast, try.
Keeping in with the jokes. We've had the animal jokes going all day. We had the jockeys, so they were, out of the gate.
Very good.
A little punchy up here after a few hours.
Showing a little pride, the Lionesses.
Yes, there you go. We needed some new blood in for this one. Lionesses, who I just called by the wrong team, is looking wrong sheet there, is going to kick this one off. Annika George lets that one slip by for Fine Rugby now again, but it will be their line out. Deep inside their own 22, they've got some work to do. They do have speed, this Fine Rugby now team. Just have to get the players in the right place.
Yes, if I was coaching, kick receipt would be a thing. That's twice now they've let the ball go unattended to hit the turf, and they've just botched up the line out. So it's going to be a scrum probably in the 15 to the Lionesses.
Lioness takes this ball. Willow Bell to put it in from the Sale Sharks. She was on the Great Britain Sevens training squad.
That abomination?
That abomination. Well, shall we have your thoughts on that abomination?
Yes, I'm distressed by what's this latest turn of events whereby GB are now one team in the World Series instead of the three nations. The home of sevens where it was invented. Ned Haig, the Melrose Butcher. We don't even have a team in the competition, so I'm not a fan of GB Sevens. I believe it should be Scotland, Wales, and England.
You always get straight talk when you've got the Lizard in the booth with you. You get his thoughts there on some of the changes to World Rugby Sevens. Sevens World Series changing many ways coming this year. Everybody playing in Dubai this weekend, but more importantly in Grenada, the Spice Isle in St. George's. There's a great game going on as the Lioness Sevens are taking it to Fine Rugby now, and that is Zoe Healy to touch that one down for the Lioness women.
Yeah, just good rugby there actually. Just Chris fixing defenders, running straight, just transferring the ball at the right time. It's a simple game, complicated by coaches.
Certainly sometimes. At sevens, it can't be complicated too much, despite people's best efforts. Kick to come, and that one is good. We're at 17 for the Lioness Sevens. Fine Rugby now yet to find the try zone as we hit halftime here at the Grenada National Cricket Ground.
So here we are, the Spice Island. Do you know why it's called the Spice Isle, John?
I would love to know why it's called the Spice Isle.
Do you know which
I think I know,
island?
but I'm afraid to be wrong, so
It's
go ahead.
What percentage of world nutmeg production
comes from here? I knew nutmeg and cinnamon were the two things.
Right.
80. I'm going to go 80%.
No, 40%. 40%, for all you trivia fans out there, 40% of all world nutmeg. For those who like to spice up their Christmas cocktails, this is where it comes from.
You can use it for other things too, but Christmas cocktails certainly on the list for the nutmeg. So, great chocolate here. Fell in love with the islands they landed. Is this your first time?
First time Grenada, yes, absolutely.
It just got off the plane. I said, I like it. And it hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, it's only been a day and a half, really, so I haven't been able to explore as much as I would have liked thus far.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly hillier.
Yes, it's very mountainous.
I think it's volcanic in derivation, so quite a bit more mountainous. Some steep mountains right in front of us here, or surrounding this cricket ground, just on the backside of the capital, St. George's.
Gavin and I were saying how there must be just a natural level of fitness on this island from walking those hills. Saw the school kids walking up the unbelievable hills just to go to class this morning.
Yeah, well, that sort of one-way traffic system is interesting for sure.
Yeah.
I almost think, similar island Bermuda, where they have where they don't allow rental cars, right? So you have to get around by mopeds. So there's a lot of cars on this small island. Let me tell you.
There certainly are. Been behind a lot of them. So we are at 17-0 here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. John Broker with Steve Lewis joining me for this one, helping give our commentary team a break. Gavin gets 15 minutes. We'll be back with more games after this, of course. This is Phoenix versus Rugby Advantage, team that Steve knows quite well.
Yeah, so it's actually a program now. Rish Chadwick, who is the current head coach of Life Women's, and he was a leading young coach with Northeast Academy, and it's essentially his own business. And with the demise of Northeast Academy, or the sort of natural death, shall we say, Rugby Advantage is poised to provide opportunities for players from that same region. So credit to Rish for keeping something going. They are coached today by a Northeast Academy former captain, Dee Nash, lives in Colorado these days, and managed by the irrepressible TC,
Thomas Clark,
a man of many jobs in Northeastern American rugby, and with whom you're very familiar.
Yes, wherever rugby is played, there you're going to find TC, and usually Steve Lewis as well. As we're going to come to a scrum here for a forward pass from Fine Rugby now. Lioness, a great opportunity. They got runners in both directions. Big push coming in, led by Annika George there in the scrum. But is the space going to open up? It has towards the corner. A good tackle from Medulla. Nearly high, but good job to get the arms down there. They're going off to this side, and a try, no problem, going to come in for Anna Davies from Cardiff Uni, the captain of this Lioness side. Touches down, 5 more points there at 22.
Yeah, it was a good scrum, defensive scrum from Fine Rugby now. A good push. They disrupted it. They were sort of tigerish at the defensive breakdown, but they didn't quite get their spacing correct, and it allowed for that overlap in a tight corner there.
Kick is no good. 22 points for Lioness Sevens. Kick to come, of course, Fine Rugby now. They want to roll in a few players. They've got some explosive runners on the bench.
And perhaps you no doubt have discussed the format, but when you have sort of pool play and every team is playing every team, points becomes important. So it's not the old, when you're up by 3, you rotate the bench and it doesn't matter because you've won the game's in hand. You actually kind of have to keep going for the jugular here because that adds up.
Yeah, you need those points. There have been some high-scoring games.
And this time tomorrow, points differential could be critical.
Rugby Quebec Atlantis put on some pretty good points here, as Phoenix has. Lioness as well. Fortunately, we have Tim the Oracle to count all those numbers for us tomorrow.
The only Wolverhampton Wanderers fan in the Caribbean. Oh, there's 2 more apparently. 2 more.
Power play coming from Fine Rugby now. They're going to move this one forward. It is in the hands of Sonetta Viger from St. Lucia. Good counter-up coming in from Lioness. Medulla Playing through that injury today now with a scrum cap on. Hasn't missed a beat, but that time support doesn't come quick enough. She had to go to the party on her own. Ball taken away.
Decisive stuff there from the Welsh whistler. Hugh.
Oh, look at the wheels there. Around the corner goes Susie Flowers, playing at London Irish on loan from Wasps, but here in Grenada, scoring tries at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. 5 more points on the board, Lioness.
Well, took a chance well there. That was a good-looking run. Not familiar with a lot of these players, but that was athletic, then decisive, and has managed to convert her own try for a full 7 points.
29 it is, 29-0. Fine Rugby now. The tough end of it again. Just some explosive teams out here. Lioness taking their time, letting that clock wind down just a little bit. But as you said, Steve, you're really pouring on the points is a good thing to do. On day one before people are too tired. Nice take by the Lioness Sevens. Nice offload coming down the left-hand side. They've got some runners they can get out there, and they have little slide back in.
Yeah, plenty of space on the outside there. Cut back in, but they look reasonably good shape here.
Nice step back inside. Headed for the try zone was Pippa Robinson, but she moves it around. It's going to come wide here, and a try is going to be awarded to the Lioness Sevens. Yet again, they are finding their way to the try zone with no problem.
Yeah, some good continuity there. Kept the ball alive, accurate passing, and gets its reward.
Certainly does. Good vision of the space out there. Still trying to get the number on the try scorer for you.
Can't believe you haven't done your research, John.
I have the numbers in front of me. I just can't remember.
Professional commentators like you and Gavin, you know.
It's a little different when you get these the night before. The numbers are jumbled, and that's Willow Bell that scored it from the Sale Sharks.
That's why you paid the big bucks.
Yeah. Well, you have 14, 15 teams. 15 people to remember per team between coaches and everybody. We get a little jumbled up here.
Understandable.
Lioness later in the second half, kicking this one off. Fine Rugby now looking to get some points out of this one. Well taken. They move it to the corner. There's Mary Roberts from St. Lucia. Mary Roberts steps back in. She's got the gas if she can get going. Nice break up the right-hand side. She can't see it back to Mary Roberts. The Lamborghini is out of the garage. Lambo on her way in. Mary Roberts from St. Lucia touches down, and she just needs that much room. What a player.
Yes, well known on the Caribbean circuit, but really what that speaks to there is the first time they've had the ball in their hands. So, Lionesses have dominated possession, set pieces, restarts in particular, but certainly Fine Rugby now with some talent there. Mary Roberts, as you say, a lethal finisher, just needs a sniff. She got one there, 5 points.
Absolutely. Kick to come, tough angle, not going to happen, so they're going to remain at 5. 34-5, Lioness Sevens lead. And will receive this kick. Fine Rugby now a little too far back for a kickoff here. Kick up from Medulla. Taken by Lioness. They've got more runners out to this right-hand side. They work it to the wing. Ball just pops over. Referee says it's gone back, so everything's fine. They'll step to the inside here. Good work. Ball in the hands of Susie Flowers. Flowers headed towards the line. Flowers across 22. She's got Mary Roberts in pursuit, but even Mary Roberts can't catch this lead. And Susie Flowers, 25-year-old, touches down for 5.
Yep, so as discussed, that's the critical, the primacy of restarts. It's just psychologically so important as well, right? You score, ball goes up 50-50, you get the ball back, you score again, and on and on. So deserved victory here. Lioness is looking strong, looking confident, and that is the final whistle. 39-5.
41-5.
41-5. You are correct.
Well, I get to correct Steve Lewis. Doesn't happen very often. He's better at catching me sometimes. Steve the Lizard Lewis, we appreciate your coming in the booth. You're always welcome here. We are going to bring Gavin McLeavy back in and continue these games. Thank you for your insight on the game. Thank you for coming to Grenada, and we will see you later on.
Thank you, John and Gavin. Pleasure being up here with you. Look forward to a bit more.
I'm not going to say where we're going to see him later on, but we'll see him later on. We'll be right back with the next matchup in just a minute. We are back at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. It is the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. This is the Rugby Advantage in black taking the kickoff from Phoenix Rugby. Phoenix Rugby having a strong day. Just a second game of the day for the Rugby Advantage, coached by D. Nash. Again, John Broker with Gavin McLeavy here as the day rolls on. A beautiful location here in Grenada, the Spice Isle.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one so far. I'd like to see Rugby Advantage get a bit of ball in hand as they are now, because they have some power players in amongst there.
That's it right there, and the gas player almost coming over the shoulder on that one. That looked like a Santa Suoso. And it certainly was. Emma Santo Soso, the 26-year-old from North Reading, Mass, plays for Beantown RFC. Scores a try here for the Rugby Advantage. Good start.
Excellent start, yeah, very good. They were stifled earlier on in their game, and Phoenix looked like strong competitors for this, potentially winning it. So not a bad start at all for Rugby Advantage. They really didn't get much ball in hand in their previous game, so good to see that.
They certainly did, and now they're up 7. Kick to come here. After this game, we have 3 more men's games to round out this Friday. We'll be back tomorrow with all the rugby action here. Not too late to catch a flight to Grenada to come to the cricket stadium on your own.
Get to hang out with us for the day. Can't be anything better.
We'll get you a VIP pass. Phoenix. Big hit in from Rugby Advantage. I think Rugby Advantage had a little look in the mirror with D. Nash and TC between games. Said, we can do a bit more than this. Looking to go up the middle is Phoenix, swarming Rugby Advantage defense. Looking very solid here. Player out just a bit isolated. That's Kate Davis. Win the breakdown. Got a couple of runners out here. That move off the back of the breakdown. Distributor just taking a little bit. Rugby Advantage. Little narrow there. Ball up into the hands of the Phoenix players. Phoenix has 2 on the outside. See what they can make of this one. Battle for the ball coming in. Ball squirts out the side. Referee says, let's play. Little seam opens up. Little pop over the top there. Can they make this a try? Varnum gets hauled down. Ball back up there. Davis looking at the try line. And we are at 7-5. Kick to come. Very kickable for Phoenix. Maybe able to tie this one up. Strong comeback for the Phoenix team.
Yeah, no, the Kate Davis dotting that one down, but it was Varnum and Taylor White that really did the work in the middle and set her up nicely for that with that inside ball. Just had to run across the line, 10-yard run. Fantastic work. So it's tight, 7-5. If she gets this over, it'll even it up.
And she does. We're at sevens here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens.
7-7 in the sevens competition.
Certainly is. Restart to come from Phoenix.
Yep, I've been impressed with this Phoenix team.
Nice high kick. Player coming under it, but not going to get there is Varnum. Rugby advantage off to the side. They've got a runner looking to the edge, but not going to make it there. Like Tordonato. Will run across the front. Having to step back in. Across their own 40-meter line. Just one player out on this right-hand side with a couple of defenders to beat. Have to go to the left here. Nice run. McKay coming. McKay trying to draw defenders. McKay getting her arms free, looking for the right person and finds the right person in Tordonato. The Rutland, Vermont native takes a couple of steps, gets the ball up there to Katie Stern from Fort Collins, Colorado, to Mount St. Mary's. Now they got runners out wide. Can they convert here? Is a foot race on. Coming quick, but not able to get a hand on it. And there is a try awarded, and that is Emma Santasoso for her second.
Really nice work over here. I think it was Shamira Robles, the number 5. Just really great handles on her. Looping the hands around, finding the pass.
Shamira Robles went to AIC, played in the Play Rugby USA programs, plays for New York Rugby Club, played a lot of sevens. Very smart player, Shamira.
Yep. Yep, she looked really comfortable on the ball in a very tight space too, just in that little 5-yard channel with 2 more players on her team and a lot of traffic in there.
That is 14-7. Rugby advantage in the lead. Be a big game for them. Rugby advantage gets us started. Just outside the 22, Phoenix just regathering their spacing there. 2 players in that tackle. Rugby advantage just kind of suffocating this Phoenix offense right now. Not giving a lot of room to work in, and right there you see it. It comes to this, forcing the penalty as the rain starts to come down again here. Been on and off all day. Warm rain though, Gavin. Nice and pleasant.
Nothing to complain about. Yeah, it's lovely.
Good run coming on here. Where's this ball going to wind up? Ball rolls in a touch eventually. 2 players going back on it. Going to be a line out here for Phoenix deep inside their own 22. But that looks like halftime here, and it is 14-7. Rugby advantage leads Phoenix. We're going to step away for just a minute. Be back with the rest of the action after this.
it's the first time I've seen Phoenix really struggle to get any go forward, and it's not for want of trying. They're definitely playing the same way, but Rugby Advantage are just on top of them and stifling that attack. It's an entertaining game.
Only 2 reserves here for Phoenix, so that's going to make a difference as things go on. A full complement of reserves for D Nash and TC, with Riz Chadwick watching on somewhere. Hi, Riz.
It's quiet here without him.
Yep. Underway we are. It was Gianna Solomon, so a couple weeks ago, now coaching at Dartmouth University. With Katie Dowdy, just won a national championship.
Yeah, just winning a national championship, nothing big.
That's what Dartmouth does. Divisional championship, excuse me. There's a couple of national championships. They've been in long discussions lately about how to term these things in the U.S. at the moment.
Yeah, so many divisions.
Different leagues.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk about this game because it's awesome, and Rugby Advantage is pressing inside the 22.
Yeah, there's a relentless counter poach and counter ruck from Phoenix. They've eventually got some something positive from it for their efforts.
Referee bringing them back to the spot here. Looks one way, goes the other. Phoenix on the move. Little dummy line. Kick in behind. No sweeper there for Rugby Advantage. Ball rolls towards touch. Scooped up by the Rugby Advantage, but tackle comes in there quite quickly. Ball back in the hands of Hattie Greenwood. Knocked forward by Phoenix, intentionally so, according to the referee, and that was pretty clear. So back 10 go Phoenix, and penalty here for Rugby Advantage. A couple minutes into the second half, just one converted try in it.
Yeah, not a bad tactic from Phoenix to try and chip through there. They got the set piece down, there a couple of dummy runs, and then just didn't have the speed out wide to chase that ball down.
Ball in the back, runner coming in from that offside there. Not offsides, but the offside of the play, but good break here from Rugby Advantage. Tackle doesn't make it, and across the try line again, Emma Santososo, Bentley University grad.
She's phenomenal, got great pace. It's a couple she's dotted down today. Happy to get on that score line.
Hopefully her cat George, that she's obsessed with, is watching from home.
Sure, George is watching. The information we get from these players is phenomenal.
Oh, sometimes it's wonderful. That kick does not go, so we're going to be at 19-7. Rugby Advantage pulling ahead here.
Yeah, interesting. I didn't expect that. I'm looking at Phoenix as, after Rugby Advantage losing earlier, Phoenix I think would get the upper hand, but Rugby Advantage really come out of their shell.
We've seen a couple teams, not playing that first round, get sort of the bye in the first round there. The way the tournament's set up right now, it's not to play till later in the day. Just to struggle to get going a little bit against teams that have a game under the belt.
Yeah, just settled in and starting to gel.
Nice high kick. Phoenix. Varnum. Turns a corner, hit by 2. Good work by Rugby Advantage to spread out their defensive line right there. Phoenix has an advantage. Players not rolling away. Believe we're going to see one of those yellow cards. Red card?
Yeah, it must have been persistent infringement. It's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, just that was a bit of a surprise to me. But red card it is. Player off the field for the remainder for Rugby Advantage. Here comes Phoenix, having to work with less. They've got another advantage for a high tackle there. Hopefully not another player in trouble, but not going to go to the bin this time. Nice work by Rugby Advantage to press on there. Have to play a little softer on defense. A little less rush here to make sure they can cover the width of the field. Another attempted break.
Good steal there from Rugby Advantage.
Nice work by Rugby Advantage to take that one away. Break around the corner. What's going to materialize? Ball's going to pop out there and slips forward. We're going to have a scrum here. 2 Phoenix, good attacking position. Going to have an entire open side of the field.
Phoenix
couple of opportunities there, but just a little bit impatient. They've got the extra person, they've got the extra body on the field. Really got to work hard to take advantage of it in these last few moments and get themselves back into this game. It's not beyond them.
It's not beyond them. They need to score twice. So need to score in a short order here. Changes made for Phoenix. Big scrum from Rugby Advantage. Playing smart defense here is Rugby Advantage. But ball popped up over the top there. Davis's hand, she shows across the 22. Another tackle comes in. Desperate defense from this Rugby Advantage side. Let's see where they decide to go. Can they hang on to this one? The dam may have to break eventually, and it looks like it may. And across the try line go Phoenix. Need to get a quick kick here and move on.
Great try. Really well worked, going around the corner, the switch passes, loop around, and just good support from Phoenix to finally dot that one down. There's a lot of tired bodies out there right now.
There certainly are. A nice swim in the beautiful white sandy beaches in the sea here. I'll take care of that after this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looking forward to that later. Hopefully we get in before it gets too dark.
See. Starting to sound like a travel brochure at some point, but
I know. I'm all right with that.
I'm fine. Happy. Enjoying my time here in Grenada. Deciding if I'm going to leave. Nice attempt there from Phoenix, but no good. So we're at 12 to 19.
This try, another quick look at it. It was a lot of support. That was just 1-2 passes that you saw there, but there was at least 6 or 7 leading up to it, and really showing the determination from Phoenix to get them crawl themselves back into this game against Rugby Advantage.
It's maybe a last bite at the apple here for Phoenix. Gonna have to attack this restart. I think it was only yellow cards. There's 7 players in the field now for Rugby Advantage.
Huh.
Gianna Solomon, got to be careful. She pulled herself a little through that contact area. If there was somebody there to poach that ball, she could have been in trouble, but good work keeping their feet by Rugby Advantage. Player not held, takes another couple of steps. Phoenix cannot poach that one. Player's off to the left-hand side. Solomon again puts a nice pass in. Good ball work out there. Ball slips forward. So we will have a scrum here to Phoenix. Time winding down by a converted try.
It was good work from Nicole Wanamaker. Just pumping the legs to get some advantage, putting Phoenix on the back foot, and that resulted in a better position. Now they're on the 40. Phoenix have got a lot of work to do to get back into this now.
Referee brings that one back up. Just a bit of a mess. Any time that can be wasted is working for Rugby Advantage. Nice catch there. Good pressure defense coming on. Step inside. Look at the wraparound there from Phoenix. A little deception. They've opened up a side of the field. They're going to have to make something happen. Somebody's going to have to stand up and be counted. Poach coming in, but unsuccessful. Ball winds up in the hands of one of the Rugby Advantage players there. Solomon on the spot to move it across. I have to pick this one up. That's Arredondo, 17-year-old from California. She nearly put that pass away. Could have been in trouble. She did. Tordonato keeps her feet. Players coming in. Good contest for the ball. Comes back to Rugby Advantage. They've got a numbers game out here, and they go for the little kick. Smart by Solomon. Picks it up 5 meters out. They're looking at the try line. Can't quite make it there. A little pick and go might get us across the line. Somebody's got to come in, and it will be Solomon. Looks one way, steps the other. Can she get across the line? If she's held up, she should still be okay. The referee says held up. and whistles for the end of the match. 19-12. Rugby Advantage beats Phoenix. Tremendous work with a player down on defense to make that happen for Rugby Advantage. That is our last women's game of the day. We have 3 men's games left. The Misfits versus Lion, Saratoga Jockeys versus Atlantis, and Fine Rugby Now versus the Cormac Barbarians. We're going to step away for a minute. We'll be right back with that action after this.
Something for everyone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin McLeavy here alongside John Broker. We're beginning to wrap up our game stage. Just 3 more left. This next one up is Misfits Men against the Lion. The Lions, 2 teams with very similar outfits on. So just to clarify for you, on the left of your screen, with the white and the sort of sky blue waves at the bottom of their shirt, is the Misfits team. Lions receiving the ball with the white and sky blue, pale blue arms. But yeah, you should be able to enjoy a fantastic game. 2 very exciting teams. There's Taylor just popping a ball inside quickly. Carl Walton arriving a little bit late for that one. So that's going to go the way of the Lions. Both teams having a mixed bag of success so far, but both very entertaining. Not sure how the group stages are sitting at this point, but I'm sure before the end we'll be able to give you a resume of everything to see how the second day is going to set up. Some serious pressure from Misfits on the Lions team there. He was offside, just caught himself getting...
A little anxious there.
Yeah, crept around the corner, didn't he? Saw that ball, but recognized his mistake and stepped back. It was too late. Decision was already made. Lions get them restarted. George Paul working it this way. Splits the defenders. He's got a fullback to beat. He's going to go around the outside. Now, that's the number 6, Shaquille Dyke, chasing him down. He's no slouch, and a great recovery. A big contact coming in there from the Lions men.
Going to come back for the knock-ons, however. Great break, but here we are.
But yeah, great breakaway and a good chase down by Shaquille Dyke.
Big break was made by the number 1, Will Aylen. Cardiff Met, Herefordshire County. Plays for the Luptonians.
Big rangy runner.
He took that angle, you go straight to the opposite. It might seem further, but going for that opposite corner flag sometimes in 7s will work for you.
Walcott, Barbados international player, going forward with some determination. Step inside from Dyke. Looping pass over the top. That's to Kareem Brown. Walcott trying to stay inside. He steps out. Great covering tackle again from Lions.
See the Lioness team cheering on their counterparts here. And try to go quick on that line out, but referee says no thank you. Let's come back and reset it.
So it'll be a Lions throw in for the line out. Number 12, George Paul. Plays for Hartpury University, one of the better university rugby clubs in the UK. Going on that top side now, the Lions working around the edge, trying to slip another tackle. He manages to keep moving.
Nice work. They got runners across the field.
From Derek, directing the traffic back this way again. Got one man left outside. It's Aaron Watkins on this near side. He steps in, jinking, slips a couple of tackles, manages to offload the ball. Again, working to that top side. It's 2v1 right now. Covering tackle is coming, loses his footing. Gives Misfits a moment to breathe, but he's found another spot on this other side. He's going on his own. That's Pello, number 7 for Lions. Great individual try. Really, literally took on the entire team by himself to dot that one down.
Gathlanier, great player right there from South Africa. We've talked on him before. One thing we didn't say is that he almost went to the States to run track at LSU and decided to pursue rugby instead. So that tells you what kind of gas he has.
Yeah, that's not an easy track and field team to get onto. That's pretty impressive on your resume.
I could have been their manager or something.
Yeah, damn. Yes, serious wheels.
First blood anyway.
Interesting resume though. Cardiff, he's at Cardiff University, played on the South Africa Sevens Academy, and then potentially an LSU track and field sprinter. It's a Forrest Gump story if I've ever heard one.
He probably loved Miami.
Yeah, you never know, and he's got some eligibility. He's only 22, so might be able to squeeze him in for a year or so. To look at the compliance officer and see what I can do there. Nice pick up there from Aaron Watkins. He's split the defense as well, the number 2. Jinky little player, but really alert and playing very well. London Scottish former academy player.
Zombie has we said, qualified for the Commonwealth Games. Just saw the opportunity and took it, no problem, Aaron Watkins.
Zambia. Commonwealth Games over in the UK a few months back. Was very successful on the rugby front. Great competition to have participated in. It's the next best thing to the Olympics for most people in the former British colonies.
The Pan Am Games on this side of the world. Similar.
That's coming up next year. Another exciting tournament. Rugby's been adopted in there as well. And a couple of years ago in Peru, it was a lot of fun. But Lions are going to get underway here again. Ball bouncing around, somehow comes away with the Misfits, but offside.
I'm not sure about that one. Ball is knocked back.
Sun
The
beaming
ball's
into
back by a Lion player.
Uh-huh.
And the Misfit just happened to be there. There had been no ruck. There had been no... Sure. We'll have to inquire with our referee friends later on about that as the ball was the outside.
Lions had a lot of space over there, but it really was just not utilized properly. Misfits were coming over slowly and just ran out of space on the top side there. So got Lions 14, Misfits 0 right now. Not reflected on the screen, but we'll get that fixed for you in just a moment, guys. 14-0 to the Lions. Controlling the game, but Misfits have got danger men all over the park. Just haven't had a chance to utilize them yet. Taylor looking to go out outside. He shrugged one off. He's got wheels, but it looks like the Lions have got wheels too. Aims for the slap tackle on the heel, but does not get it. So Taylor is looking to dot down. Another fantastic try for Taylor from Trinidad.
Played with the national sevens team in Trinidad, of course. 21-year-old Jonathan Taylor. What speed around the outside there. He just saw that opportunity and took it. His teammates know it. You can see him rewarding him right there.
Really advanced his play quite a lot this last year. Spent a bit of time, good 6 months or so with the Rhinos Academy over in California. Got some sponsorship to go do that from the Rhinos, and they're doing a great job developing him and just really polishing his game. He was a raw talent for Trinidad and Tobago, and I feel like he's learned a lot with his time in California.
14-5.
This one's going to wrap up for the half. 14-5, so they've kept themselves in the game.
And here's that run. Just look at him around the corner. Last gasp attempt there for a tackle for the ankle tap. Doesn't go. Cover defense can't make it. And Taylor crossed the line for 5.
It's stuff. So we're going to go in for the half right now, but we're going to be back in about 30 seconds for the second half of this one. It's stayed tight with that 5 points from Taylor, looking to get back into the game, putting Lions under a little bit of pressure. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Something for everyone.
So this Lions team looking quite comfortable early in the first half, but we're running down the clock, and Misfits managed to get themselves in with that late try at the end of the first half. We'll see how they come out in the second. Misfits are going to want to come out quick, get a couple of tries on the board. They always seem quite, they always look dangerous once Aaron Watkins has got ball in hand. He's been lively for Lions. And then Tom Derrick as well tends to direct the traffic. If they link up together, can finish off this Misfits team.
So today Lion has played one less game than Misfits.
Okay,
So I wonder if that comes into play.
Yeah, in the last couple of minutes of this game, I'm sure it will affect. Walcott now to Taylor. Coming this way to the near side wing, Dite. He steps past one, looks for the inside ball, and it comes cleanly to Phillips. James Phillips. Pushed out just inside the Lions half.
Smart cover defense there from Lion. Really just shut that down out wide. Forced a player in a touch. A good result for them.
Lions starting their line out really outside and stepping in. And directly up was stolen by the Misfits. Walcott in the center. Oh, lost pass going backwards there, chasing themselves back towards the 22 from Taylor. Nice step forward. Managed to get to the 40. Walcott looking, all of his team are on this side. There's a massive overlap if we can get the ball away, but a big crunching tackle comes in from Lions.
So intelligent right there.
Had to cut it off there. Walcott, nowhere to go. Another Lions wall. Bobbled ball, but it stays alive. A little isolated, but the support comes in. Going to the top side this time. Got to play patient work. Looks for the fake inside. Now he's gone and isolated himself there. He's going to lose the ball, surely. Big counter ruck comes in. The Lions got their hands on it.
You called that was a big mistake. He just thought he was going to take the outside and somebody wanted to do everything himself and ends up getting penalized for not releasing the ball there.
Yep, just a little bit of inexperience there creeping in. This Lions team will happily take the scrum. In a good position at the 22. Taylor head down, looks a bit upset with himself for that mistake. Some substitutions coming in for the Lions. Number 4, Lewis Dennett, and Avery Smiles Tyson, number 8, coming in. Rotate those players, give them a break. There's another full day of rugby to come tomorrow, don't forget.
It is going to be a great day. The pressure is going to ramp up tomorrow, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yep, it gets always gets a little harder on the second day. You've got to do your recovery. It's all about the recovery in the first evening after a full day of competition. Do you get your ice bath? Do you get fed properly? Do you get your water? Do you get your stretching? How much sleep do you get? All plays into game. So sometimes teams step up their game day 2 just because they've recovered well. But here's Derek, who's definitely stepping well today. He takes them into the 22.
Plus tomorrow, points can come into play for a lot of these teams since they're all playing each other once. It's not just a win-loss.
Ball over. Came around the side for that one. It wasn't out.
I thought that might have been a penalty, but they're going to call the knock on here. It's going to be a scrum for the Lions. Another good result for them. The end of a passage of play.
Yeah, they keep cranking that pressure, don't they? So the Lions in a good position here. Middle of the park. Put all of their attack on the top side. Ball in, comes out clean. Scrum half getting a lot of pressure.
Pressure was illegal, however.
Gets Misfits pushed back 10 more yards. All the way back to their try line now. They're going to have to come out aggressive here.
So you're up 14-5. Posts are right in front of you. You can just extend it that little bit with just a quick kick here. But the boys want to run. I can't blame them. I'd rather call that.
They want to play. Nice little switch move there. Looking for a space. Goes into contact. He's got players lined up to take that ball. He's gone all the way around to the sticks almost.
Iago Ford from Redruth, Cornwall.
All the way down in the south of England. Go any further, you'll be in the channel. Lovely part of the UK. And I feel like that might have finished off this Misfits team.
That does put him at 21. Rolling on here.
Tom Derrick with the kick. Solid as ever. Villalobos is on the bench. He hasn't been in for the Lions. He was very prominent earlier on in the game. Excuse me, for the Misfits.
Started looking down the list there. He looked at so many teams today. I thought he was in the wrong team there. What a near take.
Good work going forward, the Lions. Stolen ball. Was that legal? No. Saw something a little bit earlier. So we a scrum here for Lions, just outside the Misfits 22. Yeah, but regarding Villalobos, I think they missed him in this game. He was essential in the prior games for them, and they were a little bit flat without him. Getting a little scrappy out there, some tired bodies. Substitutions coming in.
Every wasted moment is in the Lion favor right now.
Curran Dask coming in to the pack.
The Haitian player, we talked about him earlier.
Plays up at Old Blue. Really keen on growing the Haitian national team to get competitive, maybe enter into the Rugby Americas North organization. Lions coming away with the ball here, working from the 22 all the way back to their 50, but I think they're happy with just with possession at this point. Stifle this game. Nice little spin. Great work from the number 7, Pedlo. He's got a few tries today.
Bethany, we've talked about him quite a bit.
Now ball comes loose here. Step inside from the Misfits. Working to the middle. Support slow to arrive. Misfits will be happy with that. They can tap and play. They want to go quickly. Looking to the top side again. Takes a late hit. Nice little switch pass in reverse. Goes around the outside. Crosses the 50. Kicks ahead. Takes a deflection on the way through. bounces kindly for Lions, and he runs it out around about his own 22. Interesting. Smart. Let me just get this game over and done with. Got it in the bag.
I think he was pretty sure that game was over. He just ran into touch there.
Yeah.
He wanted to be done for the day. A little swim in the ocean coming for the Lion boys. Good win.
Yeah, 21-5 over the Misfits. Convincing. Stifled that Misfits team. Looking a little tired, and I think you were right earlier about the, does it make a big difference? They had one game extra over more than the Lions team, so they'll take the spoils for this one. 21-5. Got another game coming up in just a few seconds. That will be the Jockeys and Atlantis. Good game coming up in about a minute. Stick around, guys.
We're getting underway, so talk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Saratoga Jockeys here in the red and white kit. Been great today so far, playing against Atlantis. Ball goes straight into Atlantis' hands. To get underway, driving forward, good work. Working across the field. Oof, awful pass to ground there, causing some problems. Knocked on. Chantal John from St. Lucia in the middle. Very experienced referee locally. I'm sure enjoying spending some time with the referees from Scotland and learning and absorbing. She really is a student of the game.
Yeah,
Still playing.
Does enjoy it.
One of the leaders of the St. Lucia national team as well. Here's my boy Turbo. Fantastically exciting player. He spotted me. I don't think he knew that I was here. He spotted me when I was down on the field earlier. Got a big smile on his face. Great little player. Really promising career ahead of him. Learned the game late in life and looks very comfortable with this Saratoga Jockeys team. Nice little step inside there. Looking for a gap. Brought down. There's not much defensive support on that in that area. Another nice step inside. Steps again. One man to beat. Goes to ground there on the 5. Jockeys looking for a space. He's gotten himself through. Can't catch the number on that one.
See what I can find here. Jockey's really growing into the day.
Absolutely.
Getting better as the day goes along, and that's a big thing for them. Very important.
Was it Ludo? I think that's Ludo Makwakwa.
Belgian-born, plays for Boston Rugby and Roots Rugby. Great program out there.
Yeah, got to show some love for Roots Rugby, doing phenomenal things.
Though we might see them here, they do go to a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, they've been busy I've seen them in a lot of stuff recently.
Yeah, Cal Granby, Derek Lipscomb started that one. The Roots program, along with Hayden James.
So the missed kick, so they'll stay at 5-0.
Except for the outline number that makes it hard for us to read on the Jockeys. Yeah. That's the best uniform of the weekend.
Yeah, I like it.
I love it.
Yep.
I just, obviously Saratoga, the horse racing,
absolutely.
A wonderful part of the world. Up in the Adirondacks, New York State.
Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna have to try and snag one of those and one of the Barbarians kits. Yeah. I've got some of my stuff in the hotel room. I'm sure I can do a
ready to trade? Right.
Shirt swap later on. And Saratoga Jockey coming away with that one from the kickoff. looking and probing, finding some space. Brought down, and that's some dirty ball for the scrum half to try and pick up when he's getting the counter ruck in his face. Atlantis come away with this one. Charging forward and finding space. Core crossing the 50. He's got some wheels on him, the big man. And again, Atlantis now on the front foot. Well done for the jockey player to not interrupt. There he was, severely offside, and Atlantis responding, getting 5 points and keeping it tight. That's Kyle Hegarty dotting down for Atlantis. Trying to get that oxygen in. Humid out there. Some great work from several players. Atlantis just go forward.
Good answer there. It's all tied up here at 5. They could extend it with this kick. Well, it is a tough one.
No good. It was close.
We are tied up here. And you see that ball come across and just the wheels come on the number 8.
Five apiece. Could be an interesting one. I feel like this might stay tight for a while. Lackadaisical kick that time. Jockey's looking to go around the outside. Handily met by the Atlantis defense. Little chip through. Can he scoop it up afterwards? Nope. Defense comes back. Another kick ahead, though.
At the very least, this puts a ton of pressure on this Atlantis team.
Got to like that bounce, but he's caught behind his line. Atlantis in kind of problems there.
Might have been better to just let that sucker go. It might have rolled through the back. It looked like it might have hit the post, so I'm not close enough to tell.
Yeah.
But it might have been a mistake there for Atlantis.
Yeah, maybe it just he didn't feel it had enough purchase on it to cross that line. The pressure was coming quickly as well from jockeys. But jockeys now in a great position, just 5 yards out if they can hold on to this scrum put in. A massive push comes from Atlantis. Great work. Saratoga drop on the ball. Referee Chantal John trying to organise that. So there's an offside from jockeys. Atlantis on the attack immediately. Core looping over the top. Finds a little bit of space on the outside of Turbo. Just keeps going. He's got another man to beat. Steps in, steps out, looks for support. Support's arriving. Big collision. Not rolling away there, but he manages to get to his feet. Core sees a space. He wants to go forward as well. Good pace of play from Atlantis, and unfortunate there, just knocks it on at the last moment. Exciting stuff from Atlantis, John.
Good work, good speed from Atlantis there. For everything you thought, you saw him go down, you thought they were going to make it to the try zone, but you got to appreciate that cover defense and that commitment from the Saratoga jockeys could make that initial contact there and take down a flying player. And just after that, that knock-on creeps in. A little bit of hard luck for Atlantis, but good result there for the jockeys.
Atlantis do look very good when they play quickly. Just that front foot rugby, they keep the ball alive and go forward. It's pretty direct, but it's great entertainment as well. That scrum got ugly. There was legs in the air at one point there. Losing balance. So they'll reset that one just outside the jockey 22. In quickly, another big push from Atlantis causes problems for Saratoga. Atlantis have come away with it. He's got one more man to beat. He does dot it down. Late tackle comes in. Atlantis, 5 more points, taking lead.
That is individual effort there by Nick D'Angelo, the Philadelphia Whitemarsh player, went to Westchester University, and just put the pressure on there and made it work.
Yep, it was that first step. There's always the temptation to push early, so they held on for a moment, and that big secondary shove allows Atlantis to take a slim lead, as I believe they should be coming in for the half at this point. And no good. So 10-5, Atlantis in the lead as we go into the half-time. Look at that big push there. Causes some problems for the scrum half. And a nice little spin move. A little step. He still had a lot of work to do when he gets the ball down. Fantastic try, Atlantis. Half-time currently. We're going to be back in about 30 seconds to see if Saratoga Jockeys can keep themselves in this game against quite formidable Atlantis team developing well in this tournament. We'll be right back.
Something for everyone.
Controlling this game, but Saratoga Jockeys don't go out without a fight, that's for sure. And they have developed quite well throughout this first day. Seem to improve as they go. Good kick on that one. Saratoga take it cleanly. There's a lot of space over on that top side. Can they jockey the jockeys into the corner? Yes, they can.
They have good trap defense there.
It's interesting defensive setup from Atlantis, but it's working really well. Just trying to pressure those jockeys into making that mistake pass. Little kick through now. Can it sit up nicely for him? Oh, and it doesn't.
Oh, that should be a card right there. And a penalty try, I believe. That player was tackled clearly without the ball.
No, too far out for a penalty try, so they're just going to give. Interesting.
We're gonna talk to the referee here. We'll see.
Chantel John taking a bit of guidance from the AR, who brought it to her attention.
He had chipped that ball ahead, and the player just came and tackled him.
Yeah.
And there was nobody between him and the try zone. Probably not necessarily a guaranteed. We'll see.
So
Little
there was
kick forward.
Yeah, there was a kick. There was
tackle.
no hands involved there, and it was a tackle. So I think it depends what the advice was.
I'm very surprised that isn't at least a card.
Yeah, so Turbo gets them restarted. Going on that top side now, Saratoga could come away with 5 points anyway, and yes, they do. Dotted down. Chantel John doesn't have a doubt this time.
We're all tied up again.
Interesting. This one's turning into a juicy game of rugby. I saw Chantel reaching into her socks for her cards for a second. I was like, okay, she's gonna give something late, but no. This is a difficult kick
it's a
to
very
make.
Tough angle.
Yeah, he's a lefty.
He's been pretty strong all day. He's had some good runs as well. Nick Argy from Chicago, Illinois. Big karaoke fan. He doesn't hit that one, but he's been very good for this team today.
Well, hopefully he hits a few notes tomorrow night after the games are over. Find a karaoke bar nearby.
What are you going to sing?
I do. Have you heard this voice? It's monotone. God save the king, and that's about it. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Singing's not my talent. I have other skills. Other skills.
That we know.
Deep kick this time from Saratoga. Just something a little bit different. Puts them all the way back to their 5. Working across. Got the numbers back there quickly. Good work from Atlantis. A little bit high on that tackle. Saratoga have to be careful. The advantage arm is out. Okay. There's support there. There was a hand on that one, but it bounces kindly for Atlantis. He's streaking through the middle. He's got 3 chasing him. Great try, Atlantis. Phenomenal stuff. Not a bad idea to kick it deep, but fair play to Atlantis. They worked back very quickly and got that support. All seven players behind the ball make the difference. So 15-10. Atlantis take the lead one more time. And the kick is good as well.
That's the first converted try of this match.
Yep.
Let's see if that makes a difference.
Absolutely. Now, I'm sure Saratoga might feel a little bit upset that Atlantis have scored now with 7 players on the field. They feel like they should have maybe seen a card earlier, but that is the nature of this game. Sometimes the decisions go against you. And now Atlantis in a controlling position. Not much left on the clock, I'd imagine. Oh, and he overran it. He overcooked that right before the kick. The winger on this near side for Atlantis with the scrum cap.
Coach killer, invented by an Atlantis coach.
The curse at this point, I think.
Nice ball work.
Yeah, really nice ball handling there on that last one of them tackle, the offload. He was 2 inches off the floor and manages to get that ball away.
Now, sometimes you just gotta, you want to make that play. There's room on the field. But you just have to realize when to take the ball in contact. Just go to the ground, reset it. You have players across there.
Yeah, there's plenty of support. A couple of the changes for Atlantis. Some fresh legs in, the winding down day. And now a penultimate game. One more to come after this. Atlantis come away with that scrum. Attacking hard. Running into a Saratoga jockey's wall. Nice little step and goes. Driving through the 50 now. Finally brought down. But they've got the entire back line to work with. Core, little hitch kick, power step. Drives through, offloads the ball. Steps inside. Working well, this Atlantis team right now. Once they start going forward, they look very dangerous. And there you go. They want to play quickly. Looking at that near corner. He managed to skip out of a couple. Offloads inside. Great try, Atlantis. Very well deserved. They look good going forward, John.
Late game surge here from some of the replacements that came in to change this game for Atlantis, and they've done exactly that. Take it down, support in the right place. Good work, try on the reward. There were just not a single jockey in the area.
Yep. Good game management as well, just the correct timing to, you see when the bodies are done, it's just, they might be the best player on the park, but if they're tired, replace them, and they did that just correctly at the right time.
That takes them to 22.
And that one knocks over at 24-10.
24-10.
Fabulous stuff. Really well worked from Atlantis the second half. It was tight in the first, but they look good. Going into the second day, they'll be in a pretty good position, I think. And they hold themselves back this time for the kickoff. Jockeys with the ball. Turbo looking for a space. No space for him. And he's isolated himself. Core comes away with it, the fellow South Floridian. Looking outside, crosses the 22. He's one man to beat. Great tackle.
What a tackle.
Saratoga jockey's winger over on that far side just snatches him in at the waist. We've had a lovely crowd out here today. It's been phenomenal.
Oh, highlighted by the Carnival Jouvert folks coming out and show you what Grenadian culture is all about.
Absolutely. Got some singing and dancing coming tomorrow apparently as well. It's a bit of a show on at some point.
It's wonderful.
Jockeys trying to get back.
Island.
Yeah, no, it's been phenomenal. I think the Spice Mass was the name of the group that was out there today. Good crowd. Oh, and Saratoga trying to keep it alive, and it falls straight into Atlantis' hands. Big contact at the 22. And again, Atlantis come away with that popped-up ball. But Chantel John, the referee, said, that's enough for me. Thank you very much. We finished that one at 24-10. Atlantis take it. We've got one more game coming up in just a few moments. That's going to be FRN against Cormac Barbarians to finish off day one. We're going to be back in just a moment. Fantastic result for Atlantis.
That is the Cormac Barbarians and the Stripes. They are kicking off to Find Rugby Now. Find Rugby Now. It gets the initial kickoff, moves it across field. Bunch of great players here for Find Rugby Now, looking to move it into one last game. Cormac Barbarians have had a couple of tough results here. Good players in their own right. Ball picked up by Devin Wheatman, New Zealander. Now they move it across field. Looking to the outside here, trying to get across the 50-meter line, but held up there. Player wasn't held, so they're going to go in that tackle. Kanisha Vincent, the referee for this one, on the spot. I thought that was a player coming in a little bit illegally there, but ball comes back to the Cormac Barbarians.
Bounces kindly for him there.
We're looking for that outside, coming back in. Advantage to the Barbarians. I thought the players could have caught that ball and had a clear line for Fine Rugby Now.
Interesting one, yeah. This Barbarians team look like a lot of power players, some big boys in there. If they can reel the ball in and start carrying, they could cause some damage, but a little bit disorganized in a few of their set piece plays, and ball gets loose pretty easy. So, interesting one. The referee and the scrum half facing each other.
Just staring each other down a little bit.
Well, they're married. They got married last week.
Oh, did they really? Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that. I was like, what are you talking about?
I was just looking at it. It's the first time I've seen them on the field together.
Yeah.
The referee, Kanisha, and Hudson there, carrying the ball right now with the long dreaded hair.
Well,
he's got married.
Hopefully he doesn't try to contest a penalty.
He's be in trouble tonight if he argues.
Big bash coming in there from Fine Rugby Now. That's Rory Naylor, the Mothers Rugby player down at University of Mary Washington in Washington, D.C. area. Soccer game breaks out here at the Cricket Stadium. Player not rolling away for the Cormac Barbarians. Players complaining. Kanisha Vincent having none of it. Somebody tugging on a jersey here. Referee Vincent's going to move them back a little bit.
Yep, best keep your mouth shut.
It is best to keep your mouth shut. Well-regarded referee here in the Caribbean, Kanisha Vincent.
Yeah, rising up the chain pretty quickly here as a referee and doing a great job.
Ball slips, winds up back to the Cormac Barbarians. Player comes back the other way. Got a runner on the outside. See if they decide to use it. They're going to come back in this direction. Get it up to the big yoke.
Keeping the ball alive well, the Barbarians.
Yeah, the big unit going across the 50-meter line. Haven't seen tons of him today. Ball slips over the head there, rolling towards the touchline. Foot race is on. Can we get this through? Nope. It's going to be Find Rugby Now's line out. Just about 42 meters out from the Cormac Barbarians line.
If they can string those passes together, they've got the bodies. They can find a little bit of space out wide because those guys will absorb defenders. Passes are smooth and they can find some space around the outside. I really like the look of this, the youngster on this near side, number 6, Ollie Dillon for Fine Rugby now. He's been lively when he gets ball in hand. He's obviously out on the wing, so he doesn't get the ball as much as maybe he would like in some of these games, but he's very enjoyable to watch. He, for a smaller guy, he definitely punches above his weight and doesn't mind carrying that ball.
Ball across the field for Fine Rugby now. Let's see if they can find a seam on the outside. Still scoreless here in the first half of this final matchup. The Grenada Rugby World Sevens here in the beautiful island. Again, join us tomorrow. Switch back in, not held. Big tackle comes in. Cormac turns it over. Cormac players on the move now. Bringing back that original knock on. It'll be Cormac Barbarian scrum just inside their own 40-meter line. Changes come in for Fine Rugby now.
Yeah, quick early changes, not a bad move. Fresh legs, keeping them moving as the tournament develops. Fine Rugby now asked me to give a shout out to Aquanautics.
Yes, they did.
Helping them with some shade and liquids out there this afternoon. The president of Trinidad and Tobago Rugby Union helping out with them, Maria Thomas. Doing some phenomenal stuff in that country.
Little show of the ball and coming around, but can't get free. However, it gets the ball up in the air, and the Cormac Barbarians bring the ball back across, looking for the big tackle. We're going to come back as referee and assistant referee have had a little discussion, and one of the Fine Rugby Now players is going to find his way to the sin bin.
Couldn't help yourself, could you?
That's where I was at. So what are we, 23 games in today? And a big breakaway from the Cormac Barbarians. The scoring is finally going to open. The Barbarians across the line. We'll get the number for you. A little tricky to see on these jerseys. That is Cameron Mitchell from Middlesbrough.
Borough boy. Got an interesting story about Middlesbrough.
Appropriate to tell in this setting?
Nope. Fun place though. Good people.
I didn't see a conversion attempt there.
Yeah, he kicked it from the back end. I think it was good. Yeah, I think it was good. 7-0.
7-0 to the Cormac Barbarians.
So Fine Rugby now down to 6 men.
Barbarians get that one out of that midfield almost maul, and they're off to the left-hand side quickly. You said they have that extra player. We'll see what they can make of it. Keeping their feet. That was a try score. Move that ball out in the middle of the field. Gets ripped out of the hands. It is in Christopher Hudson's hands, a Trinidadian. Fine Rugby now moves it out just about 50 meters out. Interesting footwork around there from the Cormac Barbarians. Again, we're changing sports back and forth here at the cricket ground. Rugby, soccer, pick it up. It's going to be another try for the Cormac Barbarians.
Yeah, he manages to dot that one down. It was Hudson that ended up kicking it ahead, but I think his intention was trying to kick it out of the back. He just didn't get enough on it, and Barbarians ended up dotting it down. Rob Kirby, the try scorer, number 8 for the Barbarians.
goes through. 14. And that is going to bring us to halftime. There's 7 minutes left in day one of the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. We're going to bring you that 7 minutes just after this.
Something for everyone. Something for everyone.
Old Murph out there clocking up the miles.
He certainly's got his steps in today, Paul Murphy. We are back for the final half of Sevens Rugby here today in Grenada, this beautiful island hosting the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. It's going to be a full day tomorrow too, but Find Rugby now, who is trailing 14-0, kicks off to the Cormac Barbarians in the very colorful striped shirts, but knock-on ensues. Referee blows that up. Referee Vincent, we're going to have a scrum here for Find Rugby now. Good opportunity for them. Early points here, Gavin, would be crucial.
Absolutely. Yeah, got to keep them. Find Rugby now need to get back into this game. They've been a little quiet the last two games. They've got a lot of potential out there, but they're just not really fulfilling it. They haven't really gelled. We've got some good players, though, that can light it up. I feel as well the Barbarians team, both of their tries were maybe a little bit luck involved, but at the end of the day, 14 points is 14 points. I'm sure they'll like it. They'll take what they can get.
Hear what I think I'm hearing? Cormac, swing low.
Oh.
Cormac Barbarians on the move here. Running from left to right on your screen for this final half. Eventually take it to the ground. Little stutter step and move there from the Barbarians. Looking fairly sharp as this second half gets underway. That pass gets in behind. Opportunity here for Find Rugby now. Can they come up with this one? Cormac Barbarians player down on the ball. Working his way back up. Was he hit on the ground? Too much work there from the Cormac Barbarians player. It's 2 Find Rugby now. Players are not 10. Another penalty for that right at the 5-meter line. Referee Vincent bringing him back to the spot. They're going to go quickly is Find Rugby now. Moving the ball out to that side.
Forward pass.
Oh, unlucky there. Those Spires.
All the opportunity in the world and the one thing he could have done wrong.
A host of Barbarian subs coming in, all 4.
Yeah, it's been a long day for some of those bodies. Will be tired. Be interesting if they recover well tonight and come out fresh tomorrow.
Yeah, tonight's not the night for these players to enjoy the Grenadian hospitality.
Can wait 24 hours.
Can wait 24 hours. Grenada Tourism hosting a lovely beach party tomorrow evening and a bonfire this evening. Free kick for Fine Rugby now. Ball clearly not in straight. Fine Rugby now needs to find the try zone quickly. They're in there. They're on it. 5 points to the good. They're closing it down. Fine Rugby now 14-5. Kick to come. Need to get these things going pretty quickly.
Maybe leaving it a little bit late, but the kick should get the 2 points. It's a good spot to be in. Kept that simple.
And at 7, there's definitely a kick to come, so there's opportunity. It is 14-7, converted try. They could tie this up, but need to do so quickly with the reserves of Cormac Barbarians out here. Nice high hanging kick to get under there. Cormac Barbarians take it. Big collision in the middle of the field there.
Could go down to the wire.
Runners out wide here for the Barbarians. Little step through. Player gets loose. He's across the 50. He's got 2 players on him. Eventually gets tackled. High tackle, however, so penalty coming. Cormac Barbarians going to go quick. Player definitely not 10 there, so that'll probably come back to another advantage. We're going to go for the kick through. Barbarians on the chase here. It goes across the line. Touchdown by Fine Rugby now. We're not going to go back for an advantage. Going to be goal line dropout, I believe.
Interesting. Missed that one.
Interesting choice of kicks there. Some discussion with the assistant refs. Cormac Barbarian pleading his case over here. See the nice step to the outside here. Just a little push off. Offload. And in they go for another 5 points.
This Fine Rugby now team lost a bit of momentum as the day's gone on. Kind of run out of steam a little bit.
Last gasp for them here at their own 22. See if they can break some tackles. Have done so far. Out across the halfway. Big collision comes in there on Hudson. The ball gets kicked down, rolls into touch. The referee looks at her watch, but there's still time. It's going to be a Fine Rugby now line out deep inside their own 22.
Wayne Garrett was keen to get restarted quickly, but blocked.
Late game play here, ripped away by the Cormac Barbarians. Good work, just a little physical pressure coming on. Ball goes wide. And an open angle here. Can they make one last 5-pointer? Have done, and that's the man who just scored prior. He's stepping, he's looking, he's at the try line. Can he get it down? Good work by Fine Rugby now. They hold him out. There's opportunity here. They go for the kick pass to the outside. And that one rolls into touch. Referee Vincent whistles for the end of the game. 19-7. The Cormac Barbarians have taken Fine Rugby now. And it is the final game of day 1 here at the Grenada Rugby World Sevens. It has been a pleasure joining you all day. We have a full day of action coming tomorrow, starting the same time, 9 o'clock Grenadian time, 8 o'clock Eastern time in the United States. You can all do the math from there and figure it out. But we're going to be here for you. The pressure is going to be on. Every team is playing every team in this round robin. So points are going to be important. There's going to be a lot of great games to see. For Gavin McLevy, I am John Broker. We will see you tomorrow.